Hello, are we on?
No sound. No sound. Yes. No. No sound. Yes. On. It's nice. A very good morning to all the speakers, delegates, and student participants, and welcome. My name is Irina Perepechina. I have come over the day from Russia to be part of this exciting event. I am a professor of Moscow Lomonosov State University of the Department of Criminalistics of Legal Faculty. My research interests focuses mainly on DNA analysis, DNA evidence interpretation, database, so on other fields, forensic serology, and some areas of forensic science, forensic medicine, as well as medical law. On behalf of the organizing committee, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to our meeting, the 4th International Conference on Forensic Research and Technology by OMICS International. Thank you all for making the trip to be here. This conference has been initiated with valuable suggestions and constant encouragement from the OMICS group, International Referred Journal of Forensic Research Open Access, Sociology and Criminology Open Access, Anatomy and Physiology Current Research Open Access. Over these 3 days, we are providing a platform for sharing your research findings and encouraging new collaborations, as well as publishing your research in open access journals. We are very thankful to all participants and to all the editorial board members in providing this support and this event. Today marks another major event provided by OMICS International, providing us an opportunity to interact, reflect, and share experiences on forensic analysis. Forensic Research 2015 aims to bring together large and medium directors, academic scientists, and leading scholars to exchange and share their experiences and research. It mainly focuses on the university institutes and major societies, along with companies which hold a big market in forensic technologies under the theme From Evidence to Verdict to discuss forensic research technologies. The conference has attracted delegates who have come from all over the world, and I wish you a pleasant stay and fruitful discussions at Forensic Research 2015. I would like to thank all speakers and event partners for their continuous support and patronage. The OMICS International wishes to thank all the staff of the editorial board and organizations who have worked hard to bring this meeting together. The OMICS International Staff and Program Committee have put in long hours and many creative ideas. Finally, we thank each and every one of you, the participants to the conference. We hope you enjoy the conference and your participation will contribute to new collaborations and research initiatives. Now I am privileged to briefly introduce honored guests, which of whom will come and take their seat here on the dais just immediately following their introduction. I am honored to invite Dr. Anthony Fischetta to take his position on the dais. You're welcome. I'm honored to invite Dr. Ron Johnson to take this position, to take his position of the days. Dr. Johnson, yeah? Mm-hmm. Well, morning. Choose the place. I'm honored to invite Dr. David Dustin to take his position. You're welcome. And I want to invite Dr. Michaela Brooks to take the position. You're welcome. You're welcome. Mm-hmm. We request honorable guests to speak a few words around the theme now. Thank you all. We now start our keynote forum. I will now introduce the following keynote speakers. I call upon Dr. Anthony Fischetta, Alpha Promega Counseling Center in Corporation, USA. And some words about biography. Let I say about you, let I introduce you. Dr. Fischetta is a licensed psychologist with a specialty in forensic psychology. He has been doing forensic evaluations for 25 years and has conducted over 20,000 evaluations. He is a diplomat in forensic psychology with the American Board of Psychological Specialties. Dr. Fischetta is also an adjunct professor in psychological testing and assessments, a counseling psychologist at the Reading Hospital, and has a full-time private practice in consulting and forensic evaluation for criminal and civil cases. I take the immense pleasure to invite Dr. Ron Johnson and to facilitate Antonio Fischetta with keynote certificate. No. Yes. Certificate. No. They said, oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Place one table closest to you.
Mm-hmm.
I saw
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't call me Rod Stewart.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you're welcome to take a discussion, but to take a few words about around the topic. Mm-hmm. Dr. Anthony Fischetta.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Anthony Fischetta, licensed psychologist, forensic psychologist, and I just want to introduce the conference this morning. It's on from evidence to verdict, so I want to briefly, for 2 minutes, say something about that. I guess, does everyone deal with forensic research, forensic investigation? Okay, well, hopefully, somewhat. Well, basically, in a nutshell, and I'll be presenting more in a few minutes, my presentation, but before you even start a forensic evaluation, you have to have the right mindset and approach. And what that is, you must be, and everyone has a handout of my intro, and then you have a handout of my presentation. The 2-page will be later at 9:30. But basically, we must have the mindset of being neutral and objective and detached. That's different from being like a therapist or a friend or a supportive, because why do you have to have the right approach to looking at the evidence? You want to avoid all possible aspects of bias, right? You've seen the trials on TV and everything where the other side will try to point out that this person is biased, and that affects your credibility. So you want to make sure you avoid all appearances of bias as possible, as much as possible. That means also avoiding conflicts of interest. So that's even before you get to the evidence. And so your role is usually you're hired by somebody, right, to do an investigation? So who are you working for? Just yell it out. Who are you working for?
Police.
The police, okay. And
District Attorney.
District Attorney, okay. So when you're hired by them, you're an advocate for what? As a forensic evaluator, what are you an advocate for? The person who hired you? The truth, absolutely. That's the key thing. Your role is to advocate the results and implications of your evaluations. So you're more of an educator. You are to assist the trier of fact, who may be the jury or the judge. So your role is not to help, so to speak, the person who hired you. I mean, you help them in a way, but your main purpose is to advocate for the data that you find. So you're supposed to be an impartial evaluator. So now when you do the investigation, your investigation should be the evidence should be critically scrutinized, right? So if someone says, oh yes, I heard this person say this, you can't just go by that. You have to scrutinize all the evidence, all the facts, and supplement it by third sources of information. Your documentation should be meticulous and accurate and detailed as you're doing the investigation, and to use all appropriate sources of information. And then finally, from getting to the evidence to the verdict, when the verdict is going to be usually decided by the trier of facts. It could be the jury, it could be the judge or whoever, but your role is to present the facts, and I list some things of how to do that. Your job is to not win the case. See, sometimes we get caught up in that. Oh, I got to win this case. It's not your case. It's not your case. Your job is not to win or lose. You don't win or lose. You are an educator. You just present the facts. And then ways to communicate to the trier of fact. And I list 18 there. I'm not going to go through them because time is up. This is just an introduction. So again, just tell the truth, try not to argue with counsel, and so forth. I'm going to give more of this in my presentation in a few minutes, and also a video clip, a 1-minute video clip of the Jodi Arias murder trial last year, and the forensic psychologist on that trial. And I'm going to show a clip of him of what not to do. And it violates all 18 of these pretty much. So thank you, welcome to the conference, and I hope you get much from it. Thank you.
Yes. Now I call upon Tom Johnson. Let me speak about you. Let me introduce you. Ron Johnson is licensed and board-certified clinical psychologist with extensive experience in academic and clinical settings. Dr. Johnson is a diplomate of the American Board of Professional Psychology. He was sought as a staff psychologist in community mental health clinics, hospitals, schools, and university counseling centers. The University of Iowa, University of Nebraska and Lincoln, University of Central Oklahoma, and St. Diego State University are among the sites of his previous academic appointments. His forensic scholarship and teaching interests include ethical legal issues, police psychology, women death penalty, and counter-terrorism. Now I take the immense pleasure to invite Dr. Anthony Fischetta, Alpha from Omega Counseling Center, to facilitate Dr. Ron Johnson.
I think something was lost in translation for me, at least. My talk later on is going to center around the issues connected with the ethical practice of forensic psychology. And within the scope of what I try to do, I've offered a structure or framework that can be used in trying to organize and think about how ethical issues impact the work that forensic psychologists do. Most of the motivation from this comes from an article that I published last year that looks at trying to determine the competence of examiners, the competence of practitioners that work. In some of my forensic work, I'm often on the opposite sides with other forensic mental health specialists. And one of the things that I've noticed in some of the work is it's a little attention given to the ethics of practice, the ethics of trying to determine if I'm competent enough to do what I do in my work. And so what I've created is a structure or framework that can be used in determining whether or not a forensic examiner is competent to do the work that they do. Part of that framework, which I'll introduce in more detail later on, involves looking at four principal domains in where ethical issues can emerge for some of the work that we do. One is in the area of assessment, the other is in the area of intervention, and then there's program development and then consultation. Each one of those domains can be used to characterize ethical issues that frequently come up. Depending upon the setting that the person is working in, you can look at ethical issues that will emerge in each one of those areas. And so the conversation that we'll have later on at the appetizer part, which is the 20-minute presentation, looks at the start of that framework. I introduce a case at that particular point, and then I think around 10:30 or 11 o'clock this morning, I do a more extensive review of how competence can be determined. So if you're in a position where you have to kind of determine the skill set, competency of the person who's functioning as an expert, you can have a framework for looking at that. And I also introduce, because of my work with the DSM-5, a model that can be used in working with juvenile fire setters and bomb makers, which can be applied in a number of different other forensic areas where mental health is a concern. So I want to thank you for being here today, and I'm looking forward to talking to you later.
Now, we should give orders to some scientists. And please, I invite you. No, I invite you to this.
Sorry.
No. Mm-hmm. Don't understand.
Pictures are after the speech.
Yes, you.
That's after they speak now. Certificates?
No. It is just now. Certificate of recognition.
Because the certificate's out after the speakers. I'm trying to remember that.
So, then we'll now make group photo, and after that we'll continue.
Group photos before coffee break. Next speaker.
Yes. So I am inviting our keynote speaker, Dr. Fischetta, to give him a speech.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. Glad to have you here. And you all have handouts from me on this presentation this morning, and I'm going to talk about some ways to avoid ethical pitfalls as a mental health expert witness and consultant. And since we only have about a half hour, I'll go through it briefly, most of the information you have on your handouts. So as you're dealing with forensic work in the legal system, it's like swimming with the sharks. You have to have a tough skin and be ready to give an answer for the work that you have done. So these are actual shots of me swimming with the sharks in Florida. That's me, scuba diving. So I'm skilled with swimming with the sharks, dealing with adversarial types of situations, which is the type of environment you're in, right? When you're doing forensic work, isn't it adversarial? You have people cross-examining you, so you really have to cross your T's and dot your I's and be ready for the attacks. Close up. So let me mention some qualities to have as an expert witness. First, you must be knowledgeable and up to date on several things, such as the laws, regulations, and procedures. Now, do the laws and regulations and procedures, are they different from one state to another state? Yes. Are they different sometimes even within the same state, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction? They can be. So you really need to be up on what are the laws, what are the regulations of the evaluation that you're doing in that particular area. You need to be up to date on the latest research, and we're grateful for this conference and presenting some of the latest research. You must use the latest assessments. As a forensic psychologist, I do testing, psychological testing and evaluations, and so a lot of times I'll see reports come to me that have used tests that are outdated, and therefore that's going to affect the results. You always want to use the latest assessments. In whatever field you're doing, look up what are the latest assessments, and obviously they must be valid and reliable, so you have to research that too. And the rules of evidence. In the United States of America, there's 2 rules of evidence. If anyone familiar with the Fry standard of evidence and Dalbert? Okay. Fry is an old standard of evidence. In the federal cases, all federal cases uses the Dalbert standard, which we're not going to get into, but just to mention that you need to be aware of these things. These are rules of evidence of what you can present, what the judge will allow you to present, what's admissible in court, and is based on these rules of evidence. And so the federal rules of evidence uses Dalbert, and most of the states, except for 9 states, for state cases, uses Dalbert. The other 9 of the states uses Fry, which is an older standard. As an evaluator, as an expert witness, you need to have integrity. And to have integrity, you must be objective. And that's what I mentioned earlier in the introduction. In order to be objective, you must appear to not have bias. In order to appear not to have bias, you have to be careful of conflicts of interest. So say you were called up by somebody and assigned to a case to evaluate and to investigate, and it happens to involve a family member. You know, in general, should you take that case on? Is there not? No, because it'd be hard, number 1, to be objective. Number 2, even if you were objective, you would appear not to be objective. You'd be questioned about that. You must be impartial, unbiased, and trustworthy. And then, once you do all the evaluation and investigation and the research and the write-up, you need to be able to communicate the findings to the trier of fact. So imagine being on trial, and how will you communicate those facts? And that's very important, and we have those tips on the handout. So let me give you an example. When you're stating something as an expert opinion, do you say, well, it might be this, or I guess, or I speculate that it could be this, or maybe possibly that? You know, that's not a good way to present your expert opinion. So Dr. William Reed, in the Journal of Psychiatric Practice, November 2012, he said, an expert's opinion should be expressed in this way, to a, quote, reasonable degree of medical or psychological certainty. So this is true. This is my opinion within a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. The legal phrase means more likely than not. That's what the legal phrase means. A great many experts misunderstand this simple, crucial definition, probably because it differs from the way clinicians usually view certainty. See, there's a difference between a clinician, one who gives therapy, who's supportive, versus an evaluator. So if you are, say, a psychologist and you're treating a patient for depression or anxiety, you're supportive of that person. You're trying to help that person. If a lawyer called you and says, I need you to do an evaluation on Ms. Smith, she did a murder, and it happens to be your patient, you shouldn't do the evaluation. There's a conflict of interest, either evaluator or a treater, and we're going to look at that. So let me just show you an example. This is Dr. Richard Samuels. He was the forensic psychologist on the murder case. Anyone familiar with the Jodi Arias murder case in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. And Juan Martinez is the prosecutor. And so throughout the trial, the Dr. Richard Samuels, as I said, was a forensic psychologist. He was made to look biased, made to look not credible, and you can see some of the things he did. Just this first thing, as I mentioned, an expert opinion should not be based on possibility or speculation. So let's look at just 1 minute of his presentation and look at, now, as you're looking at this, on your handout, on the 2-page handout, on page 2, on the bottom, where it says presenting your evidence, let me actually jump to that because we're going to see it live. So when you're presenting your evidence, you did the research and so forth. Everyone have a handout? They're on the table. Number one, obviously, some of these things are obvious, but some people violate them on the stand. And number one is tell the truth. So again, your job is not to win the case. So you're not supposed to try to do all kinds of things that, you're not a lawyer, so you got to tell the truth. Number two, do not argue with the counsel. It's easy. They see the counsel, the attorneys, they try to trick you, they try to catch you up, they try to make you look bad. That's their job, right? If they can't go at the evidence, they'll go at you, or they'll go at both, they'll go at everything. So they're going to try to get you really upset. They're good psychologists. They know how to press your buttons to make you argue back. So don't argue with them. Don't exaggerate, speculate, or guess. Tell what you know. Be careful of this. They'll try to question you and have you answer questions that are not in your field or you don't know. What do you say? I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. I did not evaluate for that, whatever. You're there just to present the evidence that you have. If you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer. So don't exaggerate, speculate, or guess. Actively listen to an entire question before responding. Let them finish. Give a little pause so you can think about it. Also, yell out. Why else, when the counsel is, especially the one who's cross-examining you, is asking you a question on a stand, why is it good for you to listen carefully and then pause? What's another good reason for pausing before answering? Exactly. There could be an objection before you even answer, so don't be quick to answer. Wait and see if the attorney that hired you may object to the question. Very good. So there's another reason for that. Number 5, listen carefully to objections that are made, because you want to be aware of that. Number 6, do not respond to pregnant pauses or statements. Wait for the question. So if the attorney stops and pauses and didn't finish the question, wait for the question. Remember, when you're on a stand, you want to answer questions. If they say, if they start going into a long speech and this and that, and accusations, where's the question? Wait for the question. Do not get involved in bickering between counsel, all right? Don't bicker with them. That's not your job. Who cares? You're there just to present your evidence. Choose your words very carefully, because if you get flustered or anxious or feel pressured, you might say things beyond what you really mean, and you're going to be attacked for every word you say. After this, nobody will be in forensics anymore, right? And remember, how many people have testified in trials? Okay? And so, for those who haven't, realize this: you can be anytime. You know, it doesn't matter. You could be called up anytime as a witness. So, number 9, leave yourself some wiggle room with, where appropriate. So you may not have absolute answers. The attorney says, Dr. Jones, if you knew that such and such was the case, would this change your opinion? And, you know, there's a couple answers. One, it depends. One, it might be really obvious, and you say yes. You know, so leave yourself some wiggle room when appropriate. Don't give off-the-cuff opinions. Well, I just think that, you know, well, where'd you get that from? Well, I speculated. Speculate. Oh, you made it up. No, clinical judgment. You just said speculate. You'll see that's what happened in real life. Don't give opinions outside your area of expertise. Remember, they're going to try to get you to answer questions beyond your expertise, and you're going to feel pressured to act like you know everything. Don't. You're not there to do that. Number 2, correct misstatements as soon as possible. Excuse me. So if you do make a misstatement, correct it. Again, you're there as the presenter of the evidence. 13, do not be afraid to say that you do not know, or you do not recall, or you do not understand the question. Now that's very important, because some of their questions can be complicated. So just say, I don't understand your question. Can you repeat your question? Sometimes they'll say, never mind. Number 14, keep cool, don't freeze. Again, if you did your job, you did it accurate, you know what you're talking about, stay on that topic and stay on your information. Exude confidence and make a good impression, but don't overdo it. Don't be cocky or arrogant or I know everything or look down on the jury. You know, you're supposed to be their peer. You're supposed to, and we're going to talk about that later, speak in the common man's language, something that's understandable. Because if, how many people here teach? Okay? And when you're teaching to your students, you want to communicate in a way they understand. And so, do that. 16, be yourself, unless you're a jerk. You know, don't be that. Otherwise, I don't know what to say. Number 17, know the facts and the file cold. So when you go up there, don't depend on your notes or rely on them. Try to answer without looking at your notes. Be prepared not to have to look at your notes or report, you know, unless there's some specifics. Or know where to look them up when needed. Don't go flipping through all these, you know, binders. You know, you look disorganized. You know, appearance is important of your credibility because, again, the cross-examination is going to try to attack your credibility. So the best way is to be prepared. And 18, be prepared to articulate your thoughts. So be prepared for that. So understanding all those types of guidelines to present yourself, let me show you just a 1-minute clip of this forensic psychologist on the Jodi Arias murder case. She was a young woman, and you'll see her sitting next to her attorney on this clip. She murdered her boyfriend in Arizona. She stabbed him 30 times, shot him in the head, and slit his throat. Really did it good. Almost decapitated him. At first she said someone else did it, then it was obvious she did it. And so she's already convicted of the murder. There's no question. This is the sentencing phase now, because it's a capital murder case. So in the capital murder case, there's 2 trials. One, are you guilty or not? Okay? So that was the day, that's the one day. So she was found guilty. So she's going to jail. There's no question. Now this phase is the sentencing phase. And in Arizona, they have the death sentence. So is she going to get death or life in prison without parole. So she's not going to get off. This is just which sentence is she going to get. Dr. Samuel Adams was the psychologist on her defense team. And so he's describing something. Listen how he describes and listen to what the attorney says and see where things you wouldn't have done or have done. So let's look at this, and I believe the sound will be on, right? Do we have sound?
Later that there was another story.
Okay, let's
But
try it
both
again.
of them did receive these traumas. So it's possible, and that's
Possible. There's Jodi Arias, the one who shot and stabbed and almost decapitated her boyfriend, and this is her defense attorney.
And in her response to this, she could have been responding to the trauma that occurred on that day. Granted, she told me one story, and we found out later that there was another story. But both would have been received as traumas. So it's possible, and I'm not saying that it is for sure, it's possible that the trauma she was referring to was actually due to the killing. But because of the story she constructed, she had to attribute it rather, to this made-up story.
You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't. I'm speculating.
Right. Made it up right now. Speculating.
No clinical judgment, sir.
That's made up.
Overruled.
Clinical judgment.
Sir, you just used the word speculating, didn't you?
Okay, I used the word. I misspoke.
Sure. And speculating means it could be made up, right?
Yes, that's one possibility. It could be.
All right. Thank you.
So, okay, could he have used these 18 tips? So what are some things he shouldn't have done? What's that? Not speculate. Not take on this case. Yes. Yeah, he didn't keep his cool. He was arguing, right? Because he's been on for days with this course. You see how Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, he's like a bulldog. So Richard Samuels has been on the stand for days with Juan Martinez. And so Juan Martinez, yeah, the doctor lost his cool. What else? Yes?
He looks like somebody who's had a lot of experience. Surely he would have been wiser to speculate.
Yes, that's correct. He had 30 years of experience. And so that goes to show you something too. Just because someone has, you can say, I've been playing golf for 30 years, but you could be playing it wrong for 30 years. Right? Yes. Yes, he didn't choose his words carefully. What are some words he kept on using or violating some other? It could have been, yeah, yes. Excuse me? The counselor. Oh, the counselor didn't teach him, you're right. I noticed that on the beginning of his testimony, and then the next day it seemed like the counselor informed him of some things, but yes, that's a good point. The counselor could have informed him better, yes. Exactly. His explanation was confused, didn't sound like an expert witness. And that's the thing, when you're on trial, you, as an expert witness, your role is to be an expert. That means that you have knowledge that is a little higher than the average lay person. Otherwise, why are you on there if the average person knows this information? Not only that, it's all made up as the it could be this, oh yeah, it could be a meteorite. It could be, alien abduction, or something too. What else? Any other comments? I think this is the best way of teaching and training to get this interactions really fun and interesting and memorable. And so basically, you've learned a lot now from just seeing, yes? He froze. Oh, yeah. Right, like what? Oh, yeah, I did say speculate. And it could be made up, right? That's one possibility. And so, yeah, you see the back and forth and the objection, and you heard his attorney on his side object to the characterization of Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, saying, you made it up. So Juan Martinez said, okay, well, you did say this, you did say that, okay. You know, I made my point, so to speak. Anything else? Yes?
I'm trying to follow, but I thought that Martinez introduced the word speculation, not
No, this is such a neat, since we've discussed this and looked at this, I think it's worth another minute to look again at.
And in her responsiveness, she could have been responding to the trauma that occurred on that date. Granted, she told me one story, and we found out later that there was another story, but both would have been perceived as traumas. So it's possible, and I'm not saying that it is for sure, it's possible that the trauma she was referring to was actually due to the killing. But because of the story she constructed, she had to attribute it to this made-up story.
You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't. I'm speculating.
Right. Made it up right now. Speculating.
No clinical judgment, sir.
That's made up. Overruled.
Clinical judgment.
Sir, you just used the word speculating, didn't you?
Okay. I used the word. I misspoke.
Sure. And speculating means it could be made up, right?
Yes, that's one possibility. It could be made.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I made my point. So, yeah, he said spec, and Juan probably pushed him into that, you know. So you don't know anything. I'm speculating. Oh, you just made it up. Clinical judgments are, you know, then he starts arguing, getting defensive, and, you know. The problem is, once you're off track, you know, there's no way of him, you know, regaining, you know, it was, yeah, so these are things to be aware of, you know, you want to be, and so you have good tips here, 18 of them to follow. So let me briefly go through a few more things. I won't go through everything on your handout, but I think things that could be important. We won't go through too much of, on your first page, the chart. It shows you the difference between the roles of a treating person, like a psychologist, a psychiatrist, whoever, who does counseling. I do counseling, but I also do evaluations, and there's different roles. And so let's look at some that might make the difference. So the main difference in the role of the therapist versus the evaluator is not necessarily the level of forensic expertise. So, for instance, if you're treating a client, whose client is that client? If you're the therapist, it's your client. If you're an evaluator treating a person, evaluating a person, whose client is that person you're evaluating? Someone else's, it's not yours. It's the attorney or the court's client. It's not your client. You're doing the evaluation, there's a difference. And so it's going to affect your different role. As far as the supporting part, that's the approach and evaluative attitude you're going to have. As a therapist, you're going to be supportive, accepting, empathetic. As an evaluator, you're going to be neutral, objective, and detached. So remember, that's what we talked about as far as showing unbiased opinions. Let's look at some others. The third one down on that one, that would be number 6 on your handout. The scrutiny applied to the information utilized in the process and the role of historical truth. As a therapist, the information is going to be drawn from the client with little scrutiny. You're going to, you know, the client's going to say, I've been depressed, you know, this happened to me, that, and you're going to accept that. But if you're doing an evaluation, the information is going to be critically scrutinized and supplemented by collateral sources of information. So you're not going to just take the client's word. You're going to check out other sources of what happened and what went on. See, this is different from a therapist. So as an evaluator, you have to look at these things. And let's see. And usually in a therapy, the relationship is not usually adversarial. In an evaluation, it could be frequently adversarial. And this is important. This is number 9 on your handout. The goal of the professional in each relationship, the therapist, as a therapy, you attempt to, the benefit is for the patient in working in a therapeutic relationship. As an evaluator, you advocate for the results. Remember, you're advocating for the results and the implication of the evaluation. You assist the trier of fact. And then finally, the basis of the relationship is evaluative, and critical judgment is, and it's unlikely to cause, well, it is, the basis of the relationship is evaluative, and critical judgment is unlikely to cause serious emotional harm. Versus if you were a therapist and you did this, your patient may be upset. So let me just briefly hit upon some of these. If someone, and this could apply to anybody, if you're not trained in forensics, these could be some of the problems. You lack specialized forensic training if you're not a forensic evaluator. You may not be aware of specialized psycholegal knowledge, the psychology and the law. So you always got to know the law, whatever evaluations you do. And like I mentioned, you're an advocate for the data, you're not an advocate for the clients. Some people may mix this up and therefore not be objective. This is about malingering. That's more of a psychological concept. Well, it's any concept. You know, anybody you're evaluating could be malingering or making exaggerations or lying. And there are some psychological tests that kind of assess for malingering. Now, the research has been shown as far as who is best at detecting if someone is malingering or lying. Now, out of all the professions, think of the different professions: psychiatrists, psychologists, nurses, police, FBI, TSA workers at the airport, special agents, housewives, auto mechanics, hairstylists. Who do you think is best at detecting malingering in someone, that they may be lying or not being honest?
Me, I'm a profiler, and I'm training it.
You're a profiler?
Yes, and I'm training it, and also I'm training analyzing the verbal content, not only the body language and the microfacial.
Okay, and what department? Like, are you a federal agent or what?
No, I'm a criminal profiler.
Criminal profiler.
And I'm an anti-terrorist specialist, so I observe people.
You observe people, and you're being trained by what group? What organization or training? Where do you get that training from?
First of all, my profession is Paul Ekman.
Is what?
Paul Ekman, the pioneer in the field.
Okay.
As a criminal profiler, I study psychology and criminology, and I study the FBI methodology at the police.
Okay. All right. So she says that she is one that would be able to tell. We have research on who can tell, and we have research who thinks they can tell. But
I'll show you a video.
no, I'm not denying. I'm not arguing that you're not. I'm just stating the facts. I'm not saying you're not. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that, which I'm going to get to. So actually, a lot of people think that psychologists or psychiatrists have a higher level, but it showed that they're not much better than average, in detecting that. But the one group that showed significant advantage of detecting liars were FBI agents. So that's where you got training.
Yes, it was in the criminal profiling.
Criminal profiling.
But not for the lying part too much,
Right.
as in profiling, forensic, and other type of investigations.
Okay.
But also studying for the American military, and to gain my certification as an anti-terrorist specialist,
Right.
I had to do lots of research.
Okay, so see, that would give you an upper edge. And again, so the federal agents were up there and that training that would go along with that. And usually psychologists don't get that. And so they're not, but psychologists have tests that are more objective in determining malingering and so forth. So yeah, very good. That's good training. And that'd be helpful for everybody to get training like that. And I mentioned some of these already, and we're got a minute. So let's see if there's anything else that, any quick questions. This is another little video of not being impartial or objective, blurring the roles, because he was questioned on, he's a forensic psychologist in here, his job is to do the evaluation, right? His job is not therapy, right? And he gave Jodi Arias a book to help her, and that was attacked. I mean, okay, it might have been okay, it might not, but the point is, it's not gonna be okay with Juan Martinez. And it's not going to be okay with someone who's going to bring out that, trying to show that you're not credible, that you're trying to help the patient, and Juan Martinez knows the psychology difference, or he's been told that you're the evaluator, you're not the treating therapist. That's what he points out, and so we don't have time for that. But you can Google these YouTube clips from Jodi Arias and the Dr. Samuel, Richard Samuels. So, okay, that ends our time. Wish we had more time. Feel free to, you have my email contact information if you need anything, if you need any evaluations, consultations, psychotherapy, whatever. Let me know. It's a pleasure talking with you, and hope to get to know you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A brilliant speech, very interesting and bright. And I'm honored to invite Dr. Ron Johnson.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, it does. Let's see if I can take care of that right here. Oh, what's going on? Is this your, this is?
Yes, I've got a.
Oh, okay.
That's me. I'm not sure why this is not showing up. What's that?
Looks like it might be on the second screen.
Yeah.
This is your presentation?
Right.
Oh,
It's up on the system, but it's not on this.
okay, let's see here. Let's escape this real quick. Get back into it. Okay, and you need a slideshow right here. Well, let's take this.
This thing here.
Oh, that's it. The one. There we go. And you need a slideshow, right? That's your slideshow. It's okay, that's all right. That's all right. Let's move this right here too. Yeah. So we got a slideshow going on. Where's the slideshow? There it is. Oh, what's going on? Oh my God, what's going on here? How do I get
Is
back?
there a setting in PowerPoint that keeps it from treating it as a second monitor?
There might be. We got to find it though. This is why I use Mac. Right? Let's see. It'll work, but we just need to get on there. How do I? How this? I don't don't know how to get back. You'll forgive me for this, but I really don't know how to get it.
Why did you show that?
Yeah, it has to do, I remember, I ran into the same problem like 6 months ago.
Okay.
There's a setting in PowerPoint that makes it think that you're using a second monitor effectively.
Oh, God.
I just don't remember right offhand.
For Christ's sakes. Let's escape this. Leave it on the slideshow. Okay, do you know how to get, see if we can back to that? I had it for a second. Oh, God. I'm having problems with this, and I don't know this program that well. No, it's not a Mac. There we go. Is that what you're Yeah, he didn't have a VJ. And this is, this is your computer.
Yes.
Oh, that's why, okay. His work, that's fine, that's fine. Listen, so we need to go to your,
I don't really flashcards. No, the flashcard. Flashcards. No.
do you have a flash?
Flash.
Do you have a
Maybe
flash drive that we can put it onto this other computer? The one that was being used?
Sure.
Yeah.
And this.
That way we can, yeah, let's just go ahead. We could upload it to this computer real quick.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and,
Possible.
yeah, that might be easier. Okay, so,
But it is.
let's go ahead and,
While we're waiting for this to get set up, it's interesting, we're talking about lying, how you detect lying. I have a very simple approach that I use. It's called determine someone's lying. If their lips are
this one I do. This is,
in the Jody Arias case, it's also kind of interesting too, because looking at things ethically, psychologists operate with a code of ethics, and those codes sort of determine how we're supposed to operate when we're working in certain situations, certain things we are supposed to do and not do. And in the Arias case, when he was doing this evaluation of her, he gave her a test, only he didn't have the appropriate form for the test, and he gave it to her. So he took the answers and he wrote them down on a sheet of paper, and then later on transposed them onto the regular sheet they're supposed to use. And the attorney just tore his head off, again, under the guise of credibility, following standard practice. And when you're in, as you probably know, any kind of forensic environment, you never want to violate any kind of acceptable standard for protocol. And in this case, he had information, he tucked it in his pocket, went home, and transposed the information from another instrument, the appropriate instrument. So ethically, that created all kinds of problems for him, because you're not supposed to do that when you're doing those kinds of instruments, and it created all kinds of difficulties for him.
okay, I just need your thoughts,
Oh,
whichever one it is.
let me see.
Okay, well, it's probably, it's in here somewhere. I'll drag it down. Just show me where. This one right here, let's drag this to, let's drag that to the, let's see if we can open that real quick. Let's close this. Now let's open that. Oh, it should. It's ready. Yeah, it's engaged. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And if not, well, we're gonna have to do that. Right here. Yeah, you can. It should be engaged. Yeah, advance.
Okay, thank you. Finally, we have arrived. Okay, so sort of the backdrop of the previous presentation was centered around ethics, and that's a good segue into what we're going to be looking at here. Most of my work involves looking at juvenile fire setters, bomb makers, and also I do police. And so in the context of doing that work, I'm hearing voices here.
It's next door.
Okay. I need to get back on my medication, I think. In the context of that work, there are forensic issues that come up frequently. And so I want to have kind of a conversation around, or taking a case-based approach at looking at issues associated with how you kind of conceptualize things connected with forensic work. There are guidelines in the forensic work, and those guidelines are designed to do several things: ultimately improve the quality of services, enhance practice, and facilitate the development of forensic psychology, and then to encourage a very high level of professional practice. And as you know, whenever you're in a forensic context and you have to give either a testimony or you're providing a report that's going to be used to make some kind of decision, there's a concern about how the quality of those reports and that testimony plays out. And there's an article that I published last year that looks at ways in which you can determine the competence of an individual involved in some of the work. I want to use one example from some of the work that I do. And I know you can't read this case, but I'll read it to you just kind of as a backdrop to some of the things I want to talk about. As a condition of probation, that is the impact of a forensic evaluation and treatment progress on a legal case from juvenile court, a Metro Arson Strike Team member referred a juvenile fire setter named Darnell, a 12-year-old white male, to Dr. Winchime, that's a made-up name. The referral for the evaluation and treatment was made after response to Darnell's residence, where a fire had to be extinguished. The fire resulted in extensive damage to the garage and exterior wall of the neighbor's den. During an investigative interview, the masked team member discovered from the parents that there had been a series of fires that had been previously occurred in their home over the last 5 years, but none of them ever were reported to the legal authorities. Parents spoke to a friend who's a counselor at his school, not at his school, and he told them it's probably just a phase and that he would grow out of it. 2 more fires were set after the first incident, and after about 2 years later, the parents had lingering concerns about their son, so they did an informal consultation with a friend of theirs who happened to be a marriage and family therapist at their church. And this resulted in them being told, there's probably some unresolved family dynamics or secrets that need to be resolved that will require the entire family to be seen in treatment for several sessions. He also emphasized Darnell is not a pyromaniac, so they need not worry about him. The parents were never sought any kind of formal psychological counseling for Darnell, and he was placed on Ritalin by his pediatrician at the age of 5, which is also the time that Darnell was diagnosed with ADHD and PTSD by the same family pediatrician. Dr. Winchime, when he interviewed the parents, he reported being aware of at least 5 other, they reported being aware of at least 5 other fires set by Darnell at home. However, when Darnell was clinically interviewed, he reported to Dr. Winchime that he actually started about 20 fires at the home and another 9 at school, the boys' bathroom and trash dumpster. Darnell explained that he set on average a fire per week. He discussed the process of locating an accelerant 2 or 3 days ahead of time, depending on the type of accelerant. He was able to acquire, he would begin to search for a burned object, explaining further that he liked to spend at least 24 hours with the object prior to setting it on fire. Darnell further shared that on the day that he would set the fire, he would prepare the area by clearing a spot and moving a trash can to the location. He stated his preference was in the garage, for it was private, quiet, and easy to hide things. Darnell was never caught in any of these fires. So this case kind of gives an example of some of the things that can result in a referral, and I work with Metro Arson Strike Team, and so we see these cases all the time. Looking at this strictly in terms of a framework for understanding ethics, there are these 4 domains or quadrants that could be used to kind of look at how one could start conceptualizing ethical issues. There's an assessment component connected with it, and I have APA listed underneath that. Now you can't see that too well because of the vision, sorry. So there's assessment, there's intervention, there's consultation, and there's program development. So in organizing information in a case, this information can be separated into one of those 4 quadrants to try to decide if, in fact, it does pose an ethical factor. The overlapping in each one of those domains includes cultural factors that should be taken into consideration when looking at issues connected with assessment, intervention, consultation, and program development. And so at the core of this, one always has to take into account the fact that there are going to be some cultural factors that will overlap into decisions about assessment, decisions about intervention, decisions about consultation, and program development. Specifically, in this case, the assessment in Darnell's case requires an examiner to know that you have to conduct a risk assessment. And although we use risk assessment in a lot of contexts, it takes on a different connotation when you're working with public safety issues. And so what a standard clinician might want to try to do, which was in this case, unfortunately, was to assume that that was not an issue and went directly to looking at some of the clinical issues that were involved in the case, as opposed to trying to determine how much risk was involved in this actual case. And since he was setting fires at home, setting fires at school, and as common is the case in these JFFB cases that I see, when a child is interviewed, when the parents are interviewed, the parents will report one number in terms of the number of fires set, when the child is interviewed individually, the child will usually report a much higher number of fire setting incidents, which is not an uncommon thing. So an experienced examiner would know how to sort through some of those things as well. Then in terms of intervention, there are the clinical issues versus public safety issues. And in work with anything connected with something like a juvenile fire and bomb maker, the primary concern is with the public safety issue. The only way in which a clinical issue would circumvent that, if at the time of the referral, the examiner becomes concerned that the clinical issues are going to prevent the child from benefiting from the public safety focused interventions that would be used. So an experienced examiner working with these kinds of cases would ethically know, because they're competent, that the public safety issues come first. And if there are clinical factors that would preclude a child from benefiting from the treatment, such as they're in some type of psychiatric emergency, suicidal, or they have a thought disorder or something like this, those factors could be dealt with in advance outside of the work that would be done in directing specifically on some of the issues connected with intervention. In this case, since the examiner had zero experience in working with these types of clinical and forensic cases, it would have been important and ethically appropriate for the examiner, and in this case clinician too, to seek consultation from an experienced colleague. There was an ethical obligation to do that, and had this person done this in this particular case, Dr. Winchime, actually I made that name up from a case in Boston where I had a person who's on the other side testifying against me, and all he did was blah, 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 blah. So I just started nicknaming him Dr. Winchime, because he sounded like a wind chime every time he talked. He never made any sense to me, but Dr. Winchimes, you know. Is it ethically appropriate to do that? I don't know. And then program development. And in this case, program development for JFFB cases are focused on looking at the public safety side of the issues that are concerned with the case. So an experienced examiner would know that. I just want to contrast something here too, because you might, how many of you ever worked with a fire setter or bomb maker at all? Okay, good, all right. Oftentimes, there is some confusion between two areas working with this. There's what's known as JFS, or juvenile fire setters, and what is now being identified as juvenile fire setters and bomb makers. Typically, the biggest difference is the JFS, which is a program that was developed by FEMA, is a program that exclusively focuses on educational components associated with the problem. And so when a child comes in, they make some kind of determination what's going on with the child. They might even do some type of risk assessment, which is not empirically based, where they offer a risk assessment rating. I contrast that with JFFB cases, where the focus is on the underlying public safety components attached to the case. The risk assessment is an empirically based, evidence-based assessment of the risk for that child in order to determine what the level of risk is for that child, and the interventions that are used to work in that case are designed to mitigate or reduce the potential for reoccurrence of that problematic behavior. Education is education. Education in and of itself might be good on a very practical level for low-risk children. It does not work with moderate or high-risk children for fire-setting behaviors. It's a common mistake that folks make that don't see these cases on a regular basis. And so it poses an ethical dilemma for any examiner that might be working with those cases. In addition to that, in this case, the examiner is taking on two roles. Earlier, in the earlier presentation focused on looking at wearing two hats. You can't do that in these cases because of the conflict that may occur when you're working as a clinician who's primarily treating the child as opposed to an examiner who's evaluating the child for risk associated with their fire setting and bomb making behaviors. So that is pretty much my spiel, and I'm going to give a much longer talk about some of these issues, and I will tie in some of the diagnostic issues associated with working with fire setters and bomb makers within an ethical framework. So do you have any questions or comments at all? Yes.
Is there a difference between female and male arsonists?
Well, when they're, your question's about arsonists or juvenile fire setters and bomb makers?
Juvenile.
Okay.
Juvenile.
So we don't call them arsonists when they're
Yes.
juveniles, okay? So,
Set fires.
fire setters.
Juvenile, yeah,
Okay, fire setters. You're stealing my thunder for my next presentation, actually, when you ask that question. All right, but I'll go ahead and answer it. The simple answer is not really, okay? Girls are oftentimes less often referred than males are. Males have a higher frequency of being referred, and a lot of that has to do with the person actually on the scene, the fire investigator who decides, oh, you're a nice looking girl, I think I'll just pat you on the head and send you on your way. Girls set the same kinds of fires as boys do. Boys are more often referred than girls. They also receive higher risk assessment ratings as well.
Yes, and from the police stand of view, how many times do you encounter someone taking into the account that might be a juvenile girl and not a male?
Well, the fire investigators don't take that into account. They are oftentimes, I'm going to actually look at this in the study to try to, because most of the investigators themselves are males. Overwhelmingly, the number are males. And they are more likely to refer the males on to me than they are the females on. And we do see females, and they come in with the same kinds of issues and same type of fires that they set. But the referral process is one that is where the issues are. And a lot of the investigators are, I say a lot, most of, well, I can't think of, I don't know if there's one, I work with Metro Arson Strike Team, and they're all males, basically. So.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Have you been able to apply your mind as to why, have you been able to apply your mind as to what generates and what triggers this kind of behavior?
What triggers it?
You know, as forensics, we would go and try and understand.
Exactly.
Why.
We call it motivation.
Yeah.
So you've got all kinds of motivating factors that might be relevant to it. There are a lot of myths attached to it. I'm sort of getting into my other presentation, but when you start looking at it across it kind of depends. You have children that are what we call curious, and so they could just be, I've got a piece of paper, I want to see if it can burn. How many in here, and I will raise my hand when I'm doing this, actually took a magnifying glass and tried to burn ants or trying bugs, okay? Or try to set a piece of paper on fire, all right? All right, so there are a lot of those kinds of things. Now, did you go on to become a juvenile fire setting bomb maker? I'm not gonna answer that question. I don't have to answer that question, okay? So there are a lot of different motivations that can be used, and there are curiosity factors. There could be a psychological factor. I had a 5-year-old boy whose mother was a prostitute, and the father was a very wealthy man, and eventually the child was removed from the mother and placed with this father. The child was biracial, moving into this very affluent home where the parents, first of all, he had to explain to his wife why they had to take this child on, so it created all kinds of problems. Suddenly this child, who obviously looked different, had to go to the same school with his sister, who looked different, and so he was treated differently in the home and started setting fires in the home and actually burned down a major portion of their home. So when we start looking at some of the factors connected with that, a lot of it was because he was being rejected at home. Is there a common core of rejection? Is there a common core of abuse that leads to fire setting? No one can make that leap to say that. FEMA has a system for looking at those kids directly, but there are a lot of myths attached to fire setting and bomb making, and we can't draw a direct line between X behavior and fire setting. It doesn't exist. And later on I'll talk about pyromania and why there's a problem with pyromania too, that the DSM-5 kind of gets at a little bit. There was at least one more question.
More questions?
No more?
More questions?
More questions? All right, well, good, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson, for excellent speech. And now we have to make a group photo now. Yes.
No, we take the group photo right before lunch break.
But no. I was told that there is a change.
Normally it's right before lunch break. That's probably the best thing to do. Just keep it everything's on schedule.
Maybe it is new information, but I was told this before this.
We're working with a couple of newer people up there, and we're actually letting them know that this is
Let's see if it was changed, maybe. Then in such sequences, maybe. So the keynote forum is over. Thank you all, and let's begin to do all the next points.
Right now, we're having a coffee break from 10:30 to 10:45, and we'll resume at 10:45.
Yes, we're research and technology. Yes. And what's your name? What time do you speak?
Speak tomorrow.
So, you're a professor?
Yes, Steve.
Okay. And you work at University of San Diego?
Yes. She go to your CSD. She had a doctor there.
You got an MBA in marketing.
Well, she could have gone to USD. You have a business program there. And they also have one at UCSD, which is, we're also confused with it. UCSD is the big state university.
State university.
Right. And it's like saying UCLA, UCSD, there's a series of them across the state. And then USD is the private Catholic schools.
Okay.
About economic students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep in touch.
So, yes, why don't you guys move out to San Diego? Were you in San Diego?
No, I met her, I was in Reading, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
Okay.
And she was in San Diego. And I speak at Pepperdine University.
Okay, no, but that's nice knowledge, yeah.
So I speak at the Bible lectureship.
Okay.
When we met.
Okay.
So she was coming up with the Bible lectureship, and I was there. So we met at the Bible lectureship
Nice.
at Pepperdine.
Nice. That's a beautiful area.
Yeah. And so we were dating, commuting,
Long distance relationship, okay.
Yeah. And then, I'm not licensed in California.
Right.
So, so she moved to Reading, Pennsylvania.
Nice.
Enjoyed the weather. We've been there for 10 years. She's been there for 10
You
years.
must have been good persuading you with some young. She know what she's getting into.
She's very, happy. She loved the weather. And so when we were talking about moving to Florida, That's the problem I'm asking. Yeah, I don't know, I'm
You
not.
might want to check with the people at the
Front
number
desk.
desk to the right.
Nobody's there.
They're gonna come back.
Okay, thank
They'll
you.
be back.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This OMICS thing is huge. They've got people all over the world.
Yeah, it was always, you know, to me, this is kind of questionable, the whole thing itself is always questionable to me, like, how legitimate.
Are they?
Yeah, that in my mind, and some of the, I think I guess they publish it too.
Yes.
It's sort of viewed as fraud or scam, but just the whole way it's set up, it's always a little weird, you know, my.
Yeah, I've heard the same kinds of things, but I
They want you to pay a lot of money, and then their websites are so busy.
well, yeah, and they've got, and they're huge. That's, I think, the problem is, just like you saw here, kind of like miscommunication.
So, you know, it's a critical evaluation, you know, in my own opinion, always, you know, in my mind, like how credible all that stuff. I don't know. I didn't look into if you get student credits, or HGA, or it's not even.
I never got credits from them.
So you've been with. So you did too?
Yeah, I started about 3 years ago.
So another one in San Diego.
What's
I
that?
had a conference in San Diego, right?
They had something in San Diego. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
Hi.
Addressing both of your topics, I'm in old,
Oh.
but I'm old school enough that people who are standing in the field doing research in the subject's protocol, never trained.
Yeah,
But it's the same, so I love having you outline there. You don't mind if I transfer to graphological terms from my students?
Yeah, absolutely. Today. And you do, what's this? TSA? What's that?
We specialize in forensic.
Oh, tax.
No problem.
We can say you're Washington DC.
But I want to get beyond that because I'm not going to say anything.
I understand, ma'am, but I understand what you're saying.
You're one of the honest.
Mistakes.
What is this right here?
Well, see, I'm on this program, I'm big on this stuff. At the university, because I'm out of students call me whatever.
Watching live.
I saw that on TV. Is this a
Screens and location, pretend you know what
I go over that. I just plug mine in like here.
Who will give them?
Since that's video, I think it's fine. Yeah.
Someone from OMICS.
You are from home. No, you can tell.
They'll probably gotta go over to Brooks.
So, felicitation thing, you announce the names.
I'll announce
So
it.
she will, you will do the moment.
Now, do you want me to do it?
Announce. And you,
I will explain it.
And you?
Thing is, just announce the names.
Okay, I'll
Reminders
announce.
present, no?
Now,
So
when do
she
you want
will
me,
give
when do you want me to
after
announce?
coffee break.
Okay,
So you will do the memento.
I will do.
Yeah, you will
Yes.
do it felicitation.
okay, I'll announce the names of these two.
You announce or I announce?
No, he will announce, you have to give this. Then fine.
And what about
These are from here. Some of them so from the journal you have felicitation.
announce it? Right or
Ma'am, he will, from here, he will announce. Okay? You have to.
but so he announced both this and this and I then
You have to give it to him. You have to do the felicitation. Okay? Then you will sign up. So no issues. So okay, just give this, later we will see. This journal is later. This is already 4 names. Arranged in order.
it is appreciation also, yeah.
Yeah. So they repeated. It came second. That is the problem. So no problem. 4 things are there. He will announce the name. So you will do it. After coffee break, you will get it. So we will start for 3. Okay, ma'am? He will take care of it. Before lunch, he will take care of it.
After the session.
Yeah.
Specific branch of industrial technology that
No, he said before lunch, he will take the care.
So
He will take care of it. That was.
psychologist, assuming that each psychology field should be forensic. And there's, if you go online, look up the expert
So in
witness
the, while in
websites
between
like
this session 2 lunch break, we will have a conversation.
that's one that you can look up.
Then we begin the session.
Before going to lunch, we will have the photo session.
Before the lunch.
I will inform you, no problem. I will give you a call. But immediately after the break, do the felicitation. He will announce the names, so you can get them.
So in our case, we have a past.
United States. Consult with or even speak in London or wherever, you know. So you have my email.
Yes, I saw that.
You can email me for any consultation, evaluation, or speaking in the world.
Well, I've set up offices
experience, because we've got so many cases.
Oh, right here.
International.
Okay.
And then US relevance.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, yeah, you can come there, that's great.
Where are you based?
Reading, Pennsylvania, and also I'm in Florida too, so.
Whereabouts in Florida?
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, okay.
Broward and Miami counties.
Melbourne, Florida. Oh. That's a lot of people say Melbourne. Melbourne, Florida.
We're going to take a picture first.
Absolutely. So you can't see the past. Imagine not having to bring the area I live in.
So you're safe?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
They live there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Let's see if we can find it.
It's the only thing on there, make sure I have it nice and clean and easy.
Easy enough. Yes.
We are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but for us, the state's not. No, but they report incidents.
We need to ask the gentleman up front, because I know we're having a very weak email signal, weak internet signal. Are you this afternoon? Okay, let's try. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Yes, that's probably the best idea. That's the best idea I've heard in this cycle. Wow. You're welcome. What that is you're being recorded. Okay. So you can't access it now, but you're also being recorded live, so that's going across being live streamed. So all your buddies are doing that. But the good thing about it is most of the YouTube stuff is probably staying on YouTube. So it'll be accessible. This is you right here, crime prevention. It belongs to everybody. Yeah, it does.
Because our team,
Let's see if it opens.
I have a team that specializes
I really don't like this.
not in the discovery, but in the financial analysis.
Okay, got a slideshow. I'll close that.
And I've started reaching out to the psychologists and saying,
Good there. So, hey, what I want to, this is forensics day one. Now, this is really where everybody should be going in here. I've been here. There you go. They should have been in here. That was just spoken. So this is, we can move that right here where people can see that. You just open it. And then crime prevention right there. There you are. So let me go ahead and eject this. That way you're there, right? We don't have to mess with it. what you contribute. Sometimes I could be trouble. Sometimes there's no BG in it. Why work harder when you can work smarter? That's what I was telling you.
Then I would refer back to the judges.
Do I follow it?
I think this is a question for industrial psychology.
Okay.
I give it to you because it's a linkage between the two is quality. It's not quantity. Causal link. But if you understand the context in which they is operating, not at the time of the incident. MSO.
Look at this. There it is.
He must have researched it.
They always do that. Weren't you, do you have a problem with this in Pennsylvania? Yes. What happened in Pennsylvania? You had to tell the whole story. I gave it a presentation just like you did to the others. What happens is, you know, your president is going out, propose any little thing. And when people go after that, you didn't call this procedure correct. You didn't do that correct. Because your version of it, when you use the original
Dear colleagues, we start with the group photo now. Yes? And could you organize this? This?
And I'll get the photo ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's on Central Standard Time instead of Eastern Time. We're going to take a group photo. So this is the way it's going to, the rest of the afternoon or morning is going to go. We're going to take a group photo up here, and then we're going to give out some mementos, and then we're going to start. We'll be about 10 minutes behind schedule. So I'm trying to keep everybody on schedule. So if everybody can get up here and smile. Yes, I'll take a picture. Act like you're having fun. And some people can stand up here if they wish. If some people want to stand up there, it's fine as well. Because we want to get the banner as well, you know, the sponsors, and I'll try. No. No. Well, there's going to be different people in here as well, probably as well. Let me get the gentleman.
Right.
I never get to
It's a good-looking group. Do you want to get in there, Lev? Find your way in there?
There you go.
So if I don't fall down. Hold up. Shit. Hold up. Well, everybody's in a good mood. Good. Okay, is everybody in here? I don't want anybody yelling at me. I'm going to close the door. I'm closing the door, guys. We did say 10:45, and y'all are on time. So let's do this. How you doing, sir? Normally, if this was my regular gig, which is in Las Vegas, I'd go, "Oh, you're late, mate." Hey, how you doing? Oh, okay. Is there?
Send it to our mails. And send it to our mails.
Okay. Are you ready? You're the tall one. You get in the back. Let's squeeze in a little bit and show like y'all like each other. There we go. So that way I can get a better photo. 1, 2. Now you want it with your camera? Hurry up. Okay, we're gonna have to do this again. Those are just practice shots.
Why not dilute that area?
Hi, love. Come on in, we need a blonde. It's all right. I wait for blonde girls. Now we've broken the ice.
Females, 2 men.
She should get in the middle and in the back. You know, yeah. Oh, okay. How many more do we have coming in? I think that's it, right? Okay, so let's do this again. Let me me zoom this out. So 1, 2. Watch somebody walk in right now. Don't forget me. And I'm gonna take just, did you want a photo with this big iPad?
Yeah.
And I'll take one with this little one here. And that's it. We're going to move right along, and we're going to give out mementos right now, and I'll announce some names. And hi, this belongs to this gentleman right here. And I'm going to close the door because it's loud.
And now we'll have felicitation.
Of mementos here.
Okay.
And I'll announce the names, and we'll get going from there. So where are the names at? I'll just look at them. All right, first up on the block is, these are special recognitions as well. Okay, this is for Ron Johnson. Hi, Ron, how you doing? See, I really should be back there taking a picture of this. Do you want to take pictures of this, rock star? That's what I call him, rock star.
Who's talking rock star?
Look who's talking. I call him rock star. That's what I do in Vegas, man. This is my Clark Kent job. My Superman job is in Vegas. Okay. The next one is Khalid M. Lodi. Are you here, sir? Yes. That's a very Rod Stewart-looking jacket you're wearing. I have a lot of respect for it. Next one goes to Anthony Fischetto. Fischetto, I'm sorry. Did I pronounce that right?
Fischetto, right.
Fischetto. I'm sorry to interrupt your cookie. And last but not least, oh. Come on, Gonzalez. Somebody in the next room is going to take your noodles. Okay. The next one is going to be David Lamanga. Are you here, David? He's still on break. David Lamanga? Did he show up? Okay. It's a pity. Okay, let's try to get this going right here. Thank you, sir. Now, if this ever happens, this is OMICS at 1, 2, 3. Enter. Now we begin. I need to remind everybody also that there's a time slot, 20 minutes per speaker. So I'm doing this to you, that means you have 5 minutes left. I don't want to rush anybody. In my experience in the past, if I let them go, they go to like 45 minutes and then people's stomachs start growling.
So let's begin our session.
Good. Will that thing black out again? Let's do it.
Did you put my presentation on the desktop here? Because I don't see it. Did you put my last presentation?
Yes, it's and everything should be in day one. Is that you?
That's me? Okay, so I have like, stop at 11:25. Okay, sorry.
Well, we're going over a few minutes. I mean, we're starting a little bit late. We can allow for whatever we're over.
Okay.
This is yours.
That's me, thank you, sir. All right. Okay, so just to kind of extend on what we started in the first portion of our time together, this portion looks at ethical issues in forensic psychological practice using the DSM-5 quadrant with juvenile fire setting and bomb making. We're essentially going to look at some of the, as an agenda, some of the issues connected with competence regarding juvenile fire setting and bomb making, understanding juvenile fire setting and bomb making, an overview of that, and then evaluating oneself, and if we have time, we'll do case studies. Obviously, our time is going to be shortened because of the picture that we took. Okay, this is one of my favorite slides, and the reason it's one of my favorite slides is it gives kind of an overview of the demographics of juvenile fire settings and bomb makers. I work in San Diego County, and in San Diego County, and it's true of most of California, we have problems with fire setting and bomb making. And so in the clinic that I direct and founded, we receive referrals for fire setters all over the county, and actually not just in the county, we also receive them from other parts as well, across the country, as a matter of fact. And as a result of that, we've seen probably about 1,500 cases starting in about 2008. And I've learned the difference between fire setters and bomb makers. I've learned the difference between the clinical issues that come up versus the forensic issues that come up. And I've learned how to recognize good reports from bad reports, because there's a lot of people out there that are writing reports that create problems for themselves because they confuse a lot of things connected with it. But probably the easiest thing to remember is that the demographics of this group is an interesting demographic. Most of the fires that are set in schools. And a significant percentage of them, like 30% of them, are set in schools. The age group is diverse. I've seen fire setters as young as 3 years old, preschoolers. And we had a set of twins that I saw a few years ago that were setting fires at home. And actually they were 4 years old, getting ready to go into regular school. And so after working with them over a period of about a year, I decided it might be wise to spend time talking to the school about what they were going to get when these children came into the school environment. So we set up a meeting with the school personnel, had a fairly large group of people that we tried to inform about what you need to be sensitive to when these twin boys arrive at school. And pretty much everyone was on board, and on the very first day of school, these boys in separate classrooms, separate teachers, managed to set off fire alarms independent of each other. And this is after being warned about their behavior. It was an interesting case to work with. The frequency of fire setters, earlier I said that males are more often identified than females. But when they get into being seen, the kinds of issues that are being presented are pretty much the same. I don't know if there's a distinction that I could make from a statistical standpoint in terms of the frequency in which moderate to high risk occurs, but they're pretty much equal as far as I'm concerned when you look at those issues. The economic components connected with this, fire setters are a fairly diverse group. One of the myths that I've often talked about in terms of fire setting is there is a myth that low-income individuals might be more predisposed to setting fire setters. Well, we see them from all economic groups. Racially, the highest frequency of fire setters are white. There are very small percentages in the Asian population, African American population. Latinos probably make up the next biggest group of fire setters. So the actual first case that I ever worked with in my entire life as a psychologist was actually a fire setter. Only I didn't know it was a fire setter at the time. I knew the child set a fire, but I had no knowledge about how to work with fire setters. And what had happened was this 8-year-old boy, his father would at least listen to the police scanners all the time, the fire scanners all the time. So whenever there was a fire, whenever there was a police response of any kind, the father would grab this boy up 24/7, and they would rush out to wherever the things were taking place, the fires were taking place. And over time, this little boy kind of figured out, I don't have to wait for the fires to occur. I can set my own fires and watch them come to my house and respond. And so he decided to set his neighbor's garage on fire and watch the firefighters put out this fire. Not an interesting thing for me at the time. So there are ethical issues attached to working with fire setters and bomb makers. And so some of the ethical issues center around an assessment of the person's experience and mental health professionals. I'm a member of this IAF, International Association of Firefighters National Task Force, that's looking at trying to create a national database. Believe it or not, we do not have in the United States a national database that covers fire setters, juvenile fire setters. What that translates into in terms of actions, it means that a juvenile can set a fire in one location, one area of the country or in the state in California, and by the time police sort of get onto this person, they can relocate to another location and start setting fires all over. So there's no way of sort of tracking. Unlike other crime data that's reported, there's no universal process for collecting that information. And we have worked the last 5 years trying to create an agreed upon framework for entering data. They come in, fire investigators, there are these mom and pop fire institutes that are across the country, and so we've tried to implement with a series of, say, 15 questions, which we started out, that every organization would enter into this database so we can start collecting information on a national basis about fire setters. And we're moving ahead, and probably within the next year or two we'll be able to release something that can be more universally applied. So the question is, why do we need an ethical assessment of mental health professionals' competencies with juvenile fire setting and bomb maker? The simple answer is there are public safety implications attached to these issues. And someone who's trained traditionally, taking more, even a clinical standpoint, or a clinical perspective in working with these cases, might confuse some of the clinical issues that would present with these cases and fail to recognize the more glaring public safety issues attached to these behaviors. And so for that reason alone, it's important to recognize that many of the clinicians and some of the examiners working with these cases do not have the background and the experience required in understanding some of the subtleties attached to these cases. And they're not just subtleties, they're glaring kinds of issues that will come up. And probably the biggest one that I see in some of the reports that I read is a failure to do an appropriate risk assessment for the child. And so oftentimes the person in conducting their evaluations will rate the child as a low risk based on using the FEMA tool. Earlier in my previous little talk, I mentioned the importance of distinguishing between JFS, juvenile fire setters, and juvenile fire setters and bomb makers. JFS refers to the FEMA model. The FEMA model is an educational model. That model is not sufficient for capturing some of the issues attached to risk that are more important for determining the frequency in which that person is likely to the reoccurrence of fire setting. What that means is a person could be confused by a low rating using the FEMA tool, and by that it means that they would miss a moderate or high risk child who they would set out back home, back to the school, wherever, under the assumption that this child is no longer going to be a threat to setting fires. And we've had multiple cases like that in San Diego County where some examiners have done that. And I've actually seen judges publicly admonishing, meaning admonishing them in the court records for failing to pick up on some of those things, and these children would go out and set fires again. Within the codes of ethics, either as professional mental health people, I'm going to highlight just a few of these, I don't have time to go into all of them, but there are major professional organizations that are devoted to mental health. One of them is the American Counseling Association. They have their codes. National Association of Social Workers, they have their codes. And then the American Psychological Association, they also have their codes. And these codes speak in one way or another to competency. And competency means, does that person have a documented ability to work in the area that they're working in, the populations that they're working with, the experience, the study, and the professional expertise. And later on, I'm going to talk about the role that diagnosis plays in this, but that's also one of those areas that comes up as an issue. There's a whole set of specific guidelines that were established by the American Board of Forensic Psychology. And in those guidelines, they also spell out ways in which an examiner or clinician can determine whether or not they do or do not have the competencies necessary for working in certain forensic specialty areas. And this is a specialty area. Oftentimes, the distinction needs to be made, and I ask the question, which hat are you wearing? A forensic hat versus a clinical hat. In a clinical context, an examiner will typically accept the information that's being provided either by the child or the parent. Forensically, we already know that, I think I said this earlier, if their lips are moving, they're probably lying. And in this case, oftentimes the parents, for a variety of motivations, may minimize, may decide to minimize the extent to which the fire setting is an issue, or, and there was an article that I published last year in the American Journal of Forensic Psychology where we looked at parent endorsements, and we find that there's an inconsistency between what the parents report and what the child reports in terms of the previous incidents of fire setting behavior. What that often translates into, parents underestimate the frequency in which fire setting occurs. And when we get the children into the office and start talking to them individually, they will report sometimes 3 and 4 times as many fires being set, not only at home, but in school and other places as well. And so relying on information from key informants like parents is not always the best way to try to gauge how often this is an issue. An examiner who is more clinically focused might make that mistake in accepting as face valid information that's being provided by the parent and not recognize that there could be a significant discrepancy between what the parent reports and what the child reports. There are legal standards. In California, we have 2 codes that we look at. One of them is CPC 451 and 452. The big distinction between those two, both deal with fire setting, but in 452, the operative word is recklessly operating. Recklessly. We have children sometimes, one boy in particular, who set a fire in his garage. The fire got out, which is often the case. Fire gets out of hand. He panics, grabs the fire can that he set this fire in, pulls it out into the back of his house, dumps it over the fence. Dumping it over in the back of the fence, his house sits on a, the same property as a school. And so as a result of dumping this fire dumpster in the back of the school, it set the school grounds on fire, and there was quite a blaze that went on. And he was charged under this 452, which was recklessly setting this fire. Earlier, someone asked me a question about boys and girls in terms of differences, males and females. And one thing I will say, and this is a bias on my part, I recognize, I'm speculating. But the males, our brains don't work. The brains don't work. And what I mean by that is that judgment is impaired. And I'll give you an example. We had a case, this is actually one of my favorite cases. 2 males, they get together, they're 13 years old. They decide, one says, I know how to steal a car. And the friend says, oh really? So he steals the car. It's a brand new Beamer, BMW. So they're driving down the road in this brand new BMW. One friend says, I've got some marijuana. Would you like to smoke some marijuana? Yes. So they're smoking marijuana in this brand new Beamer that they just stole. Now you ask yourself, what time does the light bulb go on, okay? When does it go on? So they're driving down the car in a brand new Beamer, smoking marijuana, and to no surprise, I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat. Let's go to this. No, I know where we can get some food for free. So he decides to take this car, and there's a school grounds, but it's locked. There's a gate, there's an iron gate in front of the school. And it's on a Saturday. But on the other side of this locked gate, he can see vending machines. So again, when does the light bulb come on? It doesn't. They crash the car through the gate, run it into the vending machines, and all of the goodies start flowing out of the vending machines. They're sitting there eating all of the goodies from the vending machines, and they turn around, one guy, and says, oh, the car's been damaged. What are we gonna do now? Again, the light bulb doesn't come on. I know how to get rid of cars, okay? So he starts gathering up papers and putting it in the car, trying to set the car on fire, okay? Again, at what point along the way does the light bulb come on? Which is why I speculate about the brain doesn't work, okay? And there are countless examples of males getting involved. Some people, my wife, and we one of them would say the brains never work, no matter what age. But that's another story. Okay. 3 forensic psychological competency questions that should be asked. Why should a licensed mental health provider be concerned with juvenile fire setting and bond making? What does the research reveal about juvenile fire settings and bond making? What are some of the myths? I don't have enough time to go into each one of these, but these are all anchoring points for understanding how to work with fire setters. The person that's involved in these cases obviously should be licensed. The person involved in these cases should also be aware of the current research, because what happens is there are a lot of subtleties attached to the assessment process that are important to know. And then there are also myths associated with juvenile fire setting and bond making. Some of the statistics that need to be aware of: 50% of the individuals adjudicated for arson were under the age of 18. Roughly between the years of 2005 and 2009, there are about 57,000 reports of fire setting. They create about $250,000 in damages annually. Up to 96% of the juvenile fire setting cases involve intentional setting of a fire. So it is a significant problem, and it is a problem that often goes unreported because there are times when fire investigators themselves, although this is slowly changing through education, make the decision at the spot to not refer the child on for additional support and evaluation. Skipping through these. Time is escaping here. There is empirical support for fire setting and bond making, and there is a difference between fire setters and bond makers. I don't have enough time to kind of go into the differences between them, but I've seen both fire setters and bond makers, and there are differences. For our discussion here in terms of ethics, probably the most important thing is for the examiner and clinician to do a self-audit. A self-audit means that the individual looks at themselves in terms of what expertise do they have. Do they have an underpinning of generic clinical and forensic skills that are important? Do they have the specific skill set required to conduct a risk assessment and render a diagnostic impression? Do they have the competence for implementing a culture responses and evidence-based interventions? And what are their system competencies? These cases, these JFB cases, by default require the interaction with the courts, probation, schools, and a lot of other providers that might be operating in these cases. And so an examiner cannot, neither examiners or clinicians cannot operate in isolation without being aware of the overlap. And so the range of competencies will occur along this continuum, and every examiner, every clinician should be assessing themselves in this on this domain. Again, this is in the article that appeared last year in one of the forensic journals. Let's get past these. Okay. When we start looking at the building blocks for what an individual might need to ethically practice, the concept that comes to mind for me is a reflective practice. And reflective practice means I think about, in a very intentional way, whether or not I do have the skill set and the background necessary for working in this area. That means there's very strategically oriented and intentional self-assessment. What is my scientific knowledge? What is my awareness of the methods? One of the problems that often comes up is an individual confuses clinical tools with forensic tools, and there's a difference in these cases, and they may not be relevant. What kinds of relationships do I have with all of these entities? What are the ethical legal standards? Are there any policies, individual differences, ethno-racial factors, interdisciplinary systems? All these variables have to be taken into consideration in working with these cases. Skipping forward here. More on this about the competency. I want to skip over to, okay, I'll just point to, there's a Dunning-Kruger effect. And the Dunning-Kruger effect basically is that people tend to substantially underestimate their deficits, knowledge about their own expertise, and have difficulty recognizing the limits of their competencies. Okay. Skipping over to, one of the things after working with these cases starting about 2008 and seeing about 1,400 cases, there's a diagnostic framework that has sort of evolved over time. And there was an article that was published this year in the Journal of Forensic Psychology and Practice where this DSM-5 quadrant developed. And the quadrant itself basically looks at the comorbidity that exists with juvenile fire setters and bomb makers. And what we discovered just over time and looking at a lot of these cases, and we've got a validation study that's going currently, is that there are 4 areas where fire setters and bomb makers tend to overlap and present with clinical concerns. Those 4 areas are consistent and are contained within the DSM-5, which is the system that we use for diagnosis. 4 areas. 1 is conduct disorder, 2 is autism spectrum disorder, 3, ADHD, and post-traumatic stress disorder. What we've found in our own clinical practice, and we're validating this now, is that the children that we see will fall into 1 or more of those categories. So comorbidity exists. What the quadrant does is it allows an examiner to try to position clinically where the child fits in terms of the issues that are identified as criteria in the DSM-5. In other words, the DSM-5 quadrant is based on the DSM-5, the specific criteria. And this is, I'm gonna get the, I don't have the tick marks on this, but this gives an example of what a child would look like. And in the article, there's a much better drawing than this crude one that I have here. Okay. I have a series of tick marks that occur along these quadrant areas. And depending upon how many of the criteria, diagnostic criteria a child would display, the drawing reflects the extent to which those symptoms are present in that child. So you can see that in this case, conduct disorder is heavily represented. PTSD is also heavily represented. ASD and ADHD are less well represented. So for every child, what can happen is you can get a diagnostic sense as to what's going on. This is critical in a lot of ways because what it points to is treatment. And so after the work is done with the diagnostic process, and why is diagnosis so critical? I had a case last year in Santa Clara where a child had 28 separate diagnoses, and all 28 diagnoses were incorrect. And so the process of trying to sort that whole thing out, it was reinforced that the child had autism spectrum disorder. And everything pointed to that. But the 28 previous diagnoses, and in my report, it was a very long report, I had to go down and literally challenge and explain why each diagnosis was incorrect and provide a justification for autism spectrum disorder. The bottom line, there are a lot of errors. There are errors in what I call missed diagnosis and misdiagnosis. There were examiners who would read a previous examiner's report and literally just rubber stamp from one report to another. Well, if he had this at one time, it means he had it at another time. So they would just basically reproduce the same thing, which also created an ethical problem. These are just more examples of what that quadrant looks like. So I I think this tool is a very effective tool. It's one that's being validated right now, and it is evidence-based. So I'm going to stop now to keep back on scheduling. Questions at all? Yes. I would say probably about 3%, 4%, somewhere in that range. One of the myths associated with fire setters is that bedwetting, sexual abuse are identified as myths associated with, so you can't often say that a child that's been sexually abused will go on to be a fire setter. Fire setting itself is not a diagnosis. And in the DSM, one of the other things that comes up with the diagnosis is people will say one or two things. Either the child is a pyromaniac or they're not a pyromaniac. And in the DSM-5, and it actually was present in DSM-4 TR, it clearly states that pyromania is a very rare disorder. But oftentimes you'll see in reports where they will either label the child as a pyromania, or they'll use it as an exclusion in terms of minimizing the risk. So an examiner will write, the child is not a pyromaniac, therefore they're at low risk. But sexual abuse by itself is not usually a strong indicator of someone who will go on to set fire. The severity of the problem and the preoccupation with it. I had a child when I was at Lincoln General who, when he would set fires, he would become, and we guessed, and he was a child who was sexually abused, we guessed that he was sexually abused somehow in connection with a fire being set. Because every time a fire would get set, he would get sexually aroused, he would get worked up, and would just, you could see he would visibly change as a result of that. So there's no way to say specifically that a child who was sexually abused will therefore go on to set fires. The pyromaniac is someone who is really preoccupied with it and they get some level of psychological satisfaction and gratification from the actual fire setting itself. Yes, sir. Final outcome?
Did they go to the courts? Do they go to the courts? Are they prosecuted? Or do you treat them medically or psychologically? Where do you end? Do you work with the policymakers?
Yes.
Is there a budget for rehabilitation?
The courts, the juvenile courts will refer them to us as an alternative to sending them to juvenile hall. And if they participate in our program, the evaluation and the interventions, then that serves as a deterrent for them going into the court system. If they don't participate in the program, then they will put them in the juvenile hall, and as a juvenile, so it's an alternative to going to jail, basically.
Okay, so have you ever considered that the budget for maybe your program or the cost of the burden of the fire, and if you now compare it to like a budget for a program to rehabilitate them, have you ever compared like the cost of the budget to rehabilitate them?
No, if I understand you correctly. You're asking if we've ever compared the budget?
Yeah, to make them okay, because if a child is coming from a home where the child is abused,
yes,
where the parents are maybe single parents, there's divorce, there's crisis and other, and you are treating the child in your clinic,
yes,
the child is going to go back to the same house.
right,
And if the child go back to the same house,
right.
I don't see how your treatment is going to be effective.
Okay, so that goes back to the argument about what you see the clinical issue is. Our focus, we're concerned about those issues when they occur, but my concern, let's take the reverse of that. If I went in and worked with this child that comes from a very dysfunctional family and tried to correct the conditions that are in that family under the assumption that that by itself would change the fire setting, it doesn't work that way, okay? So my preference would be, and has been, to refer that family to someone who can work with those family-related clinical issues that might be present, but work specifically with the targeted, empirically based interventions that are geared specifically at reducing fire setting predispositions. all those judgment issues, the cognitive, we have a cognitive-based program called Fat Jam that we use, and it's geared specifically to reducing the recidivism associated with fire setting. I could work on those clinical issues in the family, try to correct this dysfunctional mother, dysfunctional father, whatever. That in itself is not going to change the fire setting. And if people think that clinically, it doesn't work out in these cases. What we found to be most effective is you do a separate referral for those kinds of issues where someone can work with those because they're not working on the fire setting stuff. We're kind of like Kentucky Fried Chicken. We just do chicken, all right? And that chicken is the fire setting behaviors, or any behaviors, judgment, thinking, under the situation where they set the fires, that lead to that child being at moderate to high risk for future fire setting.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I just wanted to know whether have you conducted any kind of neurological test on them, and have you seen any kind of neurological impairment in this arsonist or bomb makers? Or can you see any difference between fire setter and bomb makers? Any neurological impairment and specific thing you have seen in them?
Yes, no, we have not, and that's one of the things that someone brought up at another conference that we're at. We're trying to get someone currently at UCSD to work with us in terms of doing neurological studies on fire setters to see if there is anything going on neurologically with some of these children, particularly the moderate to high risk ones that we see. Yes.
With or without intervention, do you have any information about trends future forward with these children in terms of further input in the criminal system? I mean, do they trend on to certain types of offenses or not?
To no surprise, oftentimes they will, and they'll, I hate this doggone mic. I think I need some alcohol. That might help my situation up here a little bit.
I think we all do.
What we do find is that if they're untreated, they will go on to continue to set fires. And we've had cases, I had a case a year ago where as we got into the interview with the child, we interviewed him in juvenile hall, and he was referred as a fire setter. And as we started talking to him, getting more into the interview, I asked him, so tell me the circumstances surrounding the fire setting. To make a very long story shorter, basically he was in a group home and he wanted to get out of the group home, so he set some clothes on fire. Were they your clothes? No, they were somebody else's clothes. And what happened? Well, while they were busy putting out the fire, I escaped. This is not a fire setter, okay? And I just, you know, he's gonna be here. He's on his way to prison, basically, which is what happened to him later on, because I think he's 22 now, and that's what I heard happened to him. But yeah, so we can make those distinctions, and if they don't get treated, but it's the fire setting is part of a larger issue, maybe. And we don't know at this point how many of the fire setters go on to become arsonists, and they don't graduate from becoming fire setters to being bomb makers. That's the other thing that comes. They're two different animals. Bomb makers and fire setters are two different animals in terms of what they present forensically and clinically. Go ahead.
As an they don't go then necessarily from fire setting to
No. No. And we don't see kids like that. When the kids that we see are not often involved in some kind of crime-related activity, okay? They're setting the fire because they're curious, they just want to get, or they're just being kids, or they're being boys. And we've had cases where these dry ice bombs that get set off, they're just experimenting. They got an experiment that went awry. And again, brain not working, oftentimes I'm trying to set this thing over here. I think I can control it. I've got a little extinguisher here, and it gets out of hand. I try to put it out, it doesn't go out. Uh-oh, this thing is getting too big, and I run away. That's the common scenario. And then it mushrooms into this huge fire, and then later on someone sees the child and reports him and they get arrested. That's oftentimes how it occurs with us. I see arsonists too. I mean, I see adults as well, but for the children, the juveniles that we see, that's the most common scenario. And then the moderate to high risk kids, there are other kind of variables associated with their judgment and the decision making that make it much more problematic for them. But the anchoring point we have is we have a relationship with the juvenile court. So either they come to see us and they cooperate, or they go to juvenile court. And as you can imagine, the parents, when they come in, they're not the most cooperative folks in the world, but I love mandated people. I really do. I know it's sick to say that. I love it when a judge says you gotta come, okay? Because I don't get into pissing contests with them, excuse me. I don't get in a argument about it. The judge says you come, and you got to do it, and that's it. If you don't want to be here, try to find someone else to do the work. Yes. Part of your question, I think, is but the age group. We don't. The younger children, it tends to be less frequent. So when I say younger, I mean preschool age children. So if I had to put my hand on around a period where it's most likely to occur, I'd say anywhere from about 10 to about 16. That's probably the biggest group of the children that we see. And then does it occur without psychopathology? I'm in a never-ending hunt for psychopathology. That's my mission in life, is to find psychopathology. It doesn't always exist, though, in some cases. You find a child the little boy that I told you about, whose mother was a prostitute. He had no clinical symptoms whatsoever. He just set this fire because, the way I look at it, he was frustrated with being in a home where he felt like he wasn't respected or appreciated. And then does it go on to adults? Interestingly, I work with fire investigators, firefighters. A significant number of them were fire setters, okay? A significant number of them, okay? And if they can't become fire investigators or fire service personnel, the other area that I work in deals with people that do the pyrotechnics, the people that do like the fireworks shows, and a significant number of them were fire setters, okay? It's kind of crazy.
Firefighters too, right?
Yes. Okay, so thank you for your participation, and I enjoyed talking to you. Thank you. Putting on another hat here. We are so lucky to have Eve Carson, who is going to be sharing with us her work. And the title of her presentation is Crime Prevention Belongs to Everyone, Reconstructing Evidence in a Cold Case and Effect of External Factors on Crime Resolution. Eve is an independent researcher, and she's out of the Indianapolis area.
How do I get out of this? No, it says
escape right here. Escape, let's close this.
top one.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Okay, that's very good. There you go. And you can do as many in your with that.
Perfect.
That's important.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm really happy to be here. It is a unique opportunity to bring together research that I've done since 2006 on a very personal case. So this is something where I'm actually going to highlight the research that I've done, why I've done it, but I'm going to highlight an actual case that is still an open case. Crime prevention does belong to everyone. We hear it all the time. If you see something, say something. If you hear something, say something. In this case, I learned something, and I said something. Basically what I'm going to do, and what I've done over the last several years, is go over who the victim actually was, the sources that I recovered to do a very extensive research, thousands of pages of documents related to the case and surrounding circumstances. I found numerous discrepancies and missed forensics, things that could have helped in crime resolution for multiple cases. External factors played a very big part. This is the victim. Her name is Joan Webster. At the time she disappeared, she was 25. She was a Harvard graduate student from an upper middle class family. Her father was an ITT executive, her mother a homemaker, brother and sister. Seems like an average family. Her remains were located in April of 1990 in a very remote wooded area, and I will go into details as far as how she was found later in time. Again, this is almost a 34-year-old case, still a cold case unresolved in Massachusetts. The sources that I turned to, and I used the assistance of a private investigator, an attorney. I turned to victims' assistance in Massachusetts. I recovered FBI reports, police reports, court transcripts, sworn affidavits, interviews were conducted, and hundreds of media accounts of this case. This has been highly publicized for more than 3 decades. Basically what I did, going over the records, was a forensic reconstruction. I rebuilt basically the investigation of this case. It began with an unverified allegations made in an anonymous phone call. The anonymous caller implicated an individual for not only my sister-in-law's disappearance, but also for another case. So they commingled a case. The suspect was named internally. It was spread throughout law enforcement that this individual was being implicated for the disappearance. A grand jury was set up and an FBI profiler were brought in. An indictment was obtained. But those 3 steps related to the commingled case. There were no known facts other than where Joan Webster disappeared, and she disappeared from Logan Airport on November 28, 1981. Afterward, after the indictment was obtained, a jailhouse informant was brought in, and it seemed a little bit out of order for me, and as I reviewed documents further, I learned that it really was very much out of order. The informant's statement was obtained, it was recovered, and it is false on numerous aspects of his statement. Based on the indictment, an improper warrant was submitted to the courts. The warrant was submitted based on the commingled case rather than on Joan's case, but they went into the search location to procure items that they then tried to relate to the case of my sister-in-law. So documents were being improperly used. The suspect was then named publicly, almost a year after he was implicated, and the media went wild. This was a very sensational case. Basically, authorities came out with a boat theory, which was promoted for many, many years. The known facts on this screen here is number 1 point, Joan disappeared from Logan Airport on November 28, 1981. The bottom fact, the scuttled boat, that indeed was information available to authorities. The boat that was alleged in this crime had been scuttled. Everything in between was alleged. It was speculation, to use the term that was used earlier. In going through the records, I was able to ascertain that none of the allegations were correct, based on forensic information that has been recovered. I went back to the 1979 case, the commingled case, and there were known facts. There was a great deal of information that could have been obtained. The victim was found on August 12, 1979. Death was caused by strangulation from a double-knotted ligature. She was fully clothed, her jewelry was intact. Rigor mortis had set in, her fingers were in a clawed position, as you can see in the photograph. Her body was randomly discarded on the banks of the Pine River. She was in a known abusive relationship, and there were 2 suspects identified as possible, culprits of the crime. There were missed forensics, which came out in court transcripts. They did not scrape fingernails. They did not conduct a rape test. They did not test blood that had been found. There was no drug testing on the victim or either of the suspects. And the one thing that I found throughout the research was there was no verification. Nothing was verified. Things were being thrown out there. Test results were not being verified, or they were being misreported and mishandled. I looked at the two suspects. Suspect number one in the 1979 crime, the commingled crime, was a live-in boyfriend. He had a police record. He and the victim had attended a wedding that day. He was a known drug user, and they had had a public argument the day before her body was found. He had severe scratches based on witness descriptions and offered multiple excuses for how those were obtained. There was blood in the home. He took flight the night before the funeral and was arrested at Newark Airport stealing from suitcases. There was also a prior act described by numerous witnesses of attempted strangulation 2 months before the victim was found. What did also come out in police records was that there was a relationship between the police officer who had been assigned to the case in February of 1981. He was not the original officer. He was later assigned, and they had a personal relationship that came out in testimony as well as being corroborated by a family member. Suspect number two was a parolee, so he also had a record with the police. He and his girlfriend attended the same wedding. Basically, there was nothing else to really tie him to the individual other than some interaction that was noted. It became a renewed investigation after the disappearance of Joan Webster, and the anonymous call implicated him for both crimes. The media, again, went crazy. There was alleged evidence in the Joan Webster case. Items were dispersed. A purse and wallet were recovered. A suitcase was recovered. They were in 2 different locations and found at 2 different times. I highlighted that she also had a tote bag with her. That and the items in it were never recovered. I'm not going to go through individual items here, but an undated photo does show a whiskey bottle on the shelf. That's the interior of the boat that was the alleged crime scene. Those facts and those pieces of so-called evidence or speculated evidence turned out not to be valid. There was uncovered evidence in the records. One thing that I did obtain was a composite. This was a composite that was suppressed. Now that is not forensic evidence, but that is a lead, something that warranted investigation. A bracelet was a missing item that was known only to the family and to the authorities. I did find in FBI records that an individual was specifically named, claiming that that bracelet was in the possession of an acquaintance of suspect number 2. That was false. Testimony bore that out, that that was not the case. However, it still was maintained. The final point at the bottom I do want to highlight, because one thing that became very evident at going through all of the records and cross-referencing many of them was the status of the crime scene, because the alleged crime scene was a boat. This was the condition of Joan Webster upon her recovery. She was recovered 8.5 years after she went missing. She was located on April 18th, 1990. She was recovered 30 miles north of where the alleged crime scene was. She was in Hamilton, Massachusetts, in a very remote, heavily wooded area. The fatal blow was a blunt force trauma to the skull. She had a 2-inch by 4-inch skull. You can see there that the jaw has become, it came dislodged from the rest of the skull. She had been stripped of all clothing. This was the end of November. It was very cold. She had been stripped of all clothing, but 2 items remained on the skeleton, a gold chain and a ring. She had been discarded in a black plastic trash bag. There were 2 layers of cut logs over her. The lower layer, the first layer, had been largely decomposed when they did find the grave. She was identified through dentals, and one fact that was very certainly concerning was that the body was released for cremation. She was cremated on July 13th, 1990, and that is against the general laws of the state of Massachusetts. Rule 38, Section 14 indicates that a body cannot be released until there is no further need for examination and no more legal activity to be pursued. That was not the case. Aside from doing a very extensive timeline from the records, I also mapped the crime because it became very evident, you know, just how this all played out. There are certain facts that are very visible here. Point A is Logan Airport. That is where the victim disappeared. P, if you can see it part way up, let me. Top one?
Yes.
Ah, there it is. Okay. P is an item where her purse and wallet were found just a few days after she disappeared. F is a significant point because that is a forensic fact. There was a 12-alarm fire in Lynn, Massachusetts that day. It burned for 2 weeks. Many, many roads were obstructed, they were blocked, so it really very clearly obstructs a direct path from point A all the way up to the grave site at point G. Those are the known facts. When the case was initially promoted, what they were looking at was an area down here. And through the forensic analysis of the records and documentation of things that did take place, the items marked there, the luggage, there is a discrepancy where they claim the luggage was found. There actually is information that the luggage was actually recovered at the Port Authority in New York City, which is 190 miles away. The boat and a Magnum gun are also noted on that particular map, and those have also been disputed through forensic research of the records. This screen is chaotic by design. I know it's a cardinal sin to do that on a PowerPoint presentation, but it really illustrates the point. The external factors in this case were law enforcement, the prosecutor, the FBI, and the media. They were all involved in the case. The law enforcement and the prosecutor were the primary individuals and sources to the media for what was promoted and what was reported. I highlighted the prosecutor and the FBI because during research on this case, I researched every single aspect of it, including the climate at the time. Both the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office in Massachusetts and the Boston office of the FBI had been exposed for misconduct during the same time period. I'm a very visual person, so I really wanted to highlight the external influence versus the need for forensic research. The individual that is photographed there is Massachusetts State Trooper Andrew Palumbo. He was the lead officer who was assigned to the 1979 case in February of 1981. He became the lead officer on Joan Webster's investigation. He is now deceased. In learning about Trooper Palumbo, he was assigned to the F barracks at Logan Airport, which is the last place Joan was seen alive. He was heavily influential in promoting the boat theory and pursuing suspect number 2. And as I indicated before, the composite which I recovered, which had never been disclosed publicly, it was suppressed by the authorities. And I just think it has a very visual impact to see the two of them side by side. This is forensic evidence. Forensic evidence is evidence that is admissible in a court of law to facilitate in the resolution of a crime. These are records that are certified by the National Archives. This is for case CR 85010S. That was a bankruptcy fraud case that involved suspect number 2, and the centerpiece of that case was the alleged crime scene, the boat. The highlighted area there is directly from the transcripts, and that is a picture of the boat after it had been recovered and was raised. And it's very, very clear, and having gone through the entire court records, the evidence was significant, it was overwhelming, it was undisputed. The boat did not exist. It was long gone by August of 1981 when suspect number 2 was filed for bankruptcy. The crime scene did not exist when Joan Webster disappeared on November 28th, 1981. And going back to a previous slide, the centerpiece, the Paradiso Files, that's one of several books that's been written with regards to this case, was written by the former prosecutor who was assigned to this investigation, still claiming that Joan Webster was murdered on this boat by this individual. That came out in 2008, so that really was a catalyst to, research this case deeply. Really, the conclusions are when you remove forensic evidence from a case, you're going to have problems with the case. In this particular case, evidence was untested, it was unverified, it was misrepresented, and it was suppressed. You have to have forensic evidence, otherwise you're going to have unresolved crimes, wrongful convictions, improperly commingled investigations, further victimization, and obstruction of justice. Any questions?
I'm just curious, what is the status of this case now?
The status of the case right now is that the district attorney in the state of Massachusetts has an open order. They have to respond. They have failed to indicate that they are still investigating the crime. It is an open crime, and they're having to review documents that have been provided. I know one situation for me is that because this was a member of my family, I've had to be extremely careful securing documents properly, having them recorded properly, having them certified, because certainly there's an emotional component to it, but I've been very, very objective, and I'm here to strictly look at the facts that are in the record and how they contradict what has been out there publicly.
You talked about 2 suspects. May I know who the first suspect is, who the second suspect is?
You want to know their names?
Yes, the composite and the lead officer, they do look alike. And the impression I get from the evidence, the whole status of the investigation is a cover-up. That's the impression I get, a cover-up, because you don't, an anonymous call, missing evidence, composite suppressed, and all that. It gives the impression that the officers in charge of the case are suppressing evidence for a reason. So now you mentioned the fact that the lead officer is dead.
Correct.
Now, I want to know what's the relationship between the lead officer, suspect 1, suspect 2, and at least to have an idea.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
The lead officer, and he was not the original officer on the 1979 case. He was reassigned to that case in February of 1981. During testimony, the officer himself testified that he met with suspect number 1 20 to 30 times in undocumented meetings. So there was no record of what they spoke about. He also testified that the suspect number 1 came to him independently reporting what was on the street. The thing that was very prevalent in the area at that time, just understanding the climate in Boston at that time, was there were protected informants, and that was likely the relationship. Certainly that's what the testimony indicated. There also was a family member of suspect number 1 who indicated that they were friends. So it was an improper relationship for him to have been involved with that particular crime. Suspect 2 was convicted of second-degree murder and attempted rape in the 1979 crime. Going back through the records, there's a lot of reason to go back and question whether that was a valid conviction. A great deal of exculpatory evidence does exist. The suspect number 2 died in prison shortly after the publication that I highlighted came out in 2008. He maintained his innocence. Thanks. Thank you.
May I ask everyone something? I need your permission if I can change my PowerPoint. Most of you here till now, you already presented on PowerPoint what I wanted to present, a little bit of each. Instead of repeating myself, I want to present you at least 2 cases and real life stories from inside police, profilers, and things like that. How well are you with the graphic pictures from the crime scene? And one of them is a child. It's okay if I show them? Okay, so I changed my power presentation and I introduced the videos and the pictures. Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next presentation is from David J. Thomas. Is he here? No? No David J. Thomas? All right. Nadia. Okay, are you ready to go, Nadia? Okay. Our next presentation will be from Nadia Al-Kandari, and the title of her paper is "The Pattern of Suicidal Death in Kuwait." Okay.
You need to. Okay. Switch out. Let's see. I hope it is. Did we upload already? There you are, right there. And let me go ahead and hit record over there, okay?
Well, good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Nadia Al-Kandari. Sorry. My name is Dr. Nadia Al-Kandari. I'm from Kuwait, and I'm entitled as the head of the forensic pathology section in the General Department Evidence in Kuwait. Well, forgive me, I don't feel well today. I have this travel sickness and the jet lag. I've been traveling for 20 hours. Yeah. Well, just to give you a brief description here for Kuwait. Kuwait is considered as one of the Gulf Arab countries that incorporate a wide variety of multi-ethnic communities. The population of Kuwait is estimated about 3.5 million only, and the number of expatriates in Kuwait double the number of the Kuwaiti population. And since Kuwait is considered one of the wealthiest countries in the world, so it attracts so many multi-ethnic groups. It's just a mixture of Arabs, Asians, Westerns, and others. The population here, and only Kuwaiti represent actually only 30% of the whole population. It's only 30%. And by the way, we have a health service and educational service are free of charge in Kuwait. So in case if everybody want to think for the future. Well, I'm trying here in this slide to be optimistic. This is a new building of the General Department of Criminal Evidence in Kuwait. It's gonna incorporate all the forensic laboratory on one side and all the administrator department. So it's gonna be held all in the headquarters. Here I'm presenting an overview structure organization of the General Department of Criminal Evidence in Kuwait, where I work in. It's actually considered one of the highly specialized departments in the Ministry of Interior. It incorporates a wide variety of highly trained scientists and professionals. And where I work in is the forensic, Here, let me go back. Yeah. Where I work is here in the forensic medicine department over here. And we process cases that affiliate from the General Department of Criminal Evidence, and we post both living cases as well as death cases that seeks medico-legal examination. And as you can see here, we have the X-ray section, the forensic medicine examination, the forensic pathology lab where I'm presenting now. And we have sub-units here. We have facial reconstruction in the department. We have odontology, ENT, ophthalmology, and orthopedic. So we don't transfer for hospitals or any other, except for some rare cases. It's all under one headquarters in the department. We have all the clinics and the sub-clinics all around in one area. And actually, we post cases that comes from different investigative authorities. We receive from public prosecutors, from hospitals, from different investigative departments, and of course also from courts. Well, unfortunately, there are insufficient resources that are devoted to the field of forensic science in the Middle East in general, and particularly in Kuwait, if I'm speaking in behalf of Kuwait. The present study I'm presenting is considered as an important part of forensic biology. It identifies the patterns and the trends of the unnatural death, specifically suicide in Kuwait, within a 7-year period from 2003 to 2009. The materials for this study has been devoted from different resources. Of course, we have here the medical examiner reports from my department, which consists of a thorough examination of post-mortem, and also we have forensic pathology section reports and radiographic screening. And here we have also all police sectors that are referred from the crime scene and from the prosecutors. Here we have also referred from the forensic medical laboratories, which consist of toxicology screening, DNA study, and ballistic and others. The research design for this study, well, the material was only a total of 347 reported suicidal death that has been reported to the forensic medicine department in Kuwait within a 7-year period. And they are all seeking for medico-legal examination. And the data were analyzing different parameters, age, nationalities, gender, and marital status. Well, in this slide here, I'm presenting all the referred cases for the department within a 7 years period, consisting of all categories of suicidal death that are referred. And as we can see here clearly, that more people had died from hanging, accounted for about 60% compared to the other different categories. And from a Middle Eastern point of view, I don't know whether you are familiar with this or no, but hanging, like suicide, can be viewed and noticed from anyone who is outside. But committing suicide by hanging has some private feature, although the mechanism of death is really complex, but it has some private features only. This slide here shows the referred different categories of suicidal death according to nationalities here. And the analysis of the study presented here focused that more people had died from who are, who are non-Kuwaitis compared to the Kuwaiti in all different categories of suicidal death, except here in firearm injuries. We can see that almost 70% of Kuwaiti who commit or choose firearm as a way or a method to commit suicide. And I think that this is attributed to the what happened in Kuwait. I don't know whether you are familiar with, to the Iraqi invasion to Kuwait in 1990s. And what happened when the liberation of Kuwait happened, so many Iraqi troops, when they left so many weapons behind. So almost in every house, it was there. This slide is showing the referred suicidal death in all categories according to gender, and the results showed that on all different categories, male outnumbered female, except in here, in hanging, as we can see, almost 65% more female had died. And from my experience in the forensic medicine department, and according to the cases we are receiving, most of them are housekeepers, are housemates who are trying to, escape from their personal problems, from, homesickness by using this method. Here again, it's according all the referred suicidal death, different categories according to the marital status. And unfortunately, there is limited resources in the literature that identifies, the relationship between gender, between the marital status and the different categories of suicidal death. And I'm trying to find only the hanging as a choice of committing suicide within an age group. And we can see here clearly that the age group 30 to 39 were the higher, followed by 20 to 29. And the same is also true here in using poisoning or toxicology here in Kuwait, according to the age group, also 30 to 39, followed by 20 to 29. And this here age group, they are in their prime and productive years, and they are more vulnerable to suicidal attempts. And also, by the way, speaking of toxicology, as from my experience, most of the cases we have in Kuwait, you know, the pesticides, using of pesticides is very high in Kuwait, and also using of committing suicide by ingestion of paracetamol, acetaminophen, and these are, you know, coming in any grocery store in Kuwait and also in the housing area. And followed by these two, also we have in common the use of benzodiazepam and antidepressant medication. Here, according to the stab wound age group, also we can see the age group 30 to 39 also outnumbered all age group. And here from 20 to 29 for fall from height, followed by 30 to 39. And this here for the firearm injuries, also the same prevalent groups are from 20 to 39. Well, I don't know if this picture of clear for you all, but this is my last slide here, and this is among the cases. Can you see it clearly? Okay. Maybe if we put some, the light off will be. Can you? It's clear, right? Okay. Well, it's one of the among cases we received in the forensic medicine department in Kuwait, in which the victim used an extremely bizarre method to commit suicide. The victim, he arranged the scene of his death in his bathroom, in his apartment, and he mounted a camera on a tripod to record his death. And this picture was taken as a snapshot from the one he was recording. What he did, he just hammered a knife. First, he used an iron. A block of iron. Oh yeah, that's much better, thank you. He used a block of iron, about 2.5 kilograms, maybe that is about 5 pounds. 5 pounds to, you know, just hammer a knife. And he keep hammering until the blade just enter his skull, without even a feel of a grimace or a like of a grimace. And after that, he just collapsed. He transferred to the hospital after he was discovered and noticed. And on the same day, they did surgically, they extract the knife surgically. And a few days later, he was announced as brain death. So this case was one of the bizarre method, an extreme bizarre method actually, that we received in the criminal evidence department, that he also recorded his death. Well, thank you very much. Please go ahead. Yes. Pardon me?
I mean, do you have information on the number of failures of those people who attempted suicide?
For attempted suicide?
Yeah, failure to
failure.
achieve. Yeah, failure to achieve the suicide. Do you have any data?
And my department, no, we don't receive cases of failure of either they attempt and they go to they just registered as a case.
Okay.
Once they register, even if they are not dead, they are alive, they transport them to us.
Okay, the second one, do we say that all these cases are cases of BID, brought in dead?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All of these.
Then the next one, this suicide, were they investigated? Were they induced? Were they voluntary? Were they like...
Within what? Sorry?
Were they investigated whether they are voluntary suicide or they were induced? Because if I'm a criminal and I know you have a problem, I can induce a suicide. And if I induce a suicide, it will look like a suicide and you are going to report it as a suicide. Do you have any data on that?
Oh, yeah. We are, as a forensic medicine specialist, we have to, to judge whether this person, whether he was committing a suicide or they arranged a crime scene death for him to, and keep it as suicide,
So you have the data?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Then the last one, does your...
sorry, otherwise it's not going to be titled as suicide. Okay. All the data should be from all reports, from the police report, medical laboratories, and everyone, a crime scene, have to investigate all of this, and then we're going to entitle the case as suicidal or homicidal or accidental death or whatever.
Okay, then the last one. Incidentally, I've been to your country. I went there for yes, I had a nice time in your country. And what is the government program to prevent suicide? Because your country is a very wealthy country. So I'm even surprised to hear of suicide there.
Well, the best thing is through the media, and especially now by, telephone and everything. I guess this is the best, especially in the school age, since it is now in the from 20 to 40. So it should be imported in all colleges, universities, and all of this. It should be a big campaign on suicidal prevention.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Oh, sorry, someone else, I'll wait.
I want to presume that the essence of doing this research, carrying out the research, is to find out the propensity for it, the pattern. Now you have found the pattern and you've discovered that between the age of 20 and 31, they are the ones most susceptible to suicide. Yes. Now, what does the government, what's the intention of the government? Because now you have the report, you should be able to do something about it, make policy or something. And then, aside from having the pattern, do you do anything further as regards psychological evaluations to find out what's causing, what kind of pressure is causing the death within those range? Because they are in their prime, like you said. Yes. If Kuwait is a wealthy country, then it shouldn't be financial. Yeah. What other reason could it be? And then what kind of policies do you think could come up from there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for raising the question. Well, from what I spoken earlier, that Kuwait, from the Kuwaitis and non-Kuwaiti nationalities, we can see that since Kuwait is a wealthy country, but not Kuwaitis, they don't have or suffer from the high percentage of suicidal attempt or suicide. The one who is suffering is the non-Kuwaitis. And most thinking here is that big reason we have in Kuwait in common, that these workers, especially the housemaids and the housekeepers, are the one right now who are under investigation. Why these part of people, they are committing suicide. Homesickness, personal problems they are suffering. So a lot of effort has been done through this area here. And also regarding, as you said, the age group, yes, the government and especially the Ministry of Interior, because all of these cases are entitled and affiliated to the Ministry of Interior. So they are doing a big campaign regarding this matter. Yes, please.
This is up to 2009. Do you have any data after 2009 if the trend is still the same or it is declining?
Actually, we have the data available, but still we didn't go through study, of them. What we are doing recently is a yearly data, but we didn't make a comparison. You're welcome. Yes, please.
Socially, could you speak to how suicide is stigmatized or not stigmatized? Thank you. Whether suicide is stigmatized socially or not.
Well, it has not been spoken in public. As I said earlier, especially not only in Kuwait, but in the whole Mediterranean area, such topic is very sensitive, It's very, very sensitive, but recently it has been spoken little by little overall.
I have a question. Yes. Actually, one was related to religious, because I study Islam, and I know that suicide is not part of your so-called culture in the way of committing suicide like the Westerners.
Oh, yes.
And secondly, it was about the non-Kuwaiti mates. They have similar problems. I done a research in Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia, sorry, I was saying in Arabia. And they have the same issue like in Kuwait, and there were similar cases of suicide. My last question is, when Kuwaitis they commit suicide, do you research if it was an attempted suicide before that? And how do you calculate the scale, if it was high risk or medium or no high risk at all for committing suicide in the future?
In regards to Islam, yes, Kuwait. In regard to Islam, yes, Kuwait is a Muslim country, and Islam forbid one to kill his own, life, and suicide is forbidden in Islam. And the second question for...
okay, the second question, I wasn't surprised.
Oh,
First
because,
of all,
yeah, in the same, it's in Saudi Arabia, yes. And also what is in Saudi Arabia and most of the Gulf countries, the number of expatriates double the number of the indigenous Kuwaiti, double the population. Maybe it's not that much in Saudi Arabia, but in Kuwait, no, it's about 1 to 3. 1 to 3, yes.
And what about attempted suicide?
Attempted.
Do you do research on it? Or psychological autopsy, for example, if you have a suicide case, do you do the victimology? Do you go back and research what was the stressor for that person to commit suicide, if there were attempted suicides before?
Yeah, see, for such here, for attempting suicide, we receive cases of attempted suicide to the General Department of Criminal Evidence, and they are just recorded as attempted suicide. As a referral medical legal examination, we just say the title for it. For us as a case, no, it should be for the an academic institutional or through a hospital. But what they need a report for us only just to identify for medical legal examination. And sometimes one of these suicidal death cases that we are receiving, when we enter their name and record them in the system, They appear that they were recorded as suicidal attempts before several times ago. We received them alive, and then we received them as death case.
Thank you. So you can do a statistic at the end.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you. We don't have time for any more.
Yeah.
We're out of time.
Madam, one question. So, yeah, one more question. I am from Sri Lanka. A lot of Sri Lankans work in there, that as you tell earlier. So then a lot of cases report in there also. So we heard that is suicide only, but some torture or some rulers, some problem. Do you have any experience regarding this medical legal examination, that torture or something before this suicide?
Well, let me be honest with you. There is so many propaganda happened in the Gulf area that we are humiliating housekeepers and housemaids. But from my forensic expertise in the department, we receive daily cases from Kuwaiti citizens, not only adults, but even as kids, even as babies, who are tortured by housemaid and by housekeepers, and the media has not spoken about this publicly. So the media has just spoken about torturing the housemaid and the housekeepers, but unfortunately, as I told you, we are a wealthy country and a humanistic country, and there is no such due of any humanity at all if anybody do this.
Thank you.
We're on a tight schedule, so if you do have questions, we're going to have lunchtime, and feel free to ask more questions of the speakers. We have 2 more speakers before lunch, so it's my honor to present the next speaker to you, Djalia Benora from the University of Science and Technology from Algeria, and the title is A Post-Event Analysis of the Ansnam, Algeria earthquake disaster of October 10th, 1980, a forensic style approach. And that ends at 12:45, then our next one. So be cautious of our time constraints, and then we'll have more time for discussion during lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's working.
It's off. There you go.
Is that?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's close this.
Not yet.
Look.
Oh, here.
It's this one right here. Okay. It's just, yeah, just double.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Djilali Benouar. I'm from the University of Science and Technology, Houari Boumediene in Algeria, and I am coming from the civil engineering discipline. It is maybe far away from what you're doing, but I came to learn from you how the specialists or experts in forensic are doing for crimes, where what I have seen, just one person, then we make the forensic. That's good. But we are dealing with these disasters, where not only one person died, but a lot of losses, economic losses, environmental losses, and death, many deaths, thousands. And nobody look for the responsible, nobody is accountable. They would call them natural hazard, or not even natural hazard, they call them natural disasters, which means we cannot do anything. And we know, despite the advances in science and technology with smartphone, technology, communication, publications, communication conference, still around us, everywhere, disasters are growing. increasing, then maybe from the ethics of science, we should ask questions to ourselves. What is wrong? Is it science wrong? Is it management wrong? Is it government? Is it politics? Is it poverty? Is it wealth sometimes? What is it? Why still people die and nobody do forensic for them? Nobody cares. Thousands of people die, and I would call them natural disasters, act of God. No. No, it's not act of God. The earthquake, the rain is an act of God, but not the destruction of the houses. It means that science and understanding of people and cultures didn't reach yet the certain level where they can build their houses, they can manage, they can plan for the nature. And this proverb should say, we cannot command nature unless we obey to it. It means we accept it as it is. Cannot go, do something versus the nature. Then we are trying to use the forensic style approach, not to take people to jail, not to take them to justice, to improve our understanding of disasters. What is it? Why they happen? What is missing? What's gone wrong for that? And try to convince with that governments, because if you use, like this morning our colleague said, you're going to be hired by someone with the government. We cannot get hired. When we use the forensic, they will tell us, go away. No. This is natural disaster. No forensic for that. Then I will try to show you, the methodology of what is happening. Then small case of the. This is what happened. This is Al Asnam. It was called Al Asnam, which is not good for the Muslim word. And we changed the name of the earthquake to Shlef, to say maybe these Al Asnam, which are the people, like gods, something, in the, and we see this, no. Oh, what is the light?
I need to get back at this.
It's the pen.
The pen. Oh, yes. See, this is 1980, 35 years ago. It's like about 20 years after the independence of Algeria, which was in 1962 from the French colonization. At that time, there was no real investment, poor country. It happened again, 2003, where Algeria became rich because of the oil. Oil, gas, and gold, and uranium, and all this. This is the same thing. The difference here is that there was no human capital or researchers, but here we have now more than 80 universities and research centers for that, and still see what's happening. And we can look at that. This one here, they killed like 3,000 people, died, injured like 11,000 or more. Here we had like 2,300 people died, and homeless people, economic losses. See here, this is, before it was the earthquake, but now it's floods. Again, this is the center of Algiers. Nobody was waiting for that. But scientists, who are in the government, who are in the civil society, in newspapers, publications, university or scientists, they publish. And do you think politicians, decision makers, or civil society will read the publications we are writing? No. This is a different language. Nobody can read our publications. They have another type of language where the decision-making politicians they don't understand, or they don't believe, since uncertainty is in our research. Nothing is absolute. We work with probabilities, at least at the human scale, for the risk, assessment of risk, assessment of damage, assessment of death. And you see here, this is like an expressway, which became like a torrent here, and many buses full of people. It happened early in the morning when everybody was going to work, and this is like a transit from west to east or east to west in Algiers. And they were buried with the people in this expressway. See here the mud, because it's not just floods, it's debris flow. Debris flow. I'm not going to go into, this is the expressway, and you see what can happen in this type of disasters. But nobody, the president, when he was there, he said to the people, the people was affected, and the president said, you know what he said on TV? He said, look, this is the act of God. I cannot do anything. If you can do something against God, do it. No, this is not specific for Algeria. This is how politicians speak. This is how politicians like us to believe this is act of God. No, somebody should be responsible here. We killed like 800 people in the capital of Algiers. Even in the civil society of people were prepared for earthquakes, waiting for the earthquakes. They were trained for earthquakes, but floods came. Then we cannot talk just about one hazard. This is what we should talk about, multi-hazard. Everything which may happen in this type of... the causes of disasters, if you take like a crime as a person, like you are taking now, a person is a disaster. The causes of disasters are driven by complex engineering, socio-economic, socio-cultural, and various geophysical and hydrometeorological factors. This is not one. This is a combination. This is what makes the thing complex. Then a complex thing going to the urban, which is really a complex system with dependencies and interdependencies in all the life networks and all what is living in the urban sites. Such interacting factors occurring across a range of temporal and spatial scales combined in several ways to configure disaster risk. Using some selected disaster in Algeria, the dynamics of such risk and their configuration will be explored. This is what we like to do. We don't have, like a methodology or something, but we like to get help from experts like you. Try to, well, how are you doing for one person in different cases, from child abuse to suicide to other things? What are your methodologies to have something? Like now in civil engineering, we are using biology for buildings to train them as we train the child how to walk. We train our building how to fall down in case of earthquake. Then we are trying to bring some other disciplines, which we call them neural networks, to civil engineering. We try to bring something from them to the hard science, not psychological, but to the hard science, and try to apply. Well, that's why we call it like a methodology of forensic style investigation of disasters. Introduction is our knowledge of the causes of disasters and how to effectively manage disaster risks has grown considerably in recent years. But to judge by results, it remains seriously inadequate. Cannot lie. Every day we can see on TV or newspapers. Moreover, the considerable amounts of information that are available are not being adequately deployed, not effectively used and implemented. A more demanding and penetrating approach to understanding the actual causes of a disaster would potentially go a long way in supporting future evidence-based decision-making, how people take decisions, not the decision, one decision, but everyday decision. Disaster came with accumulation. Every day, when you make a decision, and everybody, all of us have to take, every day many decisions. How we take this decision. And decision makers will take decisions. And this accumulation may cause, in certain time, a disaster. That's why we have to look back, going back as in time as much as possible, as well as increasing accountability. Nobody's accountable now for responsible policy making in disaster risk reduction. You may adopt a law today, but in 10 years, this law which you adopted today, without any evidence base, without any, clear factors or something, you may cause a disaster. That's why we have to look back to legislation, institutions, organizations, all these decisions which have made before. The current research deficit, we believe that there is something is missing somewhere in this whole world about these disasters. The question is why, when so much more is known about the science and natural event, including extremes. That is what we call climate change is bringing, making more extremes events. And when technological capacity is so much stronger, our large scale and even smaller and medium scale disasters are apparently becoming more frequent and the losses continuing to increase at a rapid rate. We are trying to develop, making the more we develop, more we get losses. Then the problem is easy. Why we are developing? Is it the way we understand development today? Is it good? Since we make a development, infrastructure and everything, then we get losses. Then maybe the development we have it today, it was the conception of the development we have it today was made before according to the preoccupation of that predominant people. Today in the 21st century, we have to rethink it again. What is development? How we should develop? What does it mean for us? Since we develop, we increase our vulnerability. Increasing vulnerability with the hazard, we have losses. Then we should decrease our vulnerability, make better understanding of a new development approach, and raise or increase our resilience. Our resilience, which means people, society, countries, community, and humanity should absorb, face, and adapt and change according to the shocks, whatever they are. The shock, not only natural hazard, but all type of shocks. There has been over the last 50 years a substantial expansion of knowledge about the potential magnitude and frequency of many natural events and the places in which they are more likely to occur. We tell them, we tell policymakers, we have science now, we have methods. Often the growth in losses is attributed to increase in human population. This is what we say. And wealth, material wealth, what does it mean? More we are rich, more we get the disasters and their expansion into more hazardous location. This is certainly part of the explanation. This is what we tell people in newspapers and TV and the media. It's also true that scientific knowledge and modern technology are not uniformly distributed, and that many developing countries have a lower capacity. We talk about capacity, like in New Orleans, in Katrina. The United States have the capacity, but they didn't have the capability to deal with such a disaster. And the difference between capacity and capability, this is what we are trying to understand, make a difference between the two, capacity and capacity to utilize or introduce the science and technology that is theoretically available due to institutional or social capacity constraints, or perhaps more importantly, cultural and resource scarcity reasons for some countries. But the fact that major disasters continue to occur in developed countries like Japan, 2011, cascade disasters, which impacted all the economy of the world with these manufacturers' plants. There must be more of the explanation, the access to science and technology and choice of locations, and the resource scarcity important through these factors undoubtedly are. This points to a deficit and a deficiency in the preponderance of existing research of disasters. After a major disaster event, it often happens that an inquiry is made or new research undertaken into the causes and consequences with a lot of money. When such investigations are conducted, and there have been many, they typically focus heavily on either the geophysical, on the hazard itself, or technological, but also on structural aspects. We can see all these damages and try to explain why they got damaged. That's it. But we don't go to the seismic building code. We don't go to an institution. We don't go to legislation. We don't go to the decision makers, how they took the decision. And this is what we like to do with this forensic style of investigation of disasters, to learn the real lessons and to make a better disaster risk reduction. Okay. Okay, emergency preparedness and the disaster relief and the rehabilitation response are also often examined. Sometimes an inquiry may extend to the effectiveness of existing policy and make a recommendation to change the policy, because you have to go back to this legislation. It's not like something absolute or something. We can change it. These efforts really seem to probe very deeply into the more underlying and sometimes long-term causes of disasters. I'm going to skip these. Why forensic investigation? Such studies will search for additional, wider, and more fundamental explanation for the ongoing rise in disaster losses. This might extend from gaps in scientific knowledge. That's why the United Nations, what we call in post-2015, the World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, which was held in Sendai last March, they included now science and technology into disaster risk reduction. Commonly identified in previous investigation are poor building standards, planning and design of infrastructure and the human settlements. Less frequently addressed are questions concerning how and why decisions are made and management options chosen, especially decisions, how they are made. Scientists, they will give the tool, helping tool for decision makers, but they should understand why the scientists are talking about in their language. 5 minutes, I will just finish. This applies not only to major policy choices, but to many everyday incremental decisions, everyday decisions, or social and cultural practices, beliefs, and perceptions that shape the resilience of vulnerability. Since we don't have time, they have this hypothesis, and I go to this. The case study, this is what happened in 1980. You know, this earthquake, big earthquake, 7.2. 25,000 units were destroyed, 60,000, affected, not completely destroyed, and 400,000 people were made homeless. The main shock killed about 3,000 people and injured 8,500 people. This is too much. This is a lot. Somebody should be responsible. Maybe an organization, not someone, maybe an organization, maybe an institution, maybe legislation. A catastrophe of such a scope cannot have a single cause. It can be only the result of several failures, not only structures, because of the dependencies and interdependencies of the complex human system. The wild urbanization of the zone affected the result in general from passivity. And we have the causes. This is the causes we found at that time: lack of seismic building code, wild urbanization, lack of maintenance, no prevention, no preparedness, lack of knowledge of earthquake risk at the population and administration, no warning system, inadequate communication system, lack of clear disaster management system. The result is these events, which we call the starting point for disaster risk management. It has created a serious awareness of seismic risk. And this is the main measures for prevention which was taken after in the wake of the earthquake. And this, yes, I finished. This approach will certainly enable recommendation to be developed that will facilitate insightful decision on measure to reduction of the impact of disasters. And I have a question, which scientists we cannot answer it. How to convince the decision makers to accept that after each disaster, a forensic disaster investigation be conducted. This is difficult to convince them. Just when you pronounce the word forensic, it's finished. Everything is closed, all the doors are closed. They will tell you, go to university, do something else different. And thank you very much. Thank you.
No time. There's no. We may have to skip questions on this one. And we'll go on to the next one.
None. Judith Franchek, wound age determination and forensic pathology and medicine.
Wait. Yes, let me see. There it is. Yes. Let me see. Wow. I thought I already sent it to you, and of course I brought it on my stick, but maybe it's over here then? Yes, here it is. Okay. Excuse me. Well, I'm a pathologist from Holland. Close. And for the people who don't know where that is, Holland, also known as the Netherlands, it's a tiny country over here. Do I have a pointer? Oh, yes, I have.
No.
No.
It's on the pen, the silver pen there.
Okay. Yes. This tiny country over here in the western part of Europe. And over there I work as a pathologist in Alkmaar. Alkmaar is in the north of Holland. As a pathologist together with my colleague, Frank van der Goot. I will show a picture later on of him. We do all the autopsies in the area of the north of North Holland. Well, Alkmaar is very famous for its cheese market. Every Friday there is a big cheese market. This is my colleague. We perform all the autopsies together. But I also do a lot of research, and that I do in Amsterdam, the Free University Medical Hospital. And Amsterdam is, of course, known for different stuff, as you can see here, as you all know, I guess. 20 minutes before lunch, it's quite short, short time and a difficult time because everybody's hungry and fed up with all the talks. But I want to tell you something about wound age determination in forensic pathology. I'm going to present 2 cases and then just 2 slides about using this technique in forensic medicine, which in our country is quite different. Well, the clinical approach. As a clinical pathologist, you want to maximize the information you get to come to a good and optimal differential diagnosis. In forensic pathology, you don't want too much information because then a tunnel vision can occur. Well, in case of wound age determination, you actually need quite a lot of information to come to a good, determination of the wound age. What we do, we do it in 5 steps. So the first is the anamnesis. How old can the injury be on basis of the story? So what the police officer or the detective tells you. Then the macroscopy. How old does the injury look like with the naked eye? The microscopy, how does the image look under your microscope, and is that compatible with the first 2 steps? And then the immunohistochemistry, we did quite some research on that. Well, based on the immunohistochemistry, can the assumption be adjusted or confirmed? And then the interpretation, of course, all the 4 steps together. Well, the microscopy, what's very important, what I often see when I get a sample, that it's not deep enough, it's too superficial. You need all 3 layers of the skin, so the epidermis, the dermis, and the subcutis, because mostly the injury is at the dermo-subcutaneous junction. Well, in bruises, you just take a representative sample. Cut, steps, tears, you take the sides. shots, you take the canal, and in ligatures, you take the full width of the ligature mark. Just think how you would like to see it in your slide. Well, before immunohistochemistry, we could say something about the age. Like, is it post-mortem? Is it ante-mortem? And if it's ante-mortem, so vital, is it then more or less hours old, or days old, weeks old? But now with immunohistochemistry, we can narrow those time frames down. Well, as you all may know, after the infliction of a wound, a whole cascade of events takes place. And we know more or less when these take place in time. So first, hemostasis. So the blood needs to be coagulated. A blood clot needs to be formed. And for example, platelets and fibrin are necessary for that. Then there's an inflammatory phase. And we have all these inflammatory cells who are players in this inflammatory phase. Then the demolition, so the dead or the injured tissue needs to be taken away, removed. And after that, new tissue needs to be formed in a proliferation phase. And then that new formed tissue needs to mature. Of course, when somebody dies, these processes stop. So you have a certain point in time, the phases take place, somebody dies, it stops. We have all these different actors, all these different cells. We have all these inflammatory cells. These are the neutrophils. They go to the site of injury as the first inflammatory cells. We have these connective tissue, extracellular matrix proteins like collagens, elastic fibers, but also fibronectin, and connective tissue cells like macrophages. And we can stain for these cells, and we can stain for these proteins. We can also stain for the activations of some of these cells. For example, this is quite technical, but these are the neutrophils. We go to the site of injury as the first inflammatory cells. P-selectin is a very early marker. P-selectin is present in these endothelial cells who line the vessels. So if an injury takes place, the P-selectin is released from the endothelial cells in the bloodstream. And then these neutrophils, these inflammatory cells, go to the vessel wall and transmigrate through the vessel wall to the site of injury. And that's one of the earliest stainings we use. Well, what is very important, you cannot do stainings and say, well, this injury is inflicted more or less 2 hours, 2-3 hours before death. You need a proper question. You need more scenarios. Is it more likely to be compatible with this scenario or that scenario? And always have positive and negative controls. So you need an injury bank. How strong is the staining this time? And the negative control, we always take abdominal skin. Is there some pre-existing activation? For example, in eczema or other dermatological diseases. There can be a pre-existing activations of these cells or proteins. Well, this is too technical. I'm going through it quite quickly, also considering the time. These are the markers we use to differentiate between post-mortem and early vital injury, that's a Dutch word, letsel, injury, so minutes old or 10 minutes old. Then ongoing vital versus 1 or several hours, we use the following. And hours versus days, the following markers are used by us. The scoring system, keep it simple, that's the main thing. We score 0 to up to 3, so 0, there's no expression at all, no staining. There's a little bit, so score 1. Yes, it's there, but it's not everywhere, and it's not very strong, then we use score 2. And 3, it's everywhere, it's very strong. So all these words, technical, let's give it a try. 2 cases. The first case is a homosexual man known to invite strangers, and he's found dead in his apartment at Monday, 9 a.m. Sunday, he had been sitting in the park, drinking beer as usual, and people saw him walking at 5 p.m., and he walked a bit strange, and he was last seen alive at 6 p.m., so 15 hours in between. So this is the anamnestic information we have. Then we go to the macroscopy. What do we see with the naked eye? We see this purple, violet discoloration of the skin on the back. It looks vital to me. Then I make an incision. I see blood in the subcutis, so in the fat tissue, but also in the muscles. And it looks a little bit older because already some blood clot is formed over here. So if I see this, I think, yes, it's definitely vital, the macroscopy, and it looks a little bit older. It's not very recent, if you ask me. That's my opinion. Then the microscopy. We see an extensive infiltration of these neutrophils, the cells I mentioned before. They go to the site of infliction as the first inflammatory cells. And they are already disintegrating, karyophytes. They are already falling apart, and it's very extensive. So if I see this, it's at least a day old. But then different parts show already these macrophages with some pigment inside. That's iron. Iron, I see iron-laden macrophages after 2-3 days. So the whole image considered, the microscopical image, is days old. Can we confirm that with the immunohistochemistry? This is a P-selectin. Well, it's everywhere. But P-selectin comes up already after minutes after infliction. The vitronectin, which is also involved in hemostasis, comes up after more or less 24 hours a day. It's very, so the brown, maybe brown is positive. Blue isn't positive, brown is positive. That's how it goes with the immunohistochemical stainings. But also, some fibroblasts are already formed. SMA is also always positive in the vessel wall, but here are some cells separate from the vessel wall. Some new fibroblasts are already formed. That's after 3-4 days. And some collagens. So what we do, we produce a table. These are all the markers. This is the injury. This is the positive control, and you want it to be a 3. And a negative control, mostly you want it to be a 0. I will show you later on a case in which it's not 0, so then you have to subtract it. All these markers are present. Also the older markers are present. So, the interpretation. Dead in an apartment at 9, last seen alive the day before at 6 p.m. He already had a silly walk, and then a story comes up. 1 week ago, he fell, drunk again, backwards out of the window, and his legs hit a stone wall. So if we have now 2 hypotheses. 1, he was assaulted shortly before he died, or a few hours before he died, or the injury, the leg injury, is older than the entire situation. Then we have findings that are much more likely to occur if hypothesis A is true compared with hypothesis B. Other way around, right? Yeah. So unlikely to occur if hypothesis A is true in comparison to B. Sorry? Then the second case, old lady shot through the window. She died instantly on the scene, or not. Then another story comes that a neighbor heard another story, a shot or a blow or a scream. Not quite sure. Then we go to the macroscopy. We have over here, of course, a round oval penetration with skin swelling and discoloration. There are some more abrasions, bruises, but also this injury over here. We could probe to the thoracic wall. If we compare those 2 injuries, and on incision there's blood. There was blood over here, but also blood over here. So macroscopically, you could say, well, there's blood, so it must be vital. Microscopically, we don't see a lot. This is the gunshot, blood, but no neutrophils. These inflammatory cells are not yet present. So we really need immunohistochemistry over here. Shoulder, there's blood, no cells yet, so more or less the same image. And then we go to the immunohistochemistry, which you really need here. So this is the first marker that comes up. It's always present in these endothelial cells, and you have a granular staining. If it's activated, then you get a linear staining. So this is the gunshot. We have linear staining, so this is vital. This is the shoulder, so the second injury. We saw blood there, macroscopically, also microscopically, but we don't have the linear staining yet, so we cannot prove that this is vital. Then we go to the factor 8. I think you know factor 8 is a hemostatic factor, so it is involved in the blood coagulation. The control sample already shows some positivity. But the gunshot, this is definitely a 3 because it's everywhere. So it's vital, the gunshot. The shoulder also shows positivity, maybe 1 or 2 if I would have to score this. The fibronectin, which is involved as an extracellular matrix protein, also involved in the hemostasis. The control sample already does something, so we have to score a 1. Fibronectin in the gunshot everywhere, so a 3. So the gunshot is definitely vital. And then the second injury, the shoulder, it's also some positivity, so also a 1. If we reduce the table again, and we have the gunshot over here, it's not working properly. Well, we have the gunshot over here, the shoulder over here, the positive control, the negative control. We see that both the shoulder and the negative control score a 1. So we have to subtract that. So then we cannot prove that that second injury is vital. So this is the interpretation of the whole case. Then only 1 shell was found. The story comes up that only 1 shell was found. The second shot or blow couldn't be evaluated. If we have now a hypothesis that there was only 1 moment of injury, appeared shortly before she died, or 2 moments, 15 minutes or so in between, then these findings are highly likely to occur if hypothesis A is true in comparison to hypothesis B. So we cannot prove the vitality of the second injury. And what I didn't tell you is that the second injury, when we opened the body, there was a rib fracture, and the rib fracture punctured the skin. So it was post-mortem injury. Then only 2 slides about using this technique in forensic medicine. Well, in Holland, we have forensic pathologists and forensic doctors, physicians. So people who are violated, who are assaulted, who are molested, are referred to a forensic physician. And a forensic physician deals with living subjects. And he or she has to say something about wound age. And we know that the reproducibility of these macroscopic findings is low, like the hemorrhage doesn't prove vitality. So there's a need for additional methods, techniques in forensic medicine as well. But of course, in living subjects, you cannot excise skin wounds. Yeah, you can, but it's not ethical. But what you can do is do a biopsy. So this is an excision in which the injury is present, but in a biopsy, it's actually too superficial, so you're more or less in the border zone of the injury. Well, very shortly what we did, we tested all these markers and morphological features to see if they would be of help to say something about the wound age. And please read about it. These are the two articles we produced about it. These markers were of use, were helpful in saying something about wound age. Of course, future studies are really needed. And we even produced a probability scoring system in which you can calculate the likelihood of the wound age based on a panel of markers. So my last slide, the conclusion, the dating of injury is actually a combined forensic and clinical approach, and very delicate, and it can be of great value if it's in the right hands, but don't be drawn in somebody else's ideas, just test them. Thank you.
No. Yeah? In discussion.
Well, there's no questions. We could break for lunch, huh? Everybody's asking. The question is, what's for lunch?
Yes. So, welcome to lunch.
Yeah, no questions.
In discussions, during discussion. It is very cold here. Okay?
This session will resume again at 1:50. Oh, you want to have a picture? You weren't in the picture? Yes, we're having a request for a special picture again for this lovely lady. She was in here. Oh, that's right. You weren't. That's right. You were out for a while. You weren't feeling well. That's right. You want to do real quick? You want to do? Does everybody up for a real quick? I mean, a really quick photo, since Nadja wasn't here because she wasn't feeling well. Well, we should do it right after lunch, and then before we start, or what do you want to do? Whatever we do, let's do it. Let's do it real quick. I mean, I know we took a photo already, but I think everybody's really hungry. Right.
Did everybody hear what I asked? If anybody wants to take a real quick, let's just do it really quick, a 1 minute picture. Yeah, just go up to the front. I'll take a real quick picture of you. We'll Photoshop you in. Let's make this for 30 seconds. Sickness is an excuse. That's a good reason. This is for you. You're going to have to get in the very front.
They want a photograph.
Now we got a complete picture.
We can say.
Why not?
Should I close?
You don't have to stay close to me.
I said I want to stay close to you. That's why I came closer.
Okay, let's just a real quick picture. Everybody wants a camera picture now. Okay, let's get up there really quick. Come on, love. For the ones that did not get it the first time. You owe everybody a cookie. Okay.
Yes.
One, two, three. All right. Now this is going to be real quick because.
Are you coming? No, just.
We're gonna send everything.
Our job is only to give the pictures to them. Yeah, they're the ones that they care. Yeah, because I have no control over that.
Why we did the second time?
Yes.
Why?
Because there was a young lady that wanted, she wasn't here, she was feeling ill, and she wanted to be in the picture. She was very sick. That's 1, 2. Okay. I just haven't been able to cut my hair. You remember me, huh? Yes, I would. You remember, huh? I'll be there in 3 weeks. The other way.
let's see here. The battery is low. Why is the battery low? Hold on. Did this get unplugged? Oh, it got unplugged. That's why. People are using their own laptops and we didn't plug it back in. That's not good. Ay, ay, ay. No, that's for the speaker. Oh my God, what's going on here? Hold on. Where is it? Somebody unplugged it, don't put it back in. No, it's not here. It's got to be down here. Yeah, nobody should have plugged it. Somebody took the power supply. Where took the power supply? And they unplugged. Man, this day, man. Hold on one second. Let me see what I can see. Yeah, somebody took, somebody took the power supply here. Let me go over there and tell them. Yeah, somebody changed it. Maybe they. Well, for some teachers, I'll go talk to these guys. Maybe they did not give me a power supply. It looks like they didn't. Do you want to know? Let's go. Okay, where are we at right here? Open. Let's see. Open file review. That one? Right. Okay, let it go ahead and do. Why is it showing up like that? The first one? Oh, okay, so let's get this one. Let me get this other one this way. So let's close this. Let's see if you work. Okay, there's your slides. Oh, you got a lot of slides. Okay, we're there. So that was good. And then let's check this one. Close that. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to like it. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to put you again, like everybody else here, in day one. That file right there. That way it's a clean desktop. So let me go ahead and let me reject this. Maybe they did not give me a power supply. It's very possible that they didn't. Okay. Let's do. Oh, you went and got the.
I have it in my, but I have
sometimes
some.
these people don't get.
Yeah, sometimes this pen drive they don't work, so I thought of putting it
That's
on
a good
my.
idea. Well, let's see if it works.
Yeah.
It's reading it.
Yeah. So I thought I'll.
Well, that was smart of you, but I'm hoping that it's if it's reading it right now. Take your time. It was not successfully installed.
One second. Try it another.
We consult. Yeah, it failed. Let's try it again. Let me eject it. Oh, it's not even in there. Okay. You want to try one more time?
Mm-hmm.
It's not reading it.
No, sometimes it takes problem. Yeah. That's why I had mailed it like.
Yes,
So that
I'm gonna go
mailing,
up. Let me go up.
mailing would be fine, no?
Yeah.
So sometimes it happens like.
Yeah, well, you did everything. Now it's ready to use. Okay. So let's open this. Let's let it come up right here. There we go.
Yeah, one second.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay, you go ahead and find.
Yeah, both.
Both of these?
The one is on the first day, first one. No, first one.
The first one?
Yeah, on the first, that is the abstract. No.
Oh, for this one, forensic.
Yeah.
So that's the first one, second
Yeah,
one?
that is first day.
And then we'll worry about the second one tomorrow, huh?
Tomorrow.
So that's
Can I
good.
have it today itself? Then
Where is it? Oh, because I don't know if this is going to be the same computer they gave me, so let's look
Okay.
at this. Sometimes they switch computers between days. It's working.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yay!
What's up?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's go ahead and eject this.
Oh.
Protect that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. I didn't
You
have
got
to
it.
nail and all.
Good. We don't have to do
Check.
any of that stuff.
Yeah, that's true. You just keep it over here?
Oh, I'll
or
put
it's
we
should
can
it?
we
Yeah,
can
it's
put-
okay, fine.
or
Keep it on the desktop.
Keep it in the first day one, right?
Okay,
That
fine.
way-
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes. So we have another wire. The wire is not connecting to the. You're talking about.
Okay. This, lock. Why are you killing me and not giving me a polish? That would really help. I know, somebody took this picture. Right. Yes. Okay. turn it off right here, okay.
не работает.
Yeah, let's turn it on.
Turn it on, there's the mic. Hello, 2, 1, there we go. Everything is fine. Yes.
Yeah, the biggest.
No, that's everything's
And what? And what?
Try it now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because I know we got a late start to get photos. Okay, I'm not really giving everybody the full 50 minutes per each, you know, so people need time to digest. I need time to digest.
Okay. It's coming up. It should come up right here.
Yes. If you are having PowerPoint presentation,
Which one? This one right here? This one?
just in the first of all, PowerPoint this one.
Oh, this one right here?
If there is a provision, then give other content this one.
Okay, let's see.
And in that both, take this one out. Otherwise, we would use it. Okay.
So let's see here real quick. So let's see. No, don't pull it out yet. So here, that's that one.
Just a minute. Continue. Yeah, okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's see another one. Yeah. Where
Let's close this. And put a slideshow.
no.
Here you go.
Actually, what we want, close it. Just a minute.
And what about certificates?
I gotta go ask him. I need to go ask him. Let me go ask him why they haven't brought him.
Don't you want?
Yeah, there should be at the.
Put it on the slideshow.
So everybody got a chance to digest their food. We're 10 minutes behind schedule, so we could probably go ahead and start going. Did you say you need coffee? Oh.
Hopefully everyone's about ready to start again. We're going to begin the afternoon session. I've been informed we're a little bit behind, so everybody please try to keep mindful of your time and including questions in your 20-minute time period. And our next speaker is S.P. Goyal from the Wildlife Institute of India. The title of his subject is Gap Analysis in Forensics Using Wildlife Offense Case Records.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Where are the presentations? Where are the presentations? Presentations. Yeah, where are those? D1, where is the D1? Okay, forensic biology, okay. First, yeah. Yeah, that's fine, just one Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I think she has announced that one.
So, dear colleagues, we continue our session, and I announce Dr. Goyal, title of his talk, Gap Analysis in Forensics Using Wildlife Offense Case Records. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's going to be a very difficult challenge for me to keep you awake, but I will try to see how best I can do my job. This is one of the area which is very fast developing in the India as well in the Southeast Asian countries. And you know, one of the reasons which we have been trying, where I have been working, is the Wildlife Stop India, and one of the major mandates of this institute is to see how best conservation can be achieved in India as well as the South Asian countries. And basically the training and the research institute, and looking to this one, you know, we have been discussing a lot about the, you know, conservation issues. And one of the major conservation issues, the problem is the poaching. And this is the one thing which we never try to address in the whole, you know, India, Southeast Asian countries, and it's require a development of the whole wildlife forensic science. As you know, it has not been talked in the last couple of 10 years back, but definitely it has been a very fast emerging science. And being a national institute, we thought how best we should try to develop. We have a Wildlife Protection Act, and one of the major act, what it says, if you really want to implement the important thing, what has been laid in our act is the possession of any wildlife part is illegal. So one of the mandates of the enforcement agencies or the expert has to prove it that whatever the part which has been caught, it belongs to the wildlife and what species there. And so this is the whole forensic science come in the picture. If we have failed on this juncture, I think it's going to be very, very hard to give a conviction to judiciary, and that's why we realize there is a need to develop this facility in our country. As I told you, is a new science in the whole South Asian countries, and we realized that there is a National Fish and Wildlife Forensic Lab in the Iceland, and we took the support of that lab, how this can be carved out or how it can be developed at the India, and this was through the USFWS. And when we took the support of this lab, one of the important things what they emphasize is to develop the protocols. It's not like what we talk with the human forensic where we talk only Homo sapiens, but this is our big challenge in the wildlife which we cover a lot of species. So this was the mandate which we have got at the institute to develop the protocol or SOPs. Over the years, once we got the setup, we have got almost more than 3,000 cases, and it is given a really ample opportunity to see back what's happening in the area, what science is required to develop, and how it can be evolved. So this is the thing which I am going to share with you about these people. The another important thing is that still, as you know, most of the crime cases which we have been hearing is being dealt by the police people. But in our case, the wildlife, most of these crime cases have been dealt with the forest officers, which they live in the remote area, and they never have been exposed to the what you can call the crime scenes, crime scenarios. So there is a lot of drastic differences between the two agencies, and that's why we require to see how best they can be trained in this aspect. So what I thought I'm going to share is a couple of the issues which are very, very important, which we realized after looking the all 3,000 cases, that there is a need to develop the SOPs, what I call this one, documentation which never had been a major thrust of the forest officers, crime scene investigation, they never had been told because most of the people are forest officers, facing a legal trial, which we heard in the morning, and the sensitization. So these are the couple of issues which emerge out from the analysis of the cases which I am going to share you. As I told you, it's not only the one human being what we have been talking. Like in our country, we have a high diversity ranging from the northern part to the southern part, where you have got the snow leopard, we got the Nilgiri langur. So this is making a much more a difficult challenge for all of us, or especially at the institute, because we never have or we never invested to develop the SOPs. So it's not only the tiger or the snow leopard, because everybody comes with some parts, and then if your SOP is not placed, you have failed to provide a good support to the enforcement agency. For the example, these are the bird feathers which has been used for the fishing tackles. We do not know what this bird species could be there. These are all protected, but if your SOP is not there, it's going to be very, very hard to identify whether it is a partridge or whether it is a what could be the species. This is the one challenge which comes to us. Somebody, all the forest officer, they think is always being protected, and they simply send a junk, the small 2 feathers and asking us to identify what species could be there. So if you try to realize the game, what we are trying to address across the country as well as the South Asian country is a big challenge. If you try to see, this was some sieges where you have a antler deer, you have got a porcupine bull. So series of the items which has been, seized by the people, and enforcement officers, they expect that we should get the reply at the end of the day. So what we realize at the end of the day by analyzing this one, if you really want to deal in such cases in the Asia or the South Asian countries, we require 2 technology. One is called the morphometry. Morphometry means if you can easily identify if your morphological basis science is a very good database existing, and you may have to couple with the DNA. So these 2 technology we thought at the institute to establish it, and we developed the SOPs with the help of this National Fish and Wildlife Forensic Lab of the US, where we can identify a series of the parts, and this constituted only the 50%. That's the one which we could offer it to the most of the people. And as I told you, that most of these parts vary in a different form. So your one SOPs might work, another SOPs you may have to evolve it, and that's require a huge investment in R&D. One thing which we realize being in the wildlifer, that any animal dies in the forest is struggle a lot. And when it struggle a lot, it leaves lot of hair on the ground. So it is a question of how a person sees the crime scene. If the crime scene has been carefully seen, he might able to collect the lot of hair, and that may able to provide. And looking to that context, we came out a simple manual which we have put on the website, and it can be used to identify a majority of the species which has been traded. Typical questions keep coming to us, like this is the one question which was whether these are the sad feather or the plug feather. If these are the plug feather, it invites a conviction to the person because he has handled a protected species. So now questions come, how to deal this question. You may have to take the, what you can call the organic chemist or inorganic chemist to see how mineralogy changes as the age grows this one. So like this kind of the questions, we failed to answer it, and we did not have answer for this one. This was another example came is the tiger penny soup, is a very, very delicious, in the whole the Taiwan and the Laos, Vietnam. And we got one case which looks to us as a tiger penny soup. like a tiger penis. And when we look, it was a 800 kg bear bites were seized. That was the enforcement agency they claimed. But when we did the, through the DNA, we found it was a buffalo part. So probably what you found that in most of the time people have tried to, substitute with the other animals, and there is a huge amount of the 800 kg was going, and probably they may not be drinking the tiger penis soup, but they might be drinking a domestic animal soup like. Sometimes the questions come, like this is one of the very popular tool is being used to kill the tigers. Now the people ask us whether it can kill a tiger or not. Personally, yes, it can kill a tiger. But there is no scientific basis, because when you go in the court, the defense lawyer really grilled you a lot to find out what is the scientific basis it can kill, and there is no science beyond like this one. So such questions keep coming to us, and we do not have answer this one. So based on all those experiences, what we could satisfy the enforcement agencies is hardly a 50%. And 50% requires a huge investment either in the R&D or developing the SOPs, and this is a big challenge in whole Southeast Asian countries, how best we can fill the gap. There are a lot of fake items have been floating in the market, as I have told you, and most of the things what happen, people do not know, especially the police and the forest people, and they simply try to book under the Wildlife Act, and that makes it another difficult task, because you have to do the same kind of the homework. This is a beautifully a fur coat of the made of the leopard, but it's turned to be a fake coat. So we look, there are only few items which are floating in the market, which are the fake, either skin, horn, claws, canine, and by the human as well as the animal, and this is the one thing which we took at the institute. This is the one thing which we try to see. As you know, crime scene has been never a topic for the forest officer, and we realized this is the one area which we have to really pay an attention, and we took a lead at the institute, how best we can try to sensitize these people. Crime scene assessment, as I told you, nobody knows usually what they do, they just try to collect a part of the elephant and they say the elephant has been killed. But they never try to look the subsidiary or the secondary evidences which can really establish a link with the suspect or the crime, and this is the one thing which we have tried to address, and still people do not know where the sample has to be sent. So sometimes they simply lose the time in sending, and in that process we lose the sample quality as well as and it takes the purification, and we lose the case in most of the time. So this is the one gray area which we realize at the institute. As I told you, that one thing which we realize as a biologist, that you have to involve the biological information of the animal, because that, like elephant, it travels almost 10 to 15 kilometers in a day. So you may get some evidences of the suspect or the human being which might have been following the elephant, and that's the reason we try to tell the people that you have to take the advantage of understanding ecology or biology if you really want to collect the good evidences to make your case stronger. In this scenario, there are four kinds of the crime scenes which we have visualized. One is very often people they try to do a water poisoning, especially for the larger cats. So they simply put a poison in the water. Then another thing which people have failed to use, that as a lot of time in the forest, and they do camping places. And people have never been able to collect such evidences from the camping places, and this is one of the area which we say that you may get a lot of good clue this one. Very often people develop the machans or the height on the trees, and they kill the animal, and they spend 3 to 4 days. So the technology has gone, you may able to get lot of hair which might have been shed by the human being, or may get some kind of the saliva or some cigarette or the beady buds may be there. So these are the places which we are trying to see how best people can really develop. This is another example. As I told you, a lot of people they use the leg hold trap, how to handle it, how to collect it, and these are the cases which we have been trying to sensitize. So there are 4 kinds of the scenarios which we have found in our country which require to sensitize the people how best evidences should be collected. This is another which is a legal requirement, everybody knows, but they are forest people, they do not know what is the significance of the sealing. And in our country, lot of people, what I found, people use a coin to put on the wax on this. And we know putting the coins on the sealing wax is not going to yield any at the end of the day. And this is the one thing which we found, and we have tried to make the people understand the sealing is a very, very crucial part of your case. Forest department, they never been told, and what usually they do, they simply put a 1-page performa, and they just try to fill. There is no details, there are no about the situations where the animal has been killed, simply they put one wild pig has been killed. So this is the one thing at the end of the day, as we heard in the morning, there is a important to have a meticulous noting of the evidence collections as well as the crime scene investigation, which were not existing in the department, but we found a very meticulous noting has been done by the police department. So we are translating the performance which has been used by the police department to meet the forest department, and we have been training that you have to really get a full details of the crime scene, otherwise you are going to fail in the court of law. Then the last part which we are trying to see that where we should strengthen, because the forest is open-ended area. Nobody knows where the poaching is going on. And these are the 6 species which has got an international ramification. Means international market is very, very huge. People are trying to strive it and try to see how best we can do. And we have seen that the usefulness of the data in the human genomics as well in the wildlife genomics, and this is the one thing which we have tried to see how best a unified database can be developed, and this can be done. We made an attempt for the tiger, especially in the India, because tiger conservation has been a big challenge in the, globally, and any poaching take place, we can find out from which part of the country it's being coming. So you know where you have to strengthen your enforcement. This is the one of the crucial, because you cannot strengthen across the country. So if you know your weak areas are there, like this central India is one of the weak area where we got a large number of the cases, definitely we can use the intelligence services like the CBI, DRI and the police people to get a more information on the kingpin. So this can provide a good information to you. Taking the example further down the lower the scale, what we found, if you can see, we got a nice database in the central India, and if you try to see the yellow color is a Panch tiger reserve which is located somewhere here. So most of the poaching has been taking place in the Panch tiger reserve. So what we have been trying to strengthen and trying to tell the all intelligence services that if you try to get intelligence around the Panch, you might able to get a kingpin, and it might be possible to completely find out the person who are involved in this trade. So usefulness of this data has been explored for the African elephant, and there is a strength which we have seen through the DNA technology which we can do it. We heard in the morning the facing legal trial is a big harassment, big embarrassment it gives people who are not used to deal such kind of a thing. And at morning which I heard the talk, it has given a lot of tips to me, because I often go and appear in the court of law, and it's a really big harassment what I have seen as a biologist. So that's the way, which are the gray areas which we have been trying to develop in the country, and at the end of the day, we would like to see how best we can get the conviction. So that's the one I would like to share with all of you people.
Thank you. Questions? Is there any questions? Thank you. Please.
Yes.
Please.
There are 3 things which we have been, as I told you, it is a very, very primitive science in all South Asian countries. And one of the important things what we are trying to emphasize, we have to prove that the wildlife species has been killed or not. So we need a series of the SOPs to say, so court can take the conviction. The second question comes, what you rightly says, how we should try to establish the linkages from the crime or the suspect to this one. And as you know, it's not like a human forensic which has really gone far ahead of that one. So you have to really learn what are the evidences you can get it. Sometimes somebody told that, can you get a fingerprint on the elephant back? Because anybody is cutting the tusk of the elephant, definitely he is leaving some kind of a thing. So what I want to make the point, there is a lot more learning is required, and how we should try to blend the human forensic, what we learned in the wildlife. It might be, at the end of the day, we might win some of the things, but it's a long way to go in this area, which I just suggested. Yeah.
Any questions? Hello, question. Doctor, whether forensic evidence, cigarette box helps in your accused? Yeah, that one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shall I start? Hello. My today's topic is forensic evidence, cigarette butt, help to nail accused, where I come from India and from Directorate of Forensic Science Laboratory, Maharashtra. Just to begin with the topic, I'll just brief where this is the hierarchy of my laboratory. We have director as the head, and then we have 5 regional laboratories. That is Nagpur, Pune, Aurangabad, Nashik. At present, I'm working in Pune laboratory. Now, these are the type of cases which we receive in forensic science laboratory. All different types of cases. The majority of the cases what we receive is of poisoning, murder, assault. And accordingly, to solve this, we have different departments in our laboratory. Chemistry, DNA profiling, toxicology, prohibition and excise, photography, cybercrime, etc. Now, coming to biology division, we deal with all the cases, that is murder, attempt of murder, rape, bride burning cases, everything. Skull superimposition, wood comparison, like wildlife poaching, what sir just discussed. Then coming to DNA, we deal with forensic cases which matching suspect with evidence, paternity dispute, then missing person investigation, and in case of identification, that is mass disaster. So coming to the history of this case, the history goes like that, that in National Highway, we have one part, a remote highway place, there was a carrier which was lying unattended for 2 days. And when there was a foul smell coming, the passers-by informed the police that some foul smell is coming and the carrier was lying unattended. So the police called the forensic team and we investigated the crime scene. So it was found that a decomposed male body was found in the carrier. So this was, it had a cutthroat injury, and the only evidence what we received, what we found on the crime scene was only cigarette butts. Now, this was a very rare evidence like what we received. So we had to, for establishing or for extracting of DNA from the cigarette butts was a challenge for us. So first of all, we had to do some research in our laboratory. Research work means trial and error method, where we can, so we collected some cigarette butts from persons and then we analyzed. So after analyzing different methods, so we found that magnetic bead extraction method was the ideal one, and thereafter we used this crime scene evidence material and we got the DNA extracted. Whereas for control blood, we used our indigenous method which was developed for blood extraction, that is high media blood DNA genomic extraction kit. And these were the results of short tandem repeats. The accused, the cigarette butts, the DNA extracted from cigarette butts matched with that of the accused, and there was a 100% match. So the DNA profile obtained from cigarette butts found on crime scene exactly matched with the DNA profile obtained from the accused, and thus it helped to nail the accused. The accused was arrested a week later, and he confessed the crime by so he had committed this crime in a fit of rage, speaking that he wanted to have some relation with the cleaner. He was a truck driver, and the person he killed was the cleaner, and in the fit of rage for having unnatural relation, he refused and he was killed. So this is how the case, and this is how the accused was nailed. Any question?
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, sir, sure.
You mentioned, sorry, can everyone hear me? Okay, you mentioned that the cigarette butt was of the driver, which was the accused. If it was his truck, is it possible that as a smoker he left the cigarette there? I mean, how do you prove it was a cigarette?
It was inside the carrier, not on the truck place where he was driving.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Now I understand.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I'm a smoker, so if you find a cigarette butt in my car, doesn't mean I'm a killer.
Yeah.
It was inside the carrier itself.
Thank you. Please?
Yeah. No, we don't have that.
That means this one was just pure. Okay, that means this was more of pure luck. Would you say this is more of pure luck or coincidence that you got the person? Because if you don't have a database bank to cross-match most of the time, it will be very, very difficult, extremely difficult. One in how many million chances of getting the person?
Yeah, that's true. Whatever you say is definitely true.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions more? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dr. Dalbir Singh, the title of the presentation, Extent and Determinants of Costs of Acute Poisoning in Tri-City of Chandigarh, an exploratory study. You're welcome.
It's wrong. You change it.
That's good.
And again you have-
Right here. Where are we at? Close this.
Close it.
This is not
No,
yours?
no, no.
Okay. Okay, so you are which one?
This one.
Poison. Let's go for
Yeah.
that. Okay. Close that.
Make it like so. The paper which I am going to present today is the extent and determination of the cost of acute poisoning in Tri-City of Chandigarh, an exploratory study. All of you will agree with me that the mortality due to acute poisoning has an enormous medical, legal, social and economical significance because of the involvement of the younger and productive age groups. Increasing incidence of mortality and morbidity due to acute poisoning is a worldwide phenomenon. Tremendous advances in the field of agriculture, industrial technology, medical pharmacology in last few decades have brought a significant change in the trends of acute poisoning in developing countries, including India, where the new poisonous substances have come to the forefront. In developed countries, household chemical agents, prescribed drugs, whereas in developing countries, agrochemicals are the most common offenders. While poisoning in adults has been the censor of some academicians put such scenario in childhood and adolescent journalists super because of suboptimal parental supervision and accessibility of the product with the hazardous potentials. Enormous literature is available on various aspects of poisoning world over, but on its economical aspect, it is scanty, rather negligible. The present study was carried out with the objective to ascertain the epidemiological profile of acute poisoning cases in Tri-City of Chandigarh, to ascertain the annual direct cost because of acute poisoning in Tri-City of Chandigarh, to ascertain the annual productivity cost acute poisoning in Tri-City of Chandigarh, to ascertain the determinants of such cost in Tri-City of Chandigarh, India. Before going for the methodology, I would like to say something about the Tri-City of Chandigarh. City of Chandigarh is situated on the northwest region of the country and is first planned city of post-independence India. It is the capital of the states of Punjab and Haryana, and itself is a union territory directly governed by the government of India. Along with the adjoining planned city of Panchkula and Mohali, they are often referred as a Tri-City of Chandigarh. And in closer view, this is the Tri-City of Chandigarh. Information regarding the victims of acute poisoning from the Tri-City of Chandigarh were obtained from the police or hospital records of the Tri-City of Chandigarh in the reference period of 1st June 2011 to 31st December 2013. After taking consent of the victims, interview was held on a structured questionnaire, medical records and bills available were reviewed, and data thus collected was statistically analyzed. Distribution of cost was calculated under three categories, that is the direct cost, cost incurred on the medical treatment like expenditure on the hospitalization, medicine and other emergency services. Indirect cost, cost of emergency transport to the hospital, transport during the follow-up care made by the victim or their relatives during the treatment. Productivity cost was calculated under two headings, and it was a cost referred to the lost production capacity of the individuals. These are morbidity cost, value of lost output resulting from the reduced productivity, including the value of lost work days and lost housekeeping days because of acute poisoning, and mortality cost, value of the lost output resulting from the premature death. This was a study design. There were 1910 poisoning victims in the Tri-City of Chandigarh, out of which 1799 were the bona fide resident of Tri-City of Chandigarh. And after this 1799, 1238 were traceable, and after 1238, 1126 given the consent for the interview. Those 1126 given the consent, out of which 1042 were alive and 84 were dead. This is the year-wise distribution of the acute poisoning cases. Here we can see the number of cases in the initial year of study were 218, and they became more than doubled in third year of the study. We found a positive correlation between the educational qualification and incidence of acute poisoning among the students. As the level of education increased, the level of acute poisoning or incidence of acute poisoning also increased. It most probably shows the level of frustration. This is the age and sex-wise distribution of the acute poisoning cases. Male preponderance was seen in all the age groups except in the age group of 5 to 10 years and 14 to 19 years. Maximum number of cases were seen in the age group of 19 to 40 years, that is the most productive age groups. In our study, what we have seen that the maximum number of cases, that the maximum incidence of acute poisoning was seen in the urban area in comparison to the rural area. And also what we have seen that the married female and unmarried males were commonly involved in case of acute poisoning. Here we can see that the maximum suicidal poisoning was most common, followed by accidental and least in the homicidal. Maximum incidence of acute poisoning was between 19 to 40 years, that is about 68%. More cases of accidental poisoning below 14 years and 40 years. Below 14 years, almost 100 cases were accidental poisoning, whereas above 40 years, they are mostly the accidental poisonings. Though we have seen that the maximum number of cases of acute poisoning were in the males in comparison to females, but the suicidal poisonings in male and females were most common in comparison to other types of poisonings. Marital status-wise distribution, here also males are more in comparison to females, but the suicidal poisoning was more in both married and unmarried, and it is statistically though not significant. Urban area, though the more acute poisoning was there, but the suicidal poisoning is almost same in urban and rural areas. Students, housewife, private job, employees, the most common victims of the acute poisoning, and least over the farmers. Students, housewives, private job, employees, they committed more suicide in comparison with accidental or suicidal. Whereas the children's 100%, businessmen and farmers, they have accidental poisoning in comparison to suicidal poisonings. Maximum incidence of acute poisoning was among those who were having the nuclear family, followed by joint family and then a single member family. OPC, carbamate, followed by therapeutic poisons, alcohol, food-based poisons, domestic poisons were the most common poisons causing acute poisoning among the males, and similar is with the female. These are the circumstances leading to acute poisoning in males. Accidental poisoning was the most common among the males, followed by sickness, financial dispute, problems, family dispute, marital disputes, failure in love affairs, etc. the most common among the males. Among the females also, it is almost the same. Maximum times the place of procuring of the poison substances was at home and least among the working place. And so is the exposure of poisonous substances. The most common time of exposure of poisonous substances was 12 to 18 hours, 18 to 24 hours, 57%, followed by 12 to 18 hours, and least in 0 to 6 hours. Maximum number of cases of acute poisoning was reported in the May to September and least in December. Majority of victims of acute poisoning has not received medical help at the site of exposure, and they are escorted to the hospital by their parents and relatives in majority of instances, that means 78%, by own vehicles or by their hired vehicles. Doctors was available in all the instances except in 17 cases, and it is statistically insignificant. Out of these, 1126, 20 to 42 were non-fatal and 84 were the fatals. Out of those who were not fatals, 964 fully recovered and only 78 were having the residual abnormalities. So when we were doing a statistical regression and try to provide a logistic regression equation for the mode of poisoning, we found that the 5 parameters, occupation, time, type of poison, poison procuring place, and poison consumption place, were found to be statistically highly significant to differentiate between the suicidal poison and non-suicidal poisons. This is the overall financial burdens, direct cost, that is $82,377, and or 51 rupees, 51 lakh, the total cost that will come out all these is about 5.7 million in US dollars. That is a huge amount for a single city to waste on unavoidable things. That can be avoided, sorry. These are the avoidable things, and that was amount of 5.7 million that have been wasted on this one. So that's why I want to emphasize the conclusion. 68% victims of acute poisoning were in the age group of 19 to 40 years with a male preponderance and rural dominance. Victims below 14 and above 40 years mostly had accidental, and in between 14 to 40 years had suicidal poisonings. 52% married females and 58% unmarried males consumed toxic substances with suicidal intention. There was a positive relationship between the educational qualification and incidence of acute poisoning among the students. Sickness followed by financial, family, marital dispute, failure to examination, sibling rivalry were the most common circumstances leading to poisoning. OPC, carbamate, followed by therapeutic poisoning, domestic poisons, food-based poisoning are the most common offenders. 78% incidents of acute poisoning were in the nuclear family. Students, followed by housewives, employees, businessmen were the most common victims. In majority of the instances, place of procurement of exposure was at home. Most of the incidents of acute poisoning were between 18 to 24 hours, followed by 12 to 18 hours. In 96% instances, no medical help was available at the site of exposure. Doctor was available at the first site of treatment in most of the instances. Most of the instances, relative or family members were informed from the site of exposure to acute poisonings. Thank you. Authors are thankful to Indian Council of Medical Research in New Delhi for providing financial assistance to this study. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Did by any chance, did you have poisoning cases with carbamate, furadan?
Yeah, that is the most common.
Sorry, yes, it is there, but did you personally have one? Do you know something about the symptoms?
Yeah, definitely. We are treating the cases and we are doing everything. That is the most common poison in India.
I know, and in Sri Lanka also. I'm going to one of my cases has this poison, so if you want to come in and give your opinion in my case.
Definitely, madam. There is no problem. I am doing it for the last 28 years. There is no problem.
Thank you. I can show it to you now.
Sure.
Questions more? Thank you. I invite Dr. Aharia with presentation the significance of forensic psychological profiling to unravel criminal investigation. You're welcome.
Should I insert my finger? Shall I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Well done.
Let's get you this slideshow.
Just a minute, I'll do it. Not a problem. Yeah, I'll. Very good afternoon to everybody. I'm Hema Acharya from India. I represent Gujarat Forensic Sciences University. This is a university, one of its own kind, where it only focuses on the courses and runs programs on the forensic science only. We have 3 wings, research and development, forensic science, and behavioral science. I have done my doctorate from this university, and today's my topic is significance of forensic psychological profiling to unravel the criminal investigation. Now we all know about which kind of investigations, the conventional methods. The police officer would go to the crime scene, collects the evidences, and then talks to the suspects or the related person involved or probable persons involved in the crime. But when does the role of forensic science come into the picture? When the suspects who have been arrested, when they go hostile, or when they change their statements in the court of law, then this forensic science reports, they come very handy and very important, and they are very supportive to the investigator. And the role of forensic psychological profiling when investigation comes to a dead end, when the investigator does not have any kind of clue to the investigation, at that time he takes the help of a forensic psychology. Because through forensic psychology we are trying to understand the psychopathology and the personality traits and the personality of the suspects who is probably involved in the crime. Now, I'm talking about what we are practicing in India. I'm coming from forensic laboratories where we are doing various kind of psychological tests and techniques. But before I go there, I would like to say what are we looking into as a part of forensic investigation. When we try to understand the whole crime scene with the IO, then we are trying to understand the post-mortem report. We study and do the detailed study of the inquest report of the crime scene as well as of the body, dead body. Then we also studying the statements and the narrations which have been provided by the investigation officers to us. And then the study of the forensic psychological, forensic reports. That's broadly I've defined it into chemical, biological and physical. In chemical we are getting your biological, chemical and physical analysis. In biology we all know that apart from blood samples we are also talking about DNA, saliva, bones, teeth, viscera, blood, etc. Chemical reports like narcotic drugs, alcohol and other chemical drugs. Physical reports of weapon, voice spectrography, cyber and electronic media. Medical report, we are doing the analysis and study of whether the person has got the presence of alcohol at the time of the incident, which kind of injuries are there, how many injuries, which type of injuries, through which weapon could have been used by the offender, the potency test and the virginity test in case of rape cum murder test, and the chemical report of the victim. Now, why we are taking, as I said, that why we would go for the forensic psychology investigation and for use of forensic psychology in investigation, because it is one of the most humanitarian approach. It provides clue to the investigation, also gives a scientific base to the investigator as I said, when the person goes hostile. And it assesses the psychopathology of the suspects, and it gives information regarding the planning and execution of the crime. So what we do in the forensic test, what we do as an investigation, as a part of what we do in a forensic psychology in investigation, is we do the observation and try to understand the mental state observation through verbal and non-verbal gestures, what is giving at the time of the interview. We are using the feint interview technique, and thereby do the mental status examination as per DSM-4. Then we are using various kind of psychological tests, that's intelligence test, personality test, projective test, aptitude test, various kind of tests depending upon the kind of offender which has been produced to us. And we are using statement analysis also in case where we have a suicide cases, we get the chit and we do the statement analysis of that letter. We are using certain conventional tests like polygraph test, brain mapping test, narco-analysis test. Although they are very controversial and debatable, I would here like to mention that these tests are only used as a clue to investigation and not for the purpose of any kind of judiciary or for the court. And the new test which we are using here is suspect detection test and the layered voice analysis test. Forensic psychological profiling, as I said, that we are doing the clinical assessment. We are trying to understand and decide the role of the suspect, witness, accused in the crime by using various kind of tests. These techniques are used also in the civil cases like child custody, deciding the guardianship, land disputes, competencies to trial, and also are using in correctional settings. Now, my main study, what I have done is I have tried to use the psychological test and techniques, as I mentioned, that polygraph, brain mapping and narco-analysis test, and thereby try to understand and develop a profile of a suspect who are more susceptible or vulnerable to commit a crime. As a part of it, I've done the police record because I have taken all the data which was coming to our laboratory for I've taken all the live cases, the present cases. So I was in touch with the investigating officer. I have discussed the case, thereby understand the PM report, inquest report, and then I have applied certain psychological tests and techniques, and I have developed the psychological profile. I've taken about 102 subjects who were under the charges of murder, and those suspects who have given their consent to undergo the test as well as the psychological test have been taken in the study. And these cases have been referred by various investigation agencies. We have different type of agencies there: CBI, CID, National Investigating Agencies, enforcement agencies, and so on. So from across India, I have taken this case to maintain the uniformity of the study. And as I said, that I have used the forensic test and psychological test. Chi-square has been used to analyze the data. The independent data variables which I have taken are about 10, which comprises of age, gender, education, occupation, annual income, domicile, marital status, family type, number of sibling and sibling order. And dependent variables are the two, that's a forensic test and forensic psychological test. This is the result of my forensic test. What I have seen is the education, annual income, and the domicile have a significant relationship with the crime, with the criminals. What I have seen is that they have a deception. What those suspects who have come deception on the test have a significant relationship with the education, annual income, and domicile. Also, I've seen that the suspect who is less educated, and who doesn't have an income, or a person who is migrant, who is moving from different states to Gujarat, or different states to interstate migrants, are more susceptible to crime. The suspects who are well educated, has no less income, are also vulnerable to crime. The migrants working in unskilled and semi-skilled profession. We have a semi-skilled, which we have a big hub in Gujarat for diamond workers and textile workers. So a lot of workers from across the India, let's say from down south India or to the mid of the north of India, they come to Gujarat for semi-skilled working. So there also, when they are coming alone, the other family is in a different state and they are staying here alone. So that also, so they have to run two houses. One is in the native home and another one is their own. So that makes their a financial crunch because of them, which are more susceptible to crime. Conviction also, I have seen that we have a lot of conviction has also taken place in such kind of cases where deception has found on the forensic test. The subjects who were illiterate or had a bare minimum education were observed to be executed on their impulse, while the suspects who were graduate or more have played a more role in the conspiracy. Subjects who have moved away from their native town for labor work are more prone to crime. These subjects have an easy way out to elope and use their native place as a hideout place. Also observe that these migrants come in groups in search of work and live together, which breeds the criminal behavior. These are certain negative emotions which I have seen on the psychological test, projective test. That's aggression, manipulation, tendency to lie, dominance, and confident. What I have seen that the suspects who have come out to be deceptive on the forensic test have also scored high on aggression and manipulation on projective test. And positive test, the suspects who have come out to be non-deceptive on the forensic test have come out to be high on helplessness and defensive behavior on the projective test. This is just which I have tried to give it in a diagram form. What I have concluded here is that aggressions are more involved in subjects who have shown aggression, means impulsive behavior have shown in aggression are more involved in impulsive crime, while the subjects who are manipulative and have a tendency to lie are involved in the planning and execution of the crime. Literate subjects have shown dominance and confidence about their role in the crime. The subjects who are migrants have shown the signs of manipulation and tendency to escape from the critical situation. It is observed that subjects who have shown deception in the forensic test have significant correlation with the results of the 5 negative parameters of the psychological test. What I discuss here is the forensic test should be correlated whenever we are doing now what we are trying to understand, we are trying to include in our practices. We are also doing certain psychological tests to corroborate with the forensic test to formulate the profile of the subject. The observation interview and the mental status examination of the suspect is also one of the very important parameters to develop the profile. And the subject's background history, comprising of personal, educational, occupational, and family history, is also to be studied in detail. A complete forensic psychological profile consists of police record, interview with the investigating officer, detailed history taking of the subject, observation and results of the forensic as well as psychological test. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, I have. Sorry, I observed that you mentioned that you do the statement analysis. What is that about? Is scientific content analysis or statement analysis using the grammar?
No, we are using the content. We are not using the grammar.
The content.
The content.
And you don't use grammar to analyze the content?
No, we don't use the grammar.
Okay, then.
We're just using the content. So we also have to revise on that. We, as you said, we have to use certain techniques for that
Yes.
analysis. But that is a part of it that we are not documenting it now.
Oh, you don't?
We don't document
Okay, okay, thank you.
More questions? Yes. You're welcome.
I understand you to say that you used projective techniques in the forensic work. What instruments do you use?
So we are using Rorschach test, we are using draw person test, we are using house tree person test. Because this why are we using this test is, one of the reason is that when the suspect comes to us, he's more what is it, threatened, or not threatened, but he's more cautious of the environment because he's coming already from the police interrogation. So to make him feel at ease and to understand a little bit about his mentality and his personality, we take the projective test.
Which
as I said, Rorschach test.
No, I'm sorry. Which interpretive system are you using for the Rorschach?
Sorry?
Which interpretive system are you using for the Rorschach?
The scoring?
Yes. Which system are you using to score the Rorschach? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do you have any concerns about the psychometric properties and using projectives in any kind of forensic context?
So we are using, there are two methods which we are using it. Exner. That is one, and another one also we are using it. Two tests we are using.
Question?
Thank you. Thank you. The well-educated were more vulnerable to crime, and the migrant and semi-skilled were more susceptible to crime. Could you just explain the difference you're using between vulnerable and more susceptible?
Okay. Educated, more vulnerable means as they are going under financial crunch, when they don't have any money to run their house, and although they are educated, because of that they are educated and they are not getting any kind of job, that makes them more vulnerable to crime. And the semi-skilled person, because they don't have any support system, therefore they are more susceptible to crime, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presentation is Swapnil Kishore with title Behavioral Analysis of Cyber Criminal with Reactive, Active and Proactive Approach. Is there? No? No, is absent. Then the next. Berenice. Yes, well done.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Berenice Gonzalez, and I am a graduate student and research assistant under Dr. Ron Johnson at the University of San Diego in California. And this presentation, as well as the next presentation, serves as an extension to Dr. Johnson's workshop earlier today on juvenile fire setters and bomb makers. This presentation is called a multidimensional approach to assessing and treating juvenile fire setters and bomb makers. So here's an overview of what I'm going to be going over today. So first we're going to look at the public safety consequences as a result of juvenile fire setters and bomb makers. Next we're going to look at real-life individual JFBM cases. Then we're going to see how the multidimensional approach can be used in assessments and treatments. And lastly, we're going to look at implications for further research. 282,600 is the estimated number of intentional fires which were reported to the United States between the years 2007 through 2011. An intentional fire, for example, would be bringing together a heat source and a target with the purpose of affecting that target. For example, setting a piece of paper on fire or melting a toy. Whereas fire play, otherwise known as temperature play, is an outdated description of a child misusing fire without intent. So in this slide, we could see the number of annual deaths, the amount of property damage, and the number of annual injuries as a result of intentional fires. And as you can see, these numbers only represent cases that were reported. There are many incidences that go unreported or undocumented. Here in this slide, we see the number of annual deaths, the amount of property damage, as well as the number of annual injuries as a result of fires caused by misplay. So as you can see, whether it's an intentional fire or fire through misuse of fire, there are significant consequences to our public safety as a result of juvenile fire settings and bomb makers. So juvenile fire setting bomb makers can differ significantly from one another. Now I'm going to give real life examples of what some of these cases may look like. So first we see here accidental fire setting. So in this case, there was a case in California where a group of children were testing out their rocket science experiment out in an open field. Their rocket actually crashed down in an open field, caused a great fire, and caused significant damage to a large area. And then we have intentional fire setting. There are many clues that can alert authorities to intentional fire setting. For example, authorities were called to a 7-year-old girl's home where there was a fire that broke out. When authorities later investigated and questioned her, she admitted that she lit a piece of paper from her backpack on fire with her aunt's lighter. Though the child may not have meant for the fire to get out of control, this type of fire setting should be watched because the child knew that the behavior was wrong. Now, in social pressure, this often plays a part in fire setting whether or not the child knows that it's happening. For example, there are a series of groups of children engaging in chemical bombs made from a liquid draining clearing agent, aluminum foil, and sealed containers. Though these cause minimal damage, these are dangerous because these groups tend to engage in these behaviors multiple times and often setting multiple incidents. Earlier, Dr. Johnson talked about the case where the two teenagers set a BMW on fire. So this would be a case of delinquent fire setting because the initial goal wasn't to set a fire, it was to cover up delinquent behavior. There are a variety of different fire setting behaviors related to mental health, and many of them can fall under different categories, such as the delinquent fire setting or intentional fire setting. And with people with autism, stimulation is a common symptom, which can come in the form of sounds, visuals, and repetitive behaviors. A youth with autism spectrum disorder who is enamored with fire will continue to seek visuals of flames, even if that includes setting fires, solely for the purpose of watching them. And then we have the curious fire setting. For those who truly do not know the risk of fire setting, such as young children who have yet to go through any fire safety presentations or any fire prevention education. For example, there was a case of a 3-year-old boy who had seen his parents use a lighter to light their cigarettes. So he saw this behavior several times. So the child picked up the lighter when his parents weren't looking and struck it several times until it lit. Unfortunately, when it did, it caused a large fire in his parents' apartment. And this type of fire setting can be extremely risky because the youth does not have the opportunity to weigh the risk and benefits of their behavior. So as you can see, there are different types of cases and different types of situations when it comes to juvenile fire setting bond making. Now we're going to look at how a multidimensional approach would include assessing the juvenile fire setting bond maker across multiple domains. One of these domains include the referral sources. JFSB cases are complex and challenging, and they could be identified and referred for evaluation and or treatment from a variety of settings. These settings include the juvenile justice system, school districts, hospitals, law enforcement. Any of these type of agencies can refer over to mental health providers. Unfortunately, the behavior is not well understood by many mental health providers, and often these behaviors go overlooked or unaddressed due to the lack of training and accessible research. For example, in 1999, there was a survey done by the National Association of State Fire Marshals, and they surveyed 300 psychotherapists, and they found that most of them had little to minimal knowledge of fire setting behaviors. But despite the lack of resources and training, just like any profession, they're still bound to their own professional guidelines. And the competent clinician recognizes that there are ethical and legal issues associated working with juvenile fire setting bond makers, and understands the importance of being qualified and skilled in the assessments and interventions that they use. Otherwise, more harm can be caused as a result of an incompetent clinician. There's a high prevalence of multi-system involvement between mental health services and community agencies in juvenile fire setting bond making cases. However, general studies have found that there's a lack of collaboration between these entities. In a research study looking at collaboration between mental health providers and the juvenile justice system, researchers found that there was little collaboration between these agencies, and this often results into lack of appropriate services for these youths. Therefore, building partnerships between agencies and gathering information from diverse sources are invaluable when using a multidimensional approach in effective assessment and intervention plans for juvenile fire setting and bond makers. Another important domain of the multidimensional approach are the strategies used to answer the referral question. In our earlier presentations, we heard about the different hats that clinicians can wear, whether they are the evaluator or if they are the clinician that's going to be treating the client. So the clinician needs to determine what hat they're going to be wearing, so to speak, when they get a case. So once they understand the exact nature of the assessment and the referral question, they're going to gather the appropriate collateral information and determine the appropriate assessment tools that focus explicitly on answering the referral question. So once they understand that, they're going to gather appropriate collateral information, documents, reports, interview key informants. And this isn't an easy task. Earlier, as Dr. Johnson had mentioned, Many parents of juvenile fire setting bomb makers may withhold key information from the evaluator for multiple reasons, either for protection of their child or protection from legal consequences. But regardless, any type of information will be helpful when conducting assessments. It's also going to take good clinical skills from the clinician. As we mentioned before and in earlier presentations, many cases go undocumented or unreported. So the clinician needs to have good clinician skills in order to gather the important information from multiple sources. So assessments use a battery of tests, questionnaires, interviews to identify risk factors for future fire setting behaviors, severity of risk, and look at the social, emotional, and cognitive functioning of the juvenile fire setting bomb making. So these assessments will look at child psychopathology. There's a significant number of JFSBs who meet criteria for DSM or a mental health disorder, such as ADHD, PTSD, conduct disorder, autism. The tests are going to look at social emotional regulation. Does the child have underdeveloped social skills and difficulty processing emotions? Are they using the fire setting as a way of coping or communicating? Then they're also going to look at family functioning. Parents, as mentioned before, can provide valuable information. And research has shown that family risk factors have been associated with fire setting behaviors, such as limited supervision, parent psychopathology, and poor discipline. And also the assessments are going to look at fire setting behavior. Has the child had any previous involvement in fire setting? And what is their knowledge or lack of thereof of fire? What is their interest in fire, the frequency, the setting in which the fires occur? So comprehensive assessments involve using a multidimensional approach to gather a wide array of information from multiple sources. And these assessments can help determine what the best intervention or treatment plan is going to be. Currently, there's a paucity of research in regards to juvenile fire setting and bomb making and treatment and intervention options available. However, it's helpful to look at what treatments are effective for juvenile offenders. When creating a multidimensional approach, it is important to take into account the various dimensions where treatment can take place. For juveniles, this includes the school, group, family, and individual settings. And here, I know it's kind of hard to see, but here are some different types of treatments and interventions that can be conducted into different types of settings. And many of these treatments focus on the development of social skills. For example, they may give the juvenile an anger-provoking situation, and they're taught different ways on handling those type of situations. And although none of these treatments discussed are specifically for juvenile fire setting bomb makers, they are targeted for juveniles that have similar characteristics. So we could take bits and pieces from each and combine it into a multidimensional approach for treatment for this population. So taking a multidimensional approach is crucial in the treatment of assessments and treatment of juvenile fire setting bomb makers. A collaborative and multi-agency approach should be considered best practice in order to address wider behavioral and mental health problems. As it was mentioned in assessments, a multidimensional approach allows mental health professionals to gather information from a multitude of different sources and can be used to create a more individualized assessments and treatment plans. A multidimensional approach allows for mental health professionals to engage with other professionals and to provide home safety inspections as well as education regarding fire safety. So as I mentioned previously, there's a paucity of research when it comes to juvenile fire setting bomb making treatment. So some future implications would include community agencies adapting comprehensive assessments and referral procedures in order to maintain close contact with different agencies and organizations that can provide a wider range of services. as well as looking at family therapy and using this approach can assist mental health professionals in understanding how parents can learn to assist their children in becoming fire safe. And that is my presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? I've seen that when you've done the assessment, you, as I understand this from the psychological point of view, did you ever consider any criminology theories into it?
Yeah, so when we were looking at the assessments, we were looking at the available research and what is currently being used. We primarily looked at juveniles and more on the psychological side, but that's a good suggestion that you provided, looking at the more criminal side of
Yes.
it. Mhm.
Okay, the criminology theories, there are some of them which they might apply to the field. Also to understand the psychological part.
Right, yeah,
Yes,
which intertwine. Mhm.
Yes. Thank you.
Psychological tests or risk assessments per se?
No, not for this particularly. We just kind of give the overview of how to use the approach. We didn't specifically point out on specific assessment tools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know the assessment tools, but is there a way of assessing when or how much the child understands the consequences? I mean, oh, it's hot, oh, they'll bring paper, oh, they'll start a forest fire, different levels of consequence.
Right, so for example, we gave the example of the curious fire setter, and for example, in that case, the child had no understanding of the consequences, and those are really dangerous cases because, like you said, some children, they don't understand fire. They haven't had the fire safety education, or their parents didn't teach them about that.
Any more questions? Thank you. And I invite Dr. Eric Young with presentation, Ethical and Clinical Considerations for Mental Health Professionals Working with Juvenile Fire Setters and Bone Makers. You're welcome.
Okay. Sorry. Maximize it back up, or? Where did you put it? Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm not doctor, although I hope to be someday, but, okay, let's maximize. There we go. Close it out?
That's fine, you close it
Okay.
out, that's good.
Oh, it is up there.
That's not, yeah, you're there. I don't want to get that. So now, you're ready to go, okay.
All right. Thank you. There we go. I am Derek Young from the University of San Diego, a graduate student and research assistant of Dr. Johnson, just as Ms. Gonzalez mentioned prior to. For this particular presentation, we're going to discuss briefly some ethical implications and considerations to take into account when dealing with juvenile fire setters, their behaviors as well. When working with law enforcement, school officials, and other organizations to assist or that need the assistance or require the assistance of mental health professionals, i.e. psychologists, psychiatrists, and other therapists. Okay. And this is, in their absence, this is the other part of the research team that we conducted a lot of our research with, and it's an ongoing process as we speak. Just to give you a brief overview of what I just stated, the importance of ethical practices, brief background and history, a small timeline of where did this come from? Where did the ideas of juvenile fire setting come from? Some of the habits and things you may see within them, how to treat the clients, and what other ethical codes you may fall under. As in many of you all in your profession, you have laws that you're governed by, and you have to follow them. Otherwise, you'll fall into other legal matters that we don't want to deal with at all. Okay. We saw this slide earlier. Dr. Johnson mentioned it. This is an ongoing study that we're working on, just basically giving you the demographic of the household and the environment that these juveniles are coming out of. A lot of times we hear the myth, okay, they don't have good parents, they don't have a parent, or they don't have both parents. But as we see here, over 58%, over half of the juvenile fire setters in the homes they come out of, there are, if not two parents, there is a relationship established there where there are two adults involved in the same household. Also, we see the higher age range from 12 to 13, but it's really rearing from the age of 8, middle to late childhood, up to pre-teens. And of course, in most of these households, opposed to the beliefs that many other theories have, they're above the median income, so they're not always out of the low SES income that we may assume as well. And the green indicates the juvenile fire setters, and the blue, of course, as you can see, indicates the census of San Diego County officials. Okay. So why is this important? Aside from the fact that it's important for therapists to know what assessments to use, how to approach a situation when asked to treat a juvenile fire setter and with those particular behaviors, you need to pretty much understand where it may have started from. So to the left here, you see juveniles who play with matches 10 or more times up until the point where they're considered to be juvenile fire setters. Non-offenders were only 34.6%. Repeated offenders were over 55, close to 60%. To the right, you would see the juveniles who've set already 10 or more fires in their lifetime to date. Of course, lower numbers. Non-offenders were 18.4, and then the offenders, repeat offenders, were 23.2. So this is what we, as in my case, future therapists and other established therapists and psychologists, as Dr. Johnson and some of you all may or may not have seen within these young children. Of course, curiosity is the main factor on starting these fires. Some kids may wonder, okay, what is it like to set a little leaf on fire? What is it like to start a little bonfire, if you would, in the backyard before mom and dad can catch me and before it becomes a bigger issue? This is some of the groundwork that we work off of at first. We provided you all with a timeline kind of to give you an overview of where it started from. If you see here early in the 18th and 19th century, arson was viewed as a mental urge, kind of a mental disease from earlier theorists and psychologists. And we've kind of evolved to the DSM, oh, this is
Five.
Huh?
5.
DSM-5, yeah, but they came messed up. If you look here where my pointer is, it's supposed to go this way. Dr. Helen Yarno, she conducted several studies in Bellevue Hospital in New York as to trying to establish, okay, what started the juvenile fire setter behavior? Why did this come about? She came up with several factors. Okay, what kind of households are they coming out of? Are they coming out of single parent households? Or are they coming out of dual parent households? Okay, were they loved within these households? Because they're not loved and receiving the care that they desire, are they seeking this attention outside of the home? As well as Feynman came with several factors in those studies as well. And moving on, as Dr. Johnson mentioned earlier, also, to go back, Yarno mentioned same-sex relationships as being a considerable factor as to starting these particular behaviors. Moving on in the early to mid-1970s, FEMA developed the first JFS model that Dr. Johnson mentioned, the educational background on what the behaviors may look like. Not actually the behaviors, but what the studies may actually just look like. And it went on to develop, they went on to develop a second model and a third model as well, second generation and a third generation. And Dr. Johnson and his team have created the DSM-5 quadrant, as he mentioned earlier. And now up into 2014, 2015, he's trying to get that validated, dealing with different disorders out of the DSM-5 model that may indicate what these children may have to determine these behaviors. Some of the myths and the demographics of a JFSB, the age ranges that we're seeing, particularly within our research from past up until present, is starting from middle childhood, even as early as middle childhood, up until their adolescent years. Aside from other biases, a lot of people think that males are the main ones starting these fires, but even with the studies of Dr. Helen Yarno, she's found that females are just as involved with these acts as well, okay? They range from the low SES neighborhoods up into the suburban communities, as we showed you in the slide earlier with the map of the school and everything, that they come from over medium households. And in San Diego, 51,000 is considered just average. So these are coming from wealthy families and communities as well. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, it can begin from curiosity of how to start a fire, what are the effects of a fire, ranging to mental illness and becoming a continuous criminal behavior. The importance of being involved as a family member, as a parent, as a caregiver is very important when you're dealing with mental health professionals. I say that because a lot of times where the ball is dropped, where we can't get a lot of communication across the board, is because parents and other caregivers are reluctant to participate and give permission because we fall under certain codes. We need parents' permission to say, okay, hey, this is the assessment we want to do. This is what has to happen in order for this to be treated, in order for this behavior to be monitored. So a lot of parents are protective in how they go along with this process, not really knowing, okay, will my child be taken away from me from CPS? Will I be in trouble? Things of that nature they take into consideration. So we can say out of protection of their child, but also out of fear of what's going to happen to them as a parent and disbanding their family, this is where it becomes very difficult for us, as well as the communities. In the schools, it is important to be involved in consistent communication with the school officials, but under certain laws, especially if the child is a warden of the state, there are certain things that the school doesn't have to do. They can withhold information from you. We as mental health professionals can do the same for the schools. So depending on the state, depending on the city and what laws you all fall under, it can be very difficult. And confidentiality is the main thing that we're getting at behind that information in this slide. Ethics are our big thing when treating JSFB clients. When doing these assessments and establishing rapport with the clients, which is most important, you know, we have to establish that team. That team consists of law enforcement officials. It also consists of, as I mentioned, the school officials. It also consists of any other organizations or any other professions, social workers. They also, you know, have their governing factor where they don't really communicate with us as much, which they should, but establishing that solid relationship, not only with the client, but their family as well. And this is where we have to really practice our ethical behaviors and not just trying to find loopholes to do everything that we need to do to help these individuals and this group of individuals up. All right, and these are some of the risk factors that we consider. Also, public safety officials also consider this. You see the fire setting risk levels. It can be low, moderate to high. We hope to catch them at a much lower level, but by the time they come to, you know, the mental health side, you know, they're already at a moderate or a high level. These are repeat offenders. As Dr. Johnson mentioned, you know, these are some of the people that he's come across and some of our other colleagues have come across. Emotional support is also important, as well as supervision. As a mental health professional, you're always still supervised under a particular individual or a particular agency that you work for, that we have to abide by, because particularly some people still work under another individual's license, especially if you're young in your profession. All right, trauma-informed care, trauma-informed care. With the earlier studies of Yarno and up to date, we always mention there may be some trauma that the child may have endured or encountered. This is important when trying to establish a system of care for them. It may help us know what type of assessment we may need to use, what type of path we need to establish when dealing with them and their families as well. All right, and we also see that JSFB, the population, more likely these things are occurring in neighborhoods, residential areas, in homes, and in schools. All right, and children present trauma. They exhibit those differently than adults may do so. And this is the DSM-5 quadrant that Dr. Johnson mentioned earlier today. These are the tick marks that he was indicating on how closely related these disorders may be, on how you may view the severity of the juvenile's case. You see here ASD, autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, which is a big thing that we always deal with, as well as PTSD. This is where that trauma-enforced care plays a big factor between the therapist and the child and their families. Okay. And as I mentioned previously, the ethical codes under the APA, pretty much what every therapist and psychologist works under. Informed consent is very important, from the parent to the school. It's just something that we have to establish first off when we hit the ground running. Competence as a therapist, you must know your job. You must know what limits you can work within. If you're not familiar with a particular way of doing things, or you're not familiar with how far you can go with them, you must be very competent within your particular profession, as well as we practice the limits of confidentiality. And for those individuals who are on the forensic side, of course, to the right, you can see your guidelines, competence as well, having that therapeutic and forensic role when dealing with juvenile fire setters, as well as communication. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Questions?
I can't hear you.
Do you have any data on the totality of mobility? Because I remember you said annually over 200,000 fires in the US. Do you have any data on the totality of mobility?
Do I have any data on the mortality?
Yes, on the mortality of mobility.
I don't, but I can get some and send it to you. I don't have it right here if you're needing numbers.
Because we need to know the public body that's actually based on the society. That's very important. And the mortality and mobility will also enhance the government to further wake up from the slump of them. So I think for any concerns like this, the mortality and mobility ought to be on the board. Then the second one, have you ever made any data comparison to other traumatic challenges, such as ROTA, such as gunshot injury?
Gunshot injury?
Yeah, I mean, do you have any data too on comparing to other traumatic challenges?
No, we're working on something now, but we haven't involved gunshot injury. That is something big to consider. What else were you trying to consider with that besides that?
Okay, then the last one, is there any role the media play in all this fire? The media, the media is a very powerful tool in your country. Television, radio, and other. Do they play any role?
Yes, they do. In San Diego, we're reporting a lot of this. They give a general audience.
No, I mean, have you studied the role in terms of instigating the youth to go and create fire? I have watched a lot of your movies and films. They are full of violence of guns, making heroes out of a lot of people, and I feel that is one of the challenges in America. Because more than 2/3 of your movie, your film, There's no film without a gun being pointed at you. And the children, the kids that watch the film every day, they want to do exactly what's on the film.
Okay, movie.
Yeah, movie.
There's nothing in there, no.
No, okay.
There's nothing in the research to support that theory that watching violent films are going to lead someone to become violent. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, I'm just hearing that for the first.
On a common sense basis, you may not like the violence, but you'd be hard pressed to go into a court of law and say, with any kind of credibility, that this person watched this movie, and as a result of watching that film, they went out and committed some act of violence.
Well, I don't totally agree with you on that, for the fact that even WrestleMania, Wrestling America, there's a write-up right there on the screen saying the kids are advised not to imitate exactly. So if a kid watches violence film every time and it becomes the norm, there is no way the kids will not be influenced one way or the other. It's just an additional information. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, yeah. You mentioned medias and movies. Okay, thank you. She has a question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm wondering if anyone has looked at whether the use of cigarettes as a form of fire play is associated with fire starters.
Yes, ma'am. In addition to matches, that's where a lot of it comes from. Some research that we have come across is you see parents light cigarettes and things like that. Other than just starting matches, it's like, okay, how can I do it with cigarettes, other smoking methods as well? We have seen that. But it's primarily what we're dealing with is, matches, gasoline, and fire. It starts off setting small fires and it erupts to big things. But cigarettes are in there. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When you're dealing with a traumatic side with a child, and as a clinician or as an examiner, and maybe there's a differentiation, if it is disclosed to you by the child that the source of trauma is abuse, that could be a criminal act, what is your obligation to report legally to authorities?
Mandated reporting.
It's mandated reporting.
Both cases?
Yes, ma'am.
With reoffending offenders, any forensic awareness with the more crimes the more fire they set, they become more forensically aware, like any other criminal, or do they change the method of starting fire? For example, I might start with a match, but my next crime I might use a lighter, or I can use a Molotov cocktail.
So escalation is what you're trying to
Yes.
say? Yes, ma'am. There is a lot of escalation because some start with, okay, just a fire. Just a match. Then you go to a lighter. Then you go to fireworks. We have seen that as well. So there is a lot of education with that, with the children and the family. That's why it's important for the parents to be involved, letting you know, this is what happens usually in this case. So we need to let you know this now, not only to help you all out, but to let you know if your child continues this is some patterns that you should look for. So yes, there is an escalation. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes,
You want
and
me to go?
also they become more forensically aware. I know
Yes, ma'am.
that next time I'm going to cover my fingerprints, or I'm not going to leave something, from my bag, for example, at the crime scene.
So they don't get caught?
Forensically aware, they know how to cover their tracks, not to be caught again with reoffending offenders.
We have seen some, but like Dr. Johnson said, depending on who you're dealing with, they are not as smart as they intend to be.
Okay.
But yes, there are some that try to find that loophole to say, okay, not to get caught this time, this is what I'm going to do differently. Yeah. But yes, in addition to that, there are ways of escalating how you start a fire and how these groups start fires.
I think we're going to call it on questions. We're way behind schedule now. Thank you.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. We're 25 minutes behind schedule. Thank you.
I'm from Nigeria.
Yes, ma'am.
Fire. I don't think we record as much. I don't have statistics, but I don't think we record as much fire setter or bomb children, juvenile cases like that. It's more, I'm thinking it has a leaning to ethnicity. Have you done any comparative study?
You're saying that you don't do it as much as Nigeria?
Statistics, I don't have.
You don't have that?
But the point is, fire setting, juvenile fire setting, fire setters and bombing. Is it what we have, bomb making?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we have such incidents as you are recording.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the method of discipline for us in Africa is different. If we note a child, it's true. If a child, I strike a match to light the gas cooker, and the child watches me and tries to do that, the next time I see him doing or see her doing that, I'll scold her.
Mm-hmm.
Our discipline is different from yours. Smoking cigarette is not our norm. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit different. You smoke more over here than we do. My point is it not environmental, the observations, just like he was trying to say, what the children are observing, is it not influencing whether they are developing into juvenile fire bomb setters or whatever? I'm thinking ethnicity. If you do your study and look at the different areas or different nationalities, you may come to know that certain areas are prone to having more JF, am I correct? Am I getting
JFSB, yes ma'am.
Yes, than other areas.
Correct.
I think a comparative study will help so that we can know whether some continents are more prone to having such juvenile delinquent activities than other countries. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, ma'am. I do
because in
understand.
Africa, I'm telling you, we discipline the children. We don't encourage them. I'm talking about Nigeria. I don't think. Yeah, it is. But fire setters.
But it's an international problem. One of the dilemmas you might have, though, is the ability for people to capture the information. So it's difficult to make those comparisons, even in the United States, with the reporting mechanism. So the reporting of what goes on in the fire setting is something that doesn't allow you to make those kinds of comparisons. To know whether it's more prevalent in the United States as opposed to, say, Kenya or Sweden, where it is an issue, and Australia, because they do have what I would consider to be better reporting mechanisms. Even in the United States, our system, particularly for reporting juvenile fire setters, is just getting off the ground. And so I can imagine that other countries that are not as, aware of the concerns about that, they may be they experience difficulties in capturing the information to know exactly what's going on. We've been told we have to stop. We're in big trouble. We absolutely have to stop.
Yes, ma'am. That's cultural factors
We're
to listen
severely
to as well.
we're way behind schedule right now, so we need to. We've got a break time right now, so I mean, we need to keep this to 20 minutes, and then if that means 15 minutes of speaking time and 5 minutes of question and answers, that's fine.
Yes.
Close out?
Thank you. Okay. We
So
can
you
talk.
want me to
We can grab a cookie and talk about it.
Colleagues, we have some time, so Dr. Johnson, yes, discussion. Why?
Break till
It's early. It's early. For break.
This is what happens when the topics are interesting.
Yeah, our heart, blood, sweat, and tears.
Okay, so if you want to,
Yes.
we can do some discussion because apparently
Of course, we have used this time. Because, no. Yes.
That's 4:10.
Yes.
That's at 4:10.
No.
We missed the speed. No, you're right. But you're right. No, you're.
Apparently, I don't know how to do military time, so I was wrong.
Yes, of course.
I was very wrong.
and as a result of that, we're not going to feed you anymore.
That's right. That's what I get for eating dry turkey at lunch.
Now, there's a gentleman here, there's a gentleman who said, kid who got switched, and he's going to speak to me.
So
Are you aware of that?
No. So that's the switch here. He's supposed to be speaking at.
Well, so that means that this gentleman is speaking on here, and then there's another one in audition?
It should be.
No, that's what he's trying to tell me. That's why I asked. I was asking. He's aware. He doesn't even speak. We're taking a break right now, is what it is. One second. We need to actually, Matt, we need to talk to these people out here. The reason I'm saying this is because everybody's asking me questions. It messes up the. I don't mean that. What's that? Put this right there. Well, we can do that. Let's,
I will.
you have your flash drive?
No, not here. I've got it in my email.
I'm not sure that you open up. That's why everybody's putting it in there. We had a problem, I think,
With the
email.
internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only reason.
Okay,
people
that's
upload
fine.
it.
Then I will do it tomorrow morning.
And I'll be here. And I'll put it in, if whatever laptop you
Yeah,
give me.
okay.
They're supposed to.
our next presentation is Dr. S.P. Goyal, who will be presenting developing forensic protocols to identify hair and use of DNA profile data in tracking and poaching Tibetan antelope. Okay, so let's give Dr. Goyal our attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just after sharing what I talked in the little bit earlier, this was one of the global implications which we had compared to what we talk with the tiger, which is confined to the couple of the countries. The Tibetan antelope, as you know, is being also called the chiru, and it's being very, very famous for the satu shawl. And you may not believe what you see the satu shawl. The one shawl cost almost close to the 10 to 12,000 US dollar. So this animal has been one of the most trading center lies in India, and that's one of the region which we concentrated how best we can really control the poaching and try to see this one. Chiru, as you know, Satus, which is a common name which we often call is a king of the wool, is a Persian word which is Satus, and it has been protected both by the international treaties as well as the the Wildlife Protection Act as well as in the China. But this animal has been heavily poached, and if you try to see the largest population of the Tibetan antelope, what you see is being mainly found in Tibetan plateau. Close to the 95,000 individuals are there, but there is a small population which lie to the Jammu and Kashmir, and most of the things what you try to see in this case, that these all sorts the weaving is being taken place in the northern part of the country is called Jammu and Kashmir state. So animals have been poached on the Tibetan plateau, some animals from here, and the wool comes to the Jammu and Kashmir, and then it enters in the international market, and this was the very acute burning problem in our country, and we took this one. As I told you, it can go even up to the 18,000, and there was a very strong belief in our country, and most of those traders which they used to weave the salt, they says we are not getting any wool from the killed animal, but we are collecting the wool which has been shed by the animal, and it got stuck to the shrubs which are found on those areas. Government of India took the initiatives, tried to do a survey on these areas, and another thing what I found in most of this salt, when I pluck the hair, all hairs have a root. So this cannot happen if it's being said, the root is not going to come with that one. So that myth which was prevailing very often in the traders, we try to overrule it, and most of the wools which comes from the, what you can call, from the Tibetan plateau. As I told you, the salts has been woven down by hair of the weavers which are in the Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, and you may not believe 4 to 5 individuals are killed to make a one shawl of the Tibetan antelope. So there is a heavy demand of these shawls in the international market, and the large poaching take place in the Tibetan plateau, and wools come from the different routes to the country of India, whether it's come from this part or from directly from Jammu and Kashmir, and is being taken place. So when we started developing the protocols, because there was a global demand, there was a national demand, and what we found, the cases which we were trying to deal with the hair related, the satus was forming a highest percentage, and we developed the protocols how to identify. When we started beginning the work, what we found, there are 4 kinds of the wool is being found in the shawl industry. One is the Angora. Angora is basically the rabbit wool, which is being, Pashmina is a domestic breed of the goat. Samina is again a domestic breed of the goat, and this is the restricted or the protected species. So we have to develop the protocols which can allow us to identify whether the wool is of Samina, Angora or the Pashmina, and try to rule out that this whether it is a Tibetan antelope or some other species. The shawl, as I told you, almost more than 1,000 shawls I have examined, and or more than 77 cases, and still you can see the seizures of the shawls have been taking place. So it's not like it has been a curtail, but still there is a global demand. As I told you, it goes from the most of the different places to the other parts of the world, and majority of the shawls have been seized by the central government agencies, because in our country has been enforcement agencies by the forest department or the CBI or the court or the custom. So what I want to make the point, this is still is a prevailing in our country, and the shawls have been seized across the country. So one of the important thing, because what we look that on the enforcement agencies should make the spot decision. It's not like unnecessarily harassing any trader which is in want of the satu shawl or like this one. So we look the 2-pronged strategy. One is to develop the simple tips which anybody can make a decision whether it's satus or not. If it is a satus, the seizure take place. The interesting thing what I noticed after examining more than sawtooth saw, that most of the saws are 2 by 1 meter. That was the interesting thing which came, except 3 to 4% which are of the larger in the size, but majority of the saws were 2 by 1 meter. Non-sawtooth saw also goes 2 by 1 meter. But the beauty among the sawtooth saw is that most of the sawtooth saws weighs around 130 gram. That was the interesting thing what we found in the sawtooth saw, and non-sawtooth saws weighs around 200 gram. So simply by taking the weight, enforcement agency can make a decision it might belong to the sawtooth, and they can really make the seizure and avoid any embarrassment due to the media or by the traders. And this was one of the tips which we developed, and people have taken the advantage how their best they can do. Then another simple tips which we developed, that as I told you, the most of this wool fiber which comes from the animal, there are lot of guard hair which have been left, which are difficult to remove from the wool hair. So we took the advantage of this guard hair which are present in the saw, and if you look this guard hair and if you under the microscope, you will find a completely distinct pattern of the sawtooth compared to the other species like this one. So simple thing what we suggested the enforcement people like the custom and other people, just plug this guard hair which are very visible in the sawtooth saw and put under the ordinary microscope, and if you see any hexagonal or pentagonal cell, it is a sawtooth, and if you see a serrate kind of the margin, it is a pashmina. So these two simple tips have allowed any custom officer or any enforcement agency to a 100% foolproof that whether saw belongs to sawtooth or not. There was an interesting case came, initially we simple microscopic work we did, but there was an interesting case came from the bale of the wool, it entered from Nepal to the Singapore and it was coming to the India. But one of the custom officer, he was trained in our technology, and he called that this appears to be sawtooth wool, but when we examined, we did not find any guard hair in those sawtooth wool. So we have to change our technology from a simple microscope to the SEM or the scan electron microphotograph. And if you see in the SEM, there is a clear-cut ridge is present in the sawtooth saw which is absent in the pashmina. So by combination of this one, we can really ascertain by using either guard hair or you can call the wool fiber to say whether it belongs to sawtooth or not. So in order to this one, we have come out the 3 steps protocols, that you examine the saw, pick up the hair, and put on the black paper, and if you see a wavy pattern is present, you are 100% is a sawtooth saw. So these 3 simple tips have allowed all the custom officer, whenever any container goes with a sawtooth saw, and they were able to pick up the real sawtooth saw, and they try to allow the other non-sawtooth saw to the other parts of the country. So in order to this one, as I told you, it's simple microscopic, you can see this wavy pattern is present, which is a very clear significant, and this is a evolutionary characteristic what animal has got by living in minus 40 to minus 80 degree, because this is a evolutionary trait which has acquired, which is absent in the pashmina. So simply by looking these curves, you can easily identify whether it's a saw or not. Same way you can see here. And this is the one thing which we told that put on the black paper, you see the wavy pattern, and then you are through whether it is sawtooth or not. Okay. Then in order to this one, we have come out a very simple protocols which we have put on our website, and this has been a very high demand in international market, and since most of these custom officers which have been, posted in other parts of the country, they do not understand the English, and our manual has been translated in the Arabic language, and very recently it has been translated in the Turkish language. So people have been making the best use to ascertain whether any sawtooth saws have been smuggled to the in their respective country. As you know, poaching has been one of the most greatest effect on the genetic diversity, and we try to see how best we can avoid any poaching of this animal and try to understand the source of origin of the wool, from where the poaching take place. And we took the advantage of the DNA technology, and what we found, if you try to see, there are, these are the Tibetan plateau, the major population of the Chiru is for here, then it is somewhere here, then it is somewhere here, and there is a small population. And interesting thing, what we found, the animals from all these populations have been moving each other from one population to another. So there is a very high gene flow taking place from this one. But what we found interesting thing is that the population which is residing, which is almost close to 300 to 250 to 300, they have lost the genetic diversity. So probably there is a linkage between the Tibetan plateau and India has been probably cut off, and that could be one of the reasons the genetic diversity of these animals which are in the Indian part is much more lower than what it found in the Tibetan plateau, and we have to see how best we can establish the connectivity between these two populations. So if you try to see, there is a high gene flow taking place, but there is a low gene flow between the Indian population with the rest of the Tibetan population, and that's the region which we are trying to see what could be the mechanism we could establish. Thereafter, we took this the DNA profiling of this hair which we have picked up from the Satus wall, and if you try to see, this is the population which we have got, the Indian part. There is a blue color which you see is a much more predominant haplotype in this population, but all across the other population there is a mixed population from one population to another. And when we did these CGS which we have got from the Satus, we got the 3 CGS of the Satus where the wool has been originated from the Indian part of the population, and there is a 1 CGR which we got here, which 1 CGR we got it. So what we learned from this one, if any animal is killed from the Tibetan area, which the haplotype is heavily fixed, it might be possible for us to ascertain whether any animal has been killed from the Indian part or from the rest of the part of the country, but we could not get by using this mitochondrial haplotype where we can ascertain whether its population has been originated from Qinghai or Jiang or the breeding habitat. So this is the one drawback which we found. Wherever the population is highly mixing, it could be very, very difficult to ascertain which part of the population has been heavily killed. We might have to rely on the STR thing, but I doubt that we might get a good significant result of the STR because there is a high gene flow among this population. So I am not sure whether we may be able to really track where the poaching is taking place and the wool is being coming to the Indian part, and this is still, but definitely we can easily identify if any animals of the Indian territory has been poached or not. One of the important things which we learned, as I told you, the sensitization is a very, very useful tool in this wildlife forensic, especially different enforcement agencies, because there never has been a trained, it's not like a police officer which has been trained from day one or from their profession. So this is the one thing what we found, that all custom probationers who have been joining the custom service in our country, they have to compulsory come to the Wildlife Store of India for 3 weeks. So from the day one we are training them how they can look the wildlife poaching taking place, wildlife parts which are going other parts of the country, and we train them to make a spot decision, what you can call how Satus can be identified, and this has been a very, very useful tool. And number of times, you may not believe, any salt picked up by the custom officer is 100% full proof of the Satus, and this is the one thing which I was talking, it has been translated in the Arabic language, and same way it has been translated in the Turkish language. How good is sensitization? As I told you, the very important, the one of the wool which has been gone from the Nepal to Singapore and it came to India, and one of the custom officer who was posted in the Delhi, he knew it looks like a Satus wool, and he called us and we found that it's turned to be the Satus wool. So what we learned in this whole profession, the sensitization is a very, very important, and we got one consignment came from the Tibetan plateau to the Nepal to this India, and the person was caught in the close to the Delhi. Wool was going about to the Jammu Kashmir, and a huge truck of the wool was caught here, and we could identify. So what we learned that we do a lot of sensitization among the enforcement agency to make this one, and this is the trade route, as I told you, which goes from Tibetan plateau to the Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir, and also it enters from what you can go from the Tibetan plateau to Jammu and Kashmir, and that it enters in the international market from the Delhi. So Delhi is one of the major hub, and that's where we are trying to train most of the custom officers who have been posted there, and to make a good decisions to identify. And you can see most of the animals have been heavily killed. There is no way wool can be collected, and after the killing, the wool being plucked by the tribal people who are staying in the Tibetan plateau, and the wool comes to the and that's the reason you can see the largest seizure of our Tibetan salts or the Tibetan antelope salts is being taken place in New Delhi, and New Delhi is one of the major hub for this one. We do sensitization, as I told you, the training program which we get other parts of the world, and Traffic India or the WWF, they have brought the poster which has been put on the airports to say no to Satus. So this is one of the things which is in high demand, and as I told you, it goes to $18,000 US the one salt. So this is the one thing which we are trying to save from this. That's the which we are trying to say, and try to see how best we can conserve this animal, which has been heavy demand in international market for Satus salt. Basically, as I told you, that we have told them the two tips. One is the wavy pattern. So simply they plug the hair and try to look on the black paper. If it's wavy pattern, is a evolutionary trait, and 100% is a one foolproof test. Beside that, we also suggested a simple research microscope, which we very often being used by the colleges like that one. So there is no sophisticated microscope, is investment of less than $1,000, and one can have a facility. And we have set up at the Delhi